Well, hello and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back here to Green Flag TV, and welcome to the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. Over the next 6.5 hours, we'll be able to bring you the latest action here from season 2026 here of the VSCA. And it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun at this classic American road course. It's myself, Ron Mons, and James Newton talking you through the action for the first 3 hours of our coverage, with Dustin Ollis working all the cameras and the graphics in the virtual production hauler. James, we're no stranger to the Glen. This track is storied in the world of American motorsports. We're really no strangers to the 6 hours of the Glen either. It's one of my favorite sports car races on the real life calendar. It's one that I hope to visit someday in the not too distant future. But as for this race here today, we're in for a real treat. I love the Glen. It's really hard to find anybody who really despises this track with a burning passion, and we're just gonna have a lot of fun over the next few hours.
I think it's going to be great. Again, thanks for the warm welcome. And we are here for the 5th time in succession. So again, a very, very popular event. And of course, drivers having to wait a decent amount of time to head over to New York State. And they're going to have to wait a good while, almost a month, until we go racing one more time. So this will be kind of the summer break after this. So drivers really wanted to head into the break with most likely, or hopefully a win. And if not, just a really strong result. And the main thing is just to not have any issues, certainly not in the first hour. Try to get to that last hour as quickly as possible, and who knows?
Yeah, now we've got a whole lot of actions to look forward to here today. The first endurance race that we have from this calendar since the Sebring 12 all the way back there in late February. We've had a decent chunk of sprint races since then, as you can see on the calendar. Laguna Seca back in March, VIR in April, and then the doubleheader in May of Homestead and Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. As you just mentioned, a 2-month break nearly between this race here at the Glen and the 6 hours of Road America coming up a little bit later on this season. One last sprint race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course at the end of August, followed by our season finale, the Petit Le Mans, way far away in September of this year. But it's going to be a lot of fun. 6 hours of coverage, 4 classes back. We've been able to get all of our skip rounds out of the way. Last time at Motorsport, the GT Pro drivers were not out there on the racetrack, but now we've got our GTP, LMP2, and GT3 Pro and AM drivers set to tackle this race. It is going to be a heck of a lot of fun. Getting towards the end of warm-up, about to head our way into the race itself. So we'll get rocking and rolling by taking a look at today's starting grid. It's going to be the World of Sim Racing team number 51 starting this race from the pole position. Already multi-time winners here in this campaign. We'll look to see what they can do here in an endurance race. Starting alongside them on your front row is going to be Bravo Snow Shatton and the number 20 car Tiago Mello behind the wheel of that machine. Selena Ward and Wastegate Racing will start this race from third in your GTP category. Wastegate off the back of a win last time at Motorsports, although that was in the number 23 machine. Albrecht Motorsports will start this race alongside them in fourth. Row number 3 in your GTPs will comprise of Gamma Sim Racing and the 137. They'll be next to the BMW M Team TSR number 25 car at the start of this race. Row 4 will see VSR Competizione starting in 7th, next to BMW M Team Delta Racing and the 21 car. Rounding out your top 10 in class will be BMW Team Delta Racing and the 12 Joao Victor Delgado behind the wheel of that machine, next to the Pack Sim Sports number 55 Porsche, the only Porsche to win so far here in the GTP class. Rounding out your GTP class here today will be the Vision 1 Motorsports number 10 car, starting not so fittingly in 11th.
We pick up the LMP2s here. Timothy Hansen at the wheel of the 47 Paddy Engineering SRT takes the pole for them. Thiago Maduro Diaz with Grow Racing Team in the 14 alongside. Third place belongs to Gamma Sim Racing in the 235. They'll share row 2 of the LMP2 grid with Dan Piazza for Old Dogs Racing in the 59. Row 3 sees Paolo Calvo, Flight Level Racing in the 757. And Roberto J.M. Arter, Rick Team Racing, number 87. 7th place is Kevin Burnett, Red Lab Competizione 552 LMP2 machine. Johannes Witt with Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing alongside. Then it's Owen Chen, Flight Level Racing in the 767. And Matthew H. Rutan, Vision 1 Motorsports number 11 machine. And rounding out the LMP2 field is Garrett Spence, Gowan Racing number 81.
And now taking a look at your GT Pro field is going to be Going Racing, and Jack Hedgecock's behind the wheel, the number 18 Ferrari leading that class of green. He'll be alongside the Blockamatore SimSport 183 Aston Martin, already two very successful teams so far here in 2026. Vulture Motorsports and the number 65 Porsche will start in third in class, next to Double Stint Racing in that number 57 BMW. Row 3 in class, we'll see Virtual Power Sim Racing in the 77. They're alongside Jose Barboza in the Rick Team Racing number 88 BMW. Row 4 in your GT Pros is going to be see Frida Sport in the 911 machine next to the Grow Racing Team number 24. Completing our top 10 in GT Pro will be Tulamatre Racing number 68 in that beautiful looking McLaren next to Sim City Racing Carson Allen behind the wheel, that 71 Porsche. Starting 11th in class will be Rusty Spatulas in the 112 next to iRacing Today Motorsports Chad Dalton behind the wheel, the 157 car. VSR Competition will start in lucky spot P13 next to the Matco Fisher Motorsports number 44 Porsche driven by Austin Edwards. 15th we'll go to World of Sim Racing number 151 in that Corvette next to the Unitron Fisher Motorsports number 84 Porsche there in P16 in your GT Pros.
Moving on now to the GT AMs here. Glen Racing taking the pole for them in the number 19 Eugene Meltsev at the wheel of that Ferrari. Looking across to Steven Janosaukas, Blockamatore SimSport in the 283 Aston Martin. You've got off in the S's Racing. Hopefully that will be a feature today. The 83 BMW lining up third. Fourth is Enrique Gomez Bravo Snow Schotten in the Mustang. We have Diego Rodriguez for Frida Sport, the 912 entry, and Neil Forbes with Wastegate Racing in the 33 Mercedes. Lucas Santos lines up 7th in the Vulture Motorsports 64 Porsche. Chris Cadiz, BMW M Team TSR, number 3 BMW alongside. 9th is Jason Hildreth with the SRA Motorsports 74 Mercedes, the fellow Mercedes of Lucas Henke. Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing 515 alongside. Back to Jason Brothers, 11th place SWF Motorsports 94 Porsche. Jason Keddy keeping them company, Flight Level Racing, the 747 Mustang there. Brandon Chan for the 499 Racing in the 499 Lamborghini lines up in lucky spot 13th. And Intercom Fisher Motorsport in the 90 Porsche in 14th.
And so there you have it, folks. 51 drivers, teams, and cars set to grab the green flag for 6 hours of racing action here. Drivers already deploying on the pace lap. James, this is going to be a very challenging race. You know, you think back at the endurance races that we have already had here in 2026. Yeah, the 24 hours of Daytona, the Classic, the 12 hours of Sebring, another Classic. Although this race may be half the length of its predecessor, which was half the length of the endurance race before it, this race still absolutely packs a punch.
It really is going to take a lot from these drivers, and there are so many opportunities to make a big dent in this race. Of course, getting a good start is more about trying to stay out of trouble. We saw a little bit of trouble at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park right at the start. Hopefully drivers will have the wherewithal and heads up to, again, just try to get to that last hour, right? You can't win in the first corner. You certainly can't win it in the first hour. And of course, we do have points that will be handed out for the Endurance Cup in the middle of the event there at the 3-hour mark. So they'll all be wanting to try and get as high up as they can for those points as we get a good look here at the GTP field down the back straight.
Yeah, of course, splits starts in this series as well. The prototype's going to be independent of the GT cars. You can see the GTP and LMP2 field packed in as they head their way off through the bus stop chicane. Taking a look at the weather conditions that we've got right now here in this race, the temperature's not too bad. 20C for the ambient, 24C for the track temp. To convert that from Eurobabble into English, that's about 68 degrees Fahrenheit for the ambient temperature, 76 degrees currently for the track temp. That's not the real worry, though. You take a look at that humidity, 92%. Not only does it feel like these drivers are going to be racing through a bowl of soup when we grab that green flag here in a couple of moments, there is a distinct possibility of some rain arriving a little bit later on. I get flashbacks to a few races ago at Miami when rain really affected that. This track's already tough enough as is. Throw rain into the midst of that, James, and these drivers got a real tough test on their hands.
Yeah, it is looking kind of icky out there, Ron. And as we've seen here, we've got a decent amount of banking on some of these corners. So the water does pool up in those areas. Again, we'd have to get some serious rain for it to start pooling. But specifically, the prototypes having to try to wade through those sections, it could be very, very interesting. And again, it is extremely high humidity. So it's the threat is very real.
Yeah, that it certainly will be. I saw rain chances as high as 28% when I saw the pre-race weather forecast. We'll keep you posted all throughout the coverage as to when the rain may arrive. But here we go, folks. The field heading their way through the short chute into the penultimate turn right about now. It's a very competitive field, one of the strongest all season, one of the biggest all season long as well, and some familiar faces up towards the front of the field. World of Sim Racing team Alvaro Martinez behind the wheel, that number 51 Cadillac going to lead us to green here in just a few moments time. They're no strangers to winning. In fact, they scored 2 victories so far at Long Beach and Laguna Seca, yet to win in the endurance races. Let's see what today may have in store. Waiting for that green flag to fly here for the Abruzzi. 6 hours of the Glen, which it does now, and the drivers are on their way. Fantastic start from your pole man of Martinez. Got to lead him comfortably down into turn number 1. Still side by side, a little bit farther behind. That's the fight for second on the road right now. Tiago Mello able to get the nose out in front of the Nicholas Peterson wastegate racing car directly alongside as the prototypes head their way all through the S's for the very first time here in this race. Smooth start for those drivers. Meanwhile, your GTs are up, rocking and rolling. Jack Hedgecock's in that Going Racing number 18 Ferrari, leading them as they head their way out of turn number 1.
Excellent start from last year's winners. The 51 getting the excellent jump up front. And it looks like further back they're trying to cycle through. They're 2 wide, almost 3 wide, certainly 3 wide into turn 1 from the GTs, the GT3s, I should say. We're hearing a crash with the LMP2s.
Yeah, in trouble as the field headed their way through the back half of the racetrack. Goes all through the bus stop where drama has broken out. Meatball flags already in the air, and it was your LMP2 class leader of Timothy Hansen behind the wheel, the Paddy Engineering number 47 car that has run into trouble. Multiple drivers picking up some penalties throughout the field. You can see those in the GT Pros. We are under yellow for the first time in this race, and here's what happened. Side by side as they headed their way through the bus stop. Disaster breaking out in the LMP2s, but that was not the only bit of drama we saw there. The 47 also having his own stealth spin through that section, trying to find a place to pull over to the side of the road, but massive damage on that race car, going to take them out of contention from the get-go. But we are under yellow already here in this race, not completing the first lap under green, as there's the issue for the 47, just a bad tank slapper through the bus stop.
Shows you just how much speed these prototypes can carry through these sweeping corners. You have to keep it as pinned as you can. And again, you can see the car hopping, the left rear, all sorts of messed up. The left front there completely out of tow. And of course, half the car almost missing. It really just showed you how much energy is involved with getting these cars around the track. And when it goes wrong, they can just so quickly spear into the side. You see how just narrow it is through here. This is less of a combat zone, more of kind of a drafting zone there as they head up the hill. GT3s, we pick up the 18 Gallon Racing, currently running at the front. GT Pro, good to have the GT Pros back in the series here. Of course, we will be having them for the rest of the year, as Ron said. And still currently under yellow. Now picking up the others. So Gallon Racing first. So currently, I was going to say job done there, but job being taken care of at the moment, but it's still very, very early in this one, Ron.
Yeah, it is still super early, but that Going Racing stable in both of our classes, you got to keep an eye on them. I'm certainly keeping my eye on that number 18, your current class leader in the GT Pro field. They're off the back of 2 straight race wins in that class. They wanted VIR, they wanted Miami. Of course, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park last time at the GT Pro competitors were not participating in that race, but 2 wins off the bat. They're really competitive. Block Amatori Sim Sport, they had 2 wins back-to-back, including at the last endurance race at Sebring, so keep an eye on those ever venerable Aston Martins to try and pull off a good run here in this race. Hearing from race control that this will be a short full course yellow, understandably so. The field was not very long into the green flag racing. Don't have to worry about lap traffic procedures or anything of this sort. So we can focus on a restart here in the very near future, James. Based off what we saw on that initial start, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't see any bonsai overtakes. It was mainly just, LMP2s running into trouble, really just down to the curbs.
Yeah, trying to go side by side there can be really, really tricky. And again, the nature of the prototypes, they lean on that downforce, right? The way the car is shaped, it forces the car at high speed into the track, and that's how they generate so much more speed through the middle of corners across the apex. And that's why they're able to obviously catch up to the GTs relatively quickly, even around a track like Watkins. They have all these big sweeping corners, and it really just aids in trying to get around. But the problem is, if you can't take your preferred line, if there's somebody either down the inside or on the outside of you, you have to kind of back off a little bit. And the more you back off, the less speed you're going, the slower you're going, the less downforce you have, potentially. And you can just run into a mess of dirty air and just being off your preferred line, trying to keep it pinned, and it can really cause problems. So again, we saw tons of battling, which is really exciting, but trying to stay out of trouble is extremely hard at the beginning. And that's why, particularly Gallon Racing, looking first in both GT classes, able to get through that first phase there and not have any issues at all.
Yeah, so able to master the start and withstand that pressure at the start of this race. Of course, still a long way left to go, just barely 5 minutes in to this 6-hour-long race here on Green Flag TV today. I want to thank you all for tuning into the action here on the channel. If you're enjoying the coverage, you should probably hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss out on any of the racing action. Do want to touch on some storylines as we take a look at a replay as well at the other start here soon. Was just going to say, the 499 Racing Ferrari ended up being disqualified. So we're going to look for further word as to what may have gone wrong there, but clearly something may have gone wrong. We're hearing that it was a failure in tech inspection, timing through tech inspection, not getting it done in time. So unfortunately, those drivers, which really strong, stable, they're able to get some strong performances so far in their short run in this championship. Sadly, not going to try and fight for a race win here, as they're not going to fight for any starts. Taking a look at your GT3 starts here, where Glen Racing and Jack Hedgecock was able to jump in front. Everybody else still very frantic, scrambling down into one.
Two Porsches side by side. Not too much off-track action. We've seen plenty of cars go off in that first corner exit. Now they power up the hill here. Again, I think I saw 3 wide. Bit of a hip check there.
And so nothing major happening there in the GT3 pack. I was going to say that there were a decent amount of black flags that were issued out, I believe, automatically by race control. However, many of those have been cleared, so iRacing a bit trigger happy on some of those start violations. Thankfully, they have been dealt with, as I'm seeing a sea of EOL trying to get the field sorted out here at the current moment. We are coming to green flag here very soon. The light's still on that iRacing pace car. Alvaro Martinez still leads this race overall in that World of Sim Racing number 51 car. Now, I talked about the wins that they had earlier on this season at Long Beach and Laguna Seca, 2 very challenging racetracks, classic American road courses, albeit Long Beach is a street circuit, so I'm not sure if that really counts in that classification. But based off the performances that they've shown so far this season, I think there are going to be some strong contenders throughout this race here, James, because Long Beach and Laguna Seca have some pretty tough nuts to crack.
Yeah, it really takes. It's not even just about the pace. It's about execution. It's about just making sure that you've got the car healthy and safe all the way to the end. Again, trying to get to that last hour as efficiently as possible. And as you mentioned there, Alvaro Martinez in the 51 doing a good job on the start and still looking decent as we continue heading around. And interestingly, the 51 having a torrid time last time out at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. And they, again, 8 laps down, and they fell from 1st to 4th in the GTP Championship. So they really are going to want to bounce back strong, and they're doing everything they need to, right? They're currently leading, withstood the pressure as we spoke about earlier on the start. They also got the pole position. That has got to be a good amount of confidence there. And they've got, Wastegate Racing, the 32, currently looking really, really strong in the championship. And World of Sim Racing team really trying to come back and really basically finish the spring going into the summer break here with the highest of highs. A win here at Watkins would really put them right back into contention.
Yeah, and of course, that World of Sim Racing team are your reigning champions here in the GTP class. They're able to score 5 wins on their way to the crown last season, so certainly keeping our eyes on them to try and mount a charge as we get a little bit later on here in this championship. Wastegate Racing in the 32 Ferrari stable, they're your current championship points leaders as a result of everything that went down last time out. As it stands at the moment, they are slotted 3rd in class. We'll see what they may be able to do here in this round of the championship. Those Ferraris are an interesting case here on iRacing at the very least. Of course, very successful in real life. They won 3 Le Mans 24s in a row, but they are the only non-IMSA GTP car that we have got here on iRacing. Every single one of them, you look at the Acura, the Cadillac, the BMW, the Porsche, all run an IMSA. That's the only WEC competitor. So I wouldn't say it's the red-headed stepchild, but something along those lines.
I think that's perfect. The red-headed, of course. I think that lines up just about right. And definitely you're having a look back at 137, 499. And you mentioned earlier the 499, the number of the Lamborghini that is currently no longer racing there. I got that a little bit, got my wires crossed a bit, trying to figure out which of the WEC cleared 499s it was, and it was the number 499 Lamborghini in the GT class. So I've got that straightened out there. Little brain teaser.
And trust me, I get my wires crossed all the time. It happens. But the lights are out on that iRacing pace car, so we are getting a restart of this race already. About 11 minutes on the board, primarily under caution after that drama in the LMP2 field. Those drivers all the way towards the back. For those curious, it was a Paddy Engineering SRT number 47 and the Rescue Skill by WMS number 512 car that both picked up meatball flags as a result of that lap 1 drama in your LMP2 field. Still trying to get those served, so that will be a big setback for them to try and overcome over the next 5 hours and 48.5 minutes. But it's a World of Sim Racing team, your pole sitters in GTP, leading us back to green, waiting for that restart to come around, and a bit of a check up there. Waiting for it, and there we go. Green flag flies, and a big accident there in the GTPs, getting sent around as well. The BMWs incident already. That's a 25 BMW MTSR effort. Seth Newfield behind the wheel of that. This could get sketchy as he has to stay stopped there on the side of the road, waiting to get it turned around, hoping this does not bring out another full course yellow. It does. We are back under yellow here in this race. We've had a string as of recent here in the VSCA of multiple start and restart incidents. We had one happen in Miami. We had one happen in Mosport last time out. It's a restart incident this time around here at the Glen.
Right on the start-finish straight. Was not really anywhere to go. Similar to Canadian Tire. Trying to get that one started up. And, of course, it just kind of bottlenecks. There's a wall on your left, wall on your right. There's nowhere really to maneuver. Even if you're having an accident, you can kind of have less of an accident by just trying to keep it out of the wall to get it on board here.
Taking a look at this, just a miscommunication. I was worried about that stack up there when I kind of saw your overall race leader, the World of Sim Racing team, kind of flutter that gas pedal a little bit coming towards the restart. Not really sure when to go. I thought that was going to have some pretty major consequences. As it turns out, like a pack of dominoes, down they all fall. Second yellow already in this race as we take a look at some more replays to see what went down. You can see already smoke in the air as this was rather bizarre for the 757 flight level racing team. Just blew past everybody. They were briefly your overall race leaders. I don't think they got the memo that a green flag, that the yellow flag had come out. So that, I'm going to say right off the bat, they're probably going to be met with a pretty severe penalty for that flight level racing team. They do have a new car. The 767 is making their debut here in this race, but for the 757, this little trip up here on the aborted restart probably going to cost them quite a lot. They nearly ended up crashing with the GTP car there.
Yeah, really, really close. And again, fantastic move if it was legal, you know, down the inside of about 11 cars. And very impressive if it weren't for the fact that they were under yellow. So obviously they will be most likely, I mean, obviously looked at here, as we'll get another look as well. It's going to be the GTPs. This is just going to be the incident. Yeah, so far right behind there, kind of getting into the right rear, or the left rear, I should say. And then just kind of stacks up across the line. Having to swap flags there. Flag man going from a green to a yellow. There he goes.
And so it was Jonathan Lopez, the driver right behind in the VSR Competición Bianco number 7 machine, that was the punter in that. And unfortunately for the BMW, right up in front, Seth Newfield behind the wheel of that TSR number 25 car, being the puntee in that situation. That's going to definitely be a setback for them. I'm trying to look to see how bad the damage is. I think the initial bit of contact wasn't the worst part. The problem they have is the front end of the car. They hit the inside wall pretty much wheel first, and I can imagine the handling on that machine has been massively affected. Go look to see whether or not they have a meatball flag at the current moment. Yes, they do. So Seth Newfield, the Canadian behind the wheel of that number 25 car, that's basically going to neuter their race before they even had a chance to flex a muscle.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how delicate, well, I say delicate, the platform here. Oh, yeah, here we go. So this is going to be, oh, man. It's no better in slow motion, is it, Ron? It's almost worse. And again, yeah, left front. Getting smacked in there. Another good hit on the rear for good measure. And not a high speed one, but that wall does not move. And there is no margin for error once you are sideways down the main straightaway. There's just nowhere to go. You can even see it here, right? We've got a good amount of runoff compared to the start-finish straight. And there's still just walls there to greet you all the time. So Watkins really, really unforgiving.
Oh, that it absolutely is. It is an old school racetrack, this here at the Glen. We think about the history of this place. Any sort of major form of auto racing in America has run here before. Everything from Formula One, which, you know, Watkins Glen hosted the U.S. Grand Prix for a very lengthy period of time. IndyCar raced here as recently as 2017. NASCAR, of course, runs here every single year. IMSA runs here every single year. And a host of other amateur sports car events ranging from the SCCA running here. I think I'm going to have to look back on this. I believe the SCCA National Championship runoffs were held here a couple of years ago, although I may have to fact check myself on that right there. But either way you slice it, the Glen is one of my favorite tracks to drive around, one of my favorite tracks to cover here as we finally get that flight level racing car getting packed up with the rest of the prototypes, as I think they may have had some company there. Gamma Sim Racing, you can see there in the back, a shot the 235 machine also having to get sent back behind all the GTPs. Still waiting to hear whether anything may go down. Of course, not really live race control here in this series, so that would be post-race penalties that likely get levied out to those drivers involved in the shenanigans already here in this race. Flight level racing, though, and Gamma Sim Racing to a degree, I think there's probably going to be some sort of start violation penalty. I will have to look through to see whether or not there is a rule that outright says what sort of penalty would be issued at if there is one, but that would not surprise me based off the fact that I've seen similar incidents like that go down and similar, penalties get levied.
Yeah, definitely. They'll continue to be looking through that. A little bit of trivia here, Ron, that you have created for yourself. So the SCCA National Championship runoffs are not held at Watkins Glen. However, the inaugural the SCCA road race began at Watkins Glen. So the very first race the SCCA ever ran was at Watkins Glen. What year would you say that was?
So this is not the national championship runoffs, correct?
Yeah, this is just the inaugural
Is
SCCA.
Ooh, okay, so that would be the SCCA was founded in, I can't remember whether it was 1944 or 1945. I know it's one of those 2 years because I still have my SCCA 75-year celebration pin. I actually have that on a random bucket hat that I bought at a Modell's Sporting Goods in 2019.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, I'm gonna say it's either 1944 or 45.
You are really close. I'm very impressed there. 48.
48.
Um,
Ah, dang it.
well, obviously very, very close for you, but I was gonna say old, but just storied and historic, the SCCA. And interesting that that was the first time that they ever ran an event was around this track.
And of course, the SCCA, lots of stories that they've got around there. I myself, and this, I feel bad for getting that information wrong. I've been a member of the SCCA since 2014, and my entire time in karts with either it was a junior kart program and then later kart modified, running autocross with the SCCA from the years of 2013 up until 2023. I was very lucky to be part of one of, I still think, the most storied regions in the SCCA, that being the Philly region. Every member from Mark Donahue, Roger Penske, Al Holbert. We still hold the Al Holbert Memorial event every single summer. It is a storied history that we have got here in this event. Well, in the region of the SCCA, I should say. Storied history in this event here as well at Watkins Glen. But we're waiting to build a story here in this race as we're coming around to get the restart. World of Sim Racing team still up at the front. Bravo Snow Shatton was able to jump in front of Wastegate Racing there. There's a brief little swaparoo. They're now in second with Wastegate now in third. Field heading their way onto the start-finish straightaway. Guns it a lot earlier. We were back to green flag racing, hoping to get one full lap in for the first time here in the 6-hour classic. And so good start up at the front of your GTPs and your prototypes all together. Meanwhile, in your GT3 category, Going Racing still leading in both of your classes, leading in the 18 car up at the front of the Pro class and leading in the number 19 car in the AM category. However, the battling may start to get a little bit dicey there as it's, your top three at the moment in GT Pro, only covered by 0.7 of a second. Not really any margins outside that as Vulture Motorsports going to try and get it. Sweeps around the outside through the bus stop. The jump up into P2. Block Latori now down to third.
Really close stuff as, again, we get 2/3 just about of a green flag lap. And we have Vulture Motorsports now splitting Gowan and Blocco Motore in the GT Pros. Again, as you said, Gowan Racing looking quite good at the moment.
Yeah, that certainly is. These drivers feeling a little bit nervous now, finally getting a little bit of green flag running, and they're feeling antsy to try and get some moves done. We're nearly half an hour into this 6-hour-long race, a 12th of the way through, and these drivers haven't really gotten the opportunity to flex their muscles quite yet. We ride on board with the Blocco Motore 183 Aston Martin, now running third at the moment in GT3 Pro, as that Vulture Motorsports Porsche directly up in front, trying to look at any opportunity to get past. I think that back straightaway and the bus stop may be their best shot unless they go for it a little bit early. Bad exit, heading onto the start-finish straightaway. Blocco Motore looks for it down the inside, heading down into turn one. Battle to last late breakers, backing out of it though. I like that. That's a smart call. Side-by-side racing through turn number one can work, but it is a dangerous game to play.
They're all getting packed up here. Oh, this isn't even a pack. It's just a duel out front at the moment. BMW, Pack Sim Sport, apologies, the Bravo Snow GTP looking, you said, kind of nervous and antsy. I think that's what they're trying to do to the 51. And it looks like their intentions are clear here, Ron. They want the lead, and they want it very soon.
That they certainly do. So at the moment, we're keeping an eye on this pack and keeping our eye on this battle up at the front. World of Sim Racing, as we have said throughout this broadcast already two-time race winners, but it's all been in the sprint races. So now in this 6-hour-long race, we'll have to see whether they can do anything special to try and get their first endurance win of the season and catapult themselves right back up into championship contention. Meanwhile, in GTM, they're dealing with a little bit of traffic right up in front of them. The GT category I always find fascinating to look at because although there is that distinction between the Pro and the AM drivers, there's no distinction between cars, so you do have some interclass mingling, as you see on screen right now with your GTM leader.
Yeah, as we've seen in the past, there's nothing stopping a GT AM from passing a GT Pro. Of course, whenever we line back up, if there's any other safety cars or full force yellows, that they will, of course, cycle back to their respective classes. But again, it really is, it can be very tricky for a GT Pro trying to hang on to competition. Then they get passed by a GT AM. And again, as you said, the regulations are identical. So there is, there's no LMP2 versus GTP, which of course is quite a large gap between the two machines.
Yeah, we're hearing that drama may have gone down for the Going racing car. We'll touch on that here momentarily as we briefly had a side-by-side squabble there at the front overall. Thiago Mello behind the wheel of the Lion GP Bravo Snow number 20 BMW, trying to find any way in the book to get past Alvaro Martinez in this number 51 World of Sim Racing team car. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle as it starts to intensify out there on the road. Meanwhile, jumping a second in GT Pro, this fight still very much on between the Porsche and the Aston Martin. Down in through the boot section right now, still not able to get the move done yet. That Aston Martin is, you know, it's a good race car, but that Porsche, there's a very good reason why it's one of the most popular GT3 cars on all of iRacing. It is a very stable platform.
Yeah, it definitely is. And now around the outside, the Porsche has to go. Kind of maneuver here. Can Redden pull on Hatfield down the inside here? Don't think they're going to get that done. Very, very composed driving here from Hatfield for Vulture Motorsports. And 65 looking good.
And so looking strong at the current moment as we take a look at this onboard view. That is an intimidating shot of that Aston Martin. James Bond coming up at the moment, trying to shake off this competition. I guess you could say shaken, not stirred, but looking now as he tries to maybe eye up a move heading into the bus stop chicane. This was the spot where these two swapped spots a few laps ago, but not able to do it quite yet. It's actually bad whack of the curb there from the Porsche. Now feeling vulnerable as Bloccamatoria trying to sweep around the outside, heading off through the carousel. This could get real dicey as they head their way into the braking zone, down into the boot section right now. Side by side at the apex, Bloccamatoria gonna take P2.
Red getting the better of Hatfield there. It took a couple of corners that all started at the bus stop chicane, and it took until the heel, into the chute to get it done, but they were able to stick through it. Again, really, really good racecraft there from both drivers. They know this is a long race. There's no sense in removing all the paint off the side of your car. And now we'll have to see if Vulture Motorsports is able to try and keep this third position at the moment. Meanwhile, Gallon Racing, Hedgecock's at the wheel of that 18 Ferrari. Not in the shot at the moment, so looking quite strong here as now we have some LMP2 action going on.
And this is getting real dicey at the moment in your LMP2 field. That spec class, as it pretty much is there, with that Delara P217. One of my favorite cars on iRacing. Super competitive racing, and you can really, just see that based off what we've got out there on the road right now. Drivers packed in like sardines at the present moment, trying to find any way in the book to get past one another, as it's an interesting collection of drivers that we've got in this little battle right now. They're not battling up at the front in class, however. however, as currently it is Flight Level Racing in that 757, still leading over Gamma Sim Racing in second. Red Lab Competition holds on to third in class with the likes of Old Dogs Racing and Grow Racing Team Blue in the number 14 car, rounding out your top 5 in the LMP2 field right now. It's still an intense battle as these drivers look to try and scrape and claw their way past. As much as, spec racing does get a little bit of shtick, it is still fantastic action. It puts the racing back in the driver's hands, which you love to see. A little bit of side-by-side racing between the World of Sim Racing Corvette, feeling some pressure with your current M-Class GT leader. That was Nicholas Goen in that Goen Racing number 19 Ferrari getting past, as right behind them is Blockamatore and that 283 M-Class Aston Martin feeling some pressure as well.
Really getting side by side here, and again, further falling back. The Corvette trying just to get a little bit of a foothold. Now has the inside on the 83 BMW. Still doesn't have it done there. The BMW may just out-drag him and clears them before the second to last corner. They are currently going backwards at the moment. Meanwhile, not going backwards again. Jack Hedgecock's at the wheel of... Nicholas Gowen at the wheel of the 19. Still only about a third of a second ahead of their closest competitor. And again, just trying to settle in, right, Ron? You're just looking for a groove, looking for a dance partner, just trying to basically stay out of trouble at the moment. Get an eye in for your competition.
Yeah, I was just going to say staying out of trouble is going to be key here at the start of this race, but it's not like these drivers are taking it fully easy, as we've actually got a battle up at the front overall here. Mello and Martinez, they were going side by side. In fact, they still are squabbling up as they deal and cut their way through the GT traffic. There's Martinez still leading in that number 51 World of Sim Racing Cadillac, but there's briefly a swap the other way around. Mello briefly took it as they headed their way through the S's on the back straightaway and trying to look for it once again, but he gets covered off there by that Porsche. Expertly held on stuff there from Martinez, positioning that car and cutting through the lap traffic in a very concise way. With these GTP cars, and even with the LMP2s as well, you can kind of allow that traffic to win a battle for you, as was put on full display with that fantastic positioning from Martinez, cutting down on the inside of that Porsche all through the chute, and not feeling anywhere near as much pressure as he was at the start of this lap, although they still are nose to tail.
Yeah, it almost seems to change every sector. It just depends on how you get caught there. The Ferrari in third, Wastegate Racing, Pedersen at the wheel of that GTP, and now that's brought them back into it a little bit as well. So they didn't quite catch the traffic in the boot as much as the leaders, and now it's 3 for the lead here, and it might be Melo under attack from Pedersen.
Yeah, and so the fight now going on. You've got a Cadillac, a BMW, and a Ferrari squabbling up for the podium spots at the moment overall here in this race. Getting through the lap traffic, still all through the S's. This is where it gets a little bit sketchy for all parties involved. The GT drivers trying to get out of the way, doing everything in their power, but these light, agile, and nimble GTP competitors, they know exactly what they can do with their race car, position them wherever they so please, and cut their way through. It's very close as it got stacked up through the bus stop chicane. Your top 3 overall, covered by about a half a second as they head their way through the chute. Already a half hour into this race. Bit of a trap up there from Mello. Got stacked up there as a sideways wiggle from Nicholas Peterson and that 32 Ferrari. Still trying to comb their way through the cars. Now they're in the GT Pro field. You can see that 44 Fisher Motorsports car trying to get out of harm's way, as in all of that, your top 2 overall have broken away. Peterson losing out some time as a dive from Mello. That came out of the blue. A little bit of contact there on the exit as they went side by side through the hill. Now into turn number 9. Martinez holding on the inside line. They're only having a few more cars to try and worry with, but this one's going to be important, and that's going to allow Alvaro Martinez to get in front. Stacked up behind is Thiago Mello. He's going to have to rethink it.
Using the Acura as a pick there, giving them no room to move forward. And of course, Nicholas Pedersen in the 499 losing out in a very big way. And now, as you can see, right, these three were all together on track. They're all spread out here. And now, it just constantly changes sector to sector. And now, instead of Melo fighting for the lead, Nicholas Pedersen in the Ferrari, now close behind, has some pretty good speed as well. This may be changing by the end of this straight. Not quite. But the BMW's got the grunt needed out of, or over the top of the hill, I should say. They head now, again, around the outside. There's some corners where there's more of a GTP line and a GTE line. The GTs, of course, kind of hiding down on the apex, and the GTPs will swing around the outside. But through here, Ron, it really just kind of depends on where you find the traffic. Of course, you got the Porsche taking the normal GT line, and now they're side by side here, and the 499 is up the inside. Will they use that as a pick as well? Looks like they've got that done.
Yeah, and so working it beautifully. Thiago Melo has gone bad rubber the green with some of the lap traffic encounters, has now lost out on second here in this race. Nicholas Pedersen jumping up there in the number 32 Ferrari. As we're going to look back to see what went down with the Going Racing number 81 in LMP2. Of course, the sister car is leading in both of our GT classes, but contact heading down into turn number 1. I believe that was a 47 Petty Engineering car that they made contact with down into 1. That's exactly what I was kind of warning these drivers about. You can go for a move into turn number 1, but there's no guarantee that it's going to be A, successful, and B, clean.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, there was no wall to greet them. Plenty of runoff on the exit of 1. Obviously not the direction you want to be facing, sideways. But nevertheless, able to get back running. And again, it's a very, very long race. So besides the tires getting an extra dose of temp, I believe we should be okay for now. Whoa, very close call there for the BMW. And now we have another 499 Ferrari. Like the 10 attacking the 12 at the moment. Ooh. And a couple of looks there, trying to go on the outside there, Ron.
Yeah, nearly ended in tears between the Visual One Motorsports number 10 and that Delta Racing number 12. It looked scary from our perspective here in the booth, and that's because it was. That small little just turn away to try and avoid making contact. Very lucky that that number 10 car actually kept it on the road. You were so crossed up as you had your way through the bus stop, having to worry about the curbs, having to worry about one of the sketchiest sections of the entirety of the lap. It is a real rough ride as you had your way through that part of the track. As we take a look at a replay to see the perspective of the 10, a bit of a reactionary move, if I'm being honest, there from the 12. I don't really like that, heading down the backstretch into the bus stop chicane. Both of those drivers having bad approaches through that bus stop. That's the way that I personally saw it, though. You know, opinions are a lot like noses. They all smell. And sometimes you really want to punch somebody right in their opinion.
Sometimes. You pick up now, Dan Piazza has it's a GTP for a company, so they'll be sweeping through. And again, we see that the cards get shuffled here, Ron. It doesn't take long for these LMP2s and the GTPs to catch up to the GT class. And it can help you one moment, it can hurt you the next, and just making those split-second decisions can really change the game. And again, it's not about one single, unless it's like a big accident, it's not one single moment. It's a culmination after 6 hours of racing. You know, you make hundreds, thousands of decisions, maybe tens of thousands of decisions when it comes to getting around your competition, but also trying to stay out of the way of your not direct competition in order to just be as efficient as possible. You might lose, you know, a second a lap, you know, a handful of times, but trying to go for a gap that isn't there, or trying to clear a GT car if you're a GTP, it can really, really make a difference at the end if you're, you know, getting it right or getting it wrong 20, 30, 40 times a race. And that seems to be the difference between some of the top runners. It may not be about pace. It's also about managing the lapped traffic and those decisions of, you know, do I need to go for this right now? You know, what's the game plan? How's the car feeling as well at the start? And if you got a nice healthy car, you can try to sight your way through. If you don't, you might have to make some tough calls later on.
The lap traffic game around this track, it's not the shortest in the world here at Watkins Glen. It's over 3 miles. It certainly packs a punch, though. Very tricky to get the lap traffic dealt with. Doesn't matter what shoe you're putting on. There's, you will never find this, but there are 3 shoes that you can wear lap traffic wise. 3 pairs of shoes, that is. You're either wearing the shoes that the GTP drivers are having to, getting the GT3 traffic dealt with, the massive GT field that we have here in this race, and also having to worry about those LMP2s. You could be the perspective of the GT3 drivers, where it feels like you were just constantly being overtaken, constantly being hounded, and having to look in your rearview mirror more than you're looking out in front of you. Or you could be the perspective of the LMP2s, which I always feel in the races when we have all 4 classes running here, get the short end of the stick. Because not only do they have to worry about the GTPs getting overtakes done on them, they're having to worry about getting the overtakes done on the GT3 drivers. It is kind of the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, it can definitely be really tricky, as we see here now. Picking up Pedersen in second, 2.5 back from your leaders. And Mello's not going away there. The Mello Yellow Machine, the BMW, number 20. And again, just kind of keeping them at arm's distance, keeping them at arm's length. And this seems to be kind of the way to go here. There's an opportunity to attack the Ferrari ahead. They obviously will try and take it. Kind of sitting behind their competition, as we see there, SWF Motorsports in the pits. So these top 3, Ron, these top 3 have cleared out at the moment. Martinez, Pedersen, and Mello. And it looks like we have, I was going to say 3 for the lead. They've also kind of spread out relatively as well. So GTP running very quiet races up at the front, which is exactly what you want. This is kind of plan A at the moment, I would assume, for most of these teams.
Yeah, your top 3 runners overall pretty much on an island of their own. Mark Scherzel behind the wheel of the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 car. Your 4th place runner overall is 8 seconds back of the lead currently, as P2, Nicholas Peterson, is 2.5 seconds off of Alvaro Martinez. So despite the pressure that Alvaro and that number 51 World of Sim Racing Cadillac were feeling, things have started to go a little bit better for them. As we take a look at another World of Sim Racing car, that's a 151 in your GT Pro field, currently holding on to 14th at the moment. Adex Martinez Sanchez behind the wheel of that Corvette out there on the racetrack. That Corvette, it pains me to say this as a GM guy, doesn't get a lot of love on iRacing. It's just, I'll have to chat with some of the drivers that run the Corvette, because I don't think there's anything particularly bad about it. It is just an okay car from everything that I've heard. I've been able to cover that Corvette now ever since it was brought out here on iRacing, probably over a year ago at this point. And there's never really been a time where I've said, oh yeah, that Corvette is top of the class, the number 1. Even when it was brought out on iRacing, it wasn't the fastest car. There's always a bit of a trend whenever they bring out GT3 cars where it's absolutely dominant for one season, then it gets BOP'd into oblivion, and then you don't really hear about it too much anymore. It happened with the Acura, it happened with the Ferrari, it happened with the McLaren. I remember covering a GT3 league when that McLaren was first brought out, and if you weren't running a McLaren, you were screwed. So that Corvette, I'm not really sure what the deal is. I mean, the World of Sim Racing, they like their GM, so I do respect them for that. I'm doing this broadcast while wearing a retro Oldsmobile shirt, for crying out loud, so I'm definitely more of a GM guy myself. But it's working good for the Cadillac up at the front. The Corvette, though, and the GT3s, not so much.
Speaking of GT3s, we're looking at a trio of them and almost four wide here. They're trying to sort it out. There is no space. It is a traffic jam at the bus stop.
I am shocked that those drivers went through that section without having it end in some sort of major catastrophe. Still side by side as they had their way through. See, this is exactly what I was saying in terms of those LMP2s having the short end of the stick with dealing with the traffic, because they've got the speed in the straights that the GTP cars do, but they don't really have the level of downforce or the grip. They're very fast race cars, don't get me wrong. I still love them with all my heart. I would say that in some situations they actually handle a little bit better than the GTPs, but they're not nearly as agile when push comes to shove. These GTP drivers basically able to do whatever they want whenever they want to do it with the lap traffic. Those LMP2s, though, not so much, as it leads to situations like that. You can see the 59 car there in the back, a shot really wiggly as he headed his way out of turn number 9, out of the boot section, through the penultimate turn right about now. Got some battles, though, in your GT field. Always love to see some GT3 battles, and we have got them in spades right now.
Definitely, as you see the blinking lights there, a little bit of disapproval, or basically just trying to, please let me through from the LMP2 there. And of course, you may be asking, if you're not familiar with this endurance racing style, is why aren't the GTs getting out of the way? They're battling. They're all, I mean, you got about 5 cars all in a line, and it's going to be tricky to try to fight your way through cars that aren't particularly, as you said, Ron, you kind of alluded to, that much quicker in a straight line. It's all about the cornering. And even then, again, the LMP2s don't have the enormous leg up on the GT class as the GTPs. So GT3s, serious racing machines. And again, as you were saying, the differences between the GTPs and LMP2s. LMP2s, in my experience, a little more bitey, a little less interested in riding the curbs. The GTPs, it seems like you can almost kind of do what you want more than the LMP2s. And as we see there, this pair still squabbling up near. You see the lights there trying to make sure the Ford doesn't swing out to the outside of the toe. They head through the soul, I guess you could say, of the boot here at Watkins.
Yeah, see, I will say, talking about the turn names that we've got around here, we've got some absolute classics. Of course, the S's, the bus stop, even though it is technically the inner loop, the carousel, which is, technically the outer loop. You got the chute, the toe, the boot, the heel. Turn 9, which I usually just, call pretty much hell on earth, but, that's just me. I've always wondered, though, what should turn number 6 be called? Because the chute is, that area between turns number 5 and 6. What would that area be? I guess that would be the tongue of the shoe? That it feels weird, though, calling a turn a tongue. These are the thoughts that pop into my head.
Well, I also don't think, and this may be controversial, I don't think that the tongue and the toe should be that close together, personally.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
And yes, I think that 6, I mean, it's downhill, it's sweeping left. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. We'll have to come back to that a little later. See if we can cook something up there.
Yeah, maybe we'll call it the shoelace. That I think would be a better term, because I don't like the tongue and the toe being right around each other. Shoelace and toe, I think that works out rather well. That or whatever what was it, a Flugelbinder at the end of a shoelace? That would be fun to us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't speak German, but
It's an aglet we're hearing from Dustin in the production truck. See, I'm not too familiar with the terminology of shoelaces. See, my thing is I know how to tie my shoes, but it doesn't stick very well. They get untied within about 5 minutes. So I just wear, slip-on shoes, which it shows that I have the IQ of a mud flap, but I digress. Got a little battle right now. This for 5th of the moment on the road. It's Alan Paris currently feeling some pressure right now in this little side-by-side scrap here in the GTPs. Still trying to cut their way through the traffic with a Porsche and a Ferrari. Charlie Rudd behind the wheel of that Ferrari trying to get that disposed of right there, as he is not alone with that little battle. Is right behind him. He's got some cars. Is coming into the pits right there, deciding to break away from that. We are in the pit window. That is firmly open, and Gamma Sim Racing and Charlie Rudd, the first driver to take advantage of it.
Yeah, you see here. Oh, hang on. We have some GT. We have Train shoving through P1 and P2. And around the outside there, the McLaren, as you spoke about earlier, turning in on the Aston gets that done. Will they pay for that on the exit? The answer is no. And relatively easy pass around the outside of the bus stop. My eyebrows are raised.
Is that got a little bit sketchy there with Thiago Mello. We've got every single class on the road out there in this camera shot, and they are packed in like sardines. They were briefly 3 wide as they headed their way down in there. This is not a good turn of events for Nicholas Peterson, who continues to lose that time to the overall race leader of Alvaro Martinez and World of Sim Racing. But now feeling that pressure from Thiago Mello. Mello was at the mercy of the lap traffic earlier on. Now, though, I feel like the shoe is on the other foot, and he may try and get this move done to jump his way back up into second in GTP. Not able to do it through that line of traffic, but he is still right on the back of that 32 Ferrari.
The fact that they're able to stay with each other is so important for both drivers. Obviously, they want to be at the front of this pair, I should say. But just keeping touch with each other. The fact that they are still together is mind-blowing to me. Again, all the decisions that it takes as we pick up the Ferrari. This is going to be, I believe, 4P1. And that is down the inside. That is the lead in GT Am. And that has swapped places, most likely through a bit of help from that, I was going to say lap traffic. They are the lap traffic. And now the Ferrari trying to come around the outside again. Glen Racing looking for the lead. Here comes the 83.
Yeah, so they're not alone, as that's Joseph Alkampine behind the wheel of that BMW, the number 83. Latest racer to arrive at the scene of this party. Nicholas Glen, though, the meat in the sandwich now. This is an odd situation for that Glen Racing driver, because now he's having to deal with dirty air, really, for the first time in this race, as they're also having to worry about the VSR Competizione Porsche there on the inside, heading down into the Aglet. We're looking now down into the toe. It's so tricky. Oh, it's a little bit of contact nearly with your GTM leader. I'm just going to say it's very tricky for these drivers in the GT3 classes to really get in the groove and start to battle when you've just got a never-ending assault of prototype traffic trying to get around them, as pit stops and penalties. Paulo Clavo behind the wheel of the flight level racing car. They picked up a black flag on pit entry. That's going to drop him out of the lead in LMP2 by a country mile.
Wow, so that, again, that's just the execution, right? It is a long old race. We are coming up to, we still have 9 minutes before the first hour. We'll have 5 more coming at you here on green flag. And again, execution is almost as important as, oh my goodness, here. So this is on board. This is Melo, who's going to get a pick. Looks like LMP2 in front. And able to make it through.
Mello able to get through, jumps his way up into second. Peterson now down into third. This is pretty much how they were lining up. Matter of about 25 minutes ago. So bit of a return to normal for some, but I know that Nicholas Peterson in that number 23 machine gonna want a little bit more and may try and do it through the pit stops. Can very easily jump in front of your rivals, and with those yellows that we had a bit earlier on, a good opportunity to maybe do some fuel saving. So I'm expecting some strategic chicanery to go down once we have the pit stops.
Like Paulo Calvo also in the pits in the LMP2 class. Oh, there's a right front lockup there. Interesting, the outside wheel locks up into, trying to think, it's not the tongue, I'm trying to think of my terminology for shoes here. Very tricky track here. And again, a majority, if not all of the corners are relatively cambered. Pick up another GTP battle here. This is Paris on Jersel for Albrecht.
Yeah, so I'm trying to look into it and figure out exactly how we can call turn number 9 because, I gave my name of Hell on Earth a little bit earlier on, but I'm not sure whether or not they can carry that over into the real world, so that name may not stick. I had to look up shoe anatomy. Pull tab doesn't really, seem that fitting because whenever I think of a pull tab, I think of like those old soda cans that they had back in the day, or like either that or a like a tennis ball can. Those are the other two things that pop in my head when I hear pull tab. So we'll work on it throughout this show. We still have 5 hours of racing action to come up with a name for turn number 9 around here, as we do have this battle at the moment for third in GT Pro. Sean Hatfield in this number 65 car. We ride on board with him as he heads his way out of the toe in this small little crackle down flat out run, pressing over the hill through the boot section right now. Hatfield gonna have to worry about a battle with a virtual power sim racing. Miguel Pinto behind the wheel of that number 77 car directly behind. So it's a Porsche on Porsche fight that we have got at the current moment. It's driver on driver. It's actually right behind Miguel Pinto is, Miguel Pinto at the moment currently running pretty good lap times at the current moment. Last time by, it was 0.3 quicker than Hatfield right up the road.
Yeah, looking strong at this stage here. And just having a look at all the leaders. So the GTAM lead is almost negligible, about 0.4 or so, but when it comes to GT Pro, about 8.5 seconds. Jack Hedgecock's pulled over Tyler Redden. And then, of course, the LMP2s cycling through their pit cycle, so that's kind of jumbled at the moment. And then we still have Martinez, Mello, and Pedersen, albeit 7.5 seconds separating second and third from first place. As now Gallon Racing, the 81, comes into the pits. Having a look here at Nicholas going in the Ferrari, trying to get that lead back. Going nowhere. And it's now a quarter of a second here. This is going to be coming up on some more GT Pros up ahead. Again, in the same machinery when it comes to the manufacturers between GT Pro, GTAM. And again, really good to have the GT Pros back.
Yeah, that certainly is. Those GT Pro competitors were last at there on the racetrack for Miami, all the way back on May the 9th. So it has been a little while. As we're hearing that there's drama heading off through the bus stop, and this was not good. It's a number 90 side by side. This was a fight in GTM and contact with the Mustang right there on the inside. Drivers having to scramble as they find any way in the book to avoid getting piled up in that incident. That was, I believe, the 747, their Mustang on the inside. That's going to probably net them a penalty in post-race review, but we'll just have to see how the rest of this race treats them. Do have some pit stops continuing in your LMP2 field. Grow Racing Team in the number 14, latest driver to come down pit lane. That's Thiago Maduro Diaz.
Yeah, definitely. Back to that incident real quick. Gdański for Intercomp. Fisher Motorsport, very, very good job holding the brakes there. Of course, running out of road and going over the grass, able to keep it stopped and not able to back in, or keeping it from backing into anybody else. Because again, GTP coming through, another GT there as well. That could have been an incident right there, and able to keep both of their races alive. A little bit of self-preservation, but also just trying to make sure that no more incidents happen. As again, we keep repeating it over and over, Ron, there is a long way to go.
Yes, we've got some drama out there on the road for that driver, trundling back down into pit lane. Something has clearly gone awry here, as something also has gone awry for the number 23 of Nicholas Peterson. He's down in pit lane. That's exactly what the deal is there. Level Racing trying to get back into the pits and struggling to get out of the way of that onslaught of prototype traffic, able to get through without any further incident. We jump back to live views right now and see the number 65 still holding on to third at the moment in GT Pro. As Also hearing as well that more drama has befallen. Was that the 81 going racing car? Yes, it was. And here it was heading off into my favorite turn in the whole wide world and a simple spin through 9. That turn is just so disgustingly awkward. Doesn't matter what kind of car you're running through there. Even in a Formula V, puttering around at 25 miles an hour, it feels like you're doing something incorrect.
Yeah, definitely. I was also trying to brainstorm there for you, Ron, seeing if we could shorten it to the abbreviation for Hell on Earth, but that does not work. While it might be even more appropriate, it does not work out to what the real world may adopt for it there. So we'll have to keep having a look there. We may just not talk about that corner. If it's going to be the way that it is, then maybe we just don't mention it, kind of Voldemort style, and just leave it at that.
Yeah.
The corner that shall not be named, we're hearing in our ear.
See, I was thinking we could do what Dustin just suggested, the corner that shall not be named, call it the Boogeyman or something of the sorts. I was thinking SOS, which I think for broadcasting terminology, I need to say Spawn of Satin. I think would probably be the best way that I could sum it up, but we'll continue to come up with a name for that. I think we're going to have a whole list of proposals that we can send off to the crew there at Watkins Glen. See, that turn would be cool if they could just give it like 15 degrees of banking, sort of like what they did with turn 3 at Zandvoort. They couldn't because they wouldn't be able to use the NASCAR configuration anymore, but for the sake of us sports car racers, that would be certainly a unique ride. That, or you just kind of turn it into a stop sign, make it just a sheer 90-degree left-hander. Anything, I am begging you, as we look at this battle still going on. Interclass battling here in your GT3 field. That's a 33 machine. That's Mercedes running right behind that number 84 car, still trying to get their bearing straight after that sideways moment and incident, heading through the bus stop chicane. I feel like here at Watkins Glen, it is very important that you try and get your bearing straight when an incident does take place, as we're hearing that there may have been an incident for the 55 machine heading off through the bus stop, and here it is. Oh, big hit. That could bring out a yellow.
Oh my goodness. That is, and then, so first of all, obviously it's at the end of that back straightaway. And they, again, just that snap, right? You got the platform. The GTPs are incredibly powerful, incredibly lightweight. They rely so heavily on the aero, and just the smallest snap. Because the rear end's going to go right, and we're going to try to catch it right, and we just a little bit overcorrection. That's all it takes, and there's nothing but the wall to greet us. And what a brutal accident to have.
Yeah, and that was a sledgehammer shot, and it has spawned some drivers coming down pit lane. We've seen the number 51 come into the pits from the lead overall here in this race. BMW M Team Delta Racing and the 21 coming into the pits, along with the 12 effort, the sister car, both filing down pit lane right now. Wolf Motorsports into the pits here as well. Now, this is expected around the hour mark with those yellows, extending this stint out just a little bit more. But seeing the pit stops either way, I think we are in the clear, trying to find any place to pull over and getting that dealt with. No harm, no foul done. Well, harm and foul done for the 55, but for the rest of the field, everything working out well. That's a shame. I like seeing red, white, blue cars out there on the racetrack. Always have a soft spot for some red, white, and blue race cars. It's good colors to have on a racing car. As Matco Fisher Motorsports in the 44, latest racers to come down pit lane.
Well said on a VSCA broadcast, which of course has the red, white, and blue. Oh my goodness, a very close moment there. GTP having to slam on the brakes, trying to find a way through there, and still has not found a way through, as the 88 is uninterested at the moment in letting the traffic come by.
I gotta say, talking about the dynamic with the lap traffic and how hard it is for these GTPs to cut their way through without having some sort of spike in blood pressure, When I was in race control, on a multi-class sports car racing series, I would always stress to the prototype racers to cut through and try and overtake these drivers in the way that you would want to be overtaken if the shoe was on the other foot. Not go 3 wide heading their way through the toe. That was definitely touch and go. This is getting sketchy and stacked up behind that LMP2 machine there as well. Thankfully, avoids any sort of major incident down there. That's one of the BMWs running in your GTP field at the moment, but the same sort of discretion has to go for the GT3s. You've got to be predictable. If you're trying to get out of the way, you may have good intentions, but those good intentions are not going to be met well, because a GTP expecting you to stay in that line is going to go for the spot that you're trying to get in, and in the process of it, there's going to be a simply hideous accident. Speaking of, this is really gutsy, blocking there, side-by-side battling in the GT Pro field. I'm not liking that block, if I'm being completely honest. Whoa!
Oh.
That's your leader in LMP2.
Wow there, Ron. So that was into the lead. I'm not sure who was on the inside, who was on the outside, but obviously trying to hustle through there. And of course, you want to get a good run off of one, so you can lose so much time through the S's and up the hill. Here we are. So we're on the inside of P2, trying to go down the inside of P1, and just tags the the right rear of that Aston Martin. Both able to, well, I was going to say stay out of the wall. The Aston got a bit of a tap into the wall, and now here we go, round 2. There was probably no intent in there. It was just trying to get down the inside and lose as little time as possible. And so as we have somebody there into the aglet in the wall.
Yeah, that right there, I believe, was Thiago Maduro Diaz. Actually, no, my apologies there. That was a 47, Timothy Hansen behind the wheel of the Paddy Engineering machine. Simple little tag of the fence, trying to look to see what may have gone down. No contact as he headed his way through, although got close with Johannes Witt there in the 512 machine right there behind. So thankfully for the rescue skill by WMS machine, able to get away without any further incident. But for the 47, a tag of the wall, nothing too bad, gets it rejoined without any further incident. Just want to quickly touch on the incident that we did see there, hang down into turn number 1 between the Gamma Sim Racing 235 and the Block Motore 283. It was just Elijah Mitchell behind the wheel of that LMP2, tagging the curb too much there on the inside. And as soon as he hit that curb, it bottomed out and basically, turned that car into a skateboard. So a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 maneuver there, the grind on the curb ending in tears.
Yeah, the 50-50s rarely work when it comes to racing. Again, we're going to see here just that moment. And a little bit of margin being left by the Aston. But just wasn't quite enough. I think that the GTP needed both the apex and the exit to be clear. And again, right, these cars are fighting. Why doesn't the Aston Martin? Oh, that was a close call there from one of the GTPs. We're looking at Kevin Burnett, third in LMP2 in the 552. Why doesn't the Aston Martin just, slam on the brakes, let the car pass? The Ferrari, Gowan racing right behind, and they've, fought tooth and nail for every bit of that, couple of second lead, and trying to give that up just for the sake of letting the GTP, again, all these decisions. You have to make so many decisions. As there was a really close moment there for Aston, almost into the wall. And now, Ron, they are right next to each other here. This is for second position in GTP.
Yeah, Nicholas Peterson gets it done pretty easy. Thiago Mello saying, nope, I'm not going to go side by side, heading off through the bus stop. There's many things that I would like to do behind the wheel of a racing car. I don't want to end up in the fence. So Mello backs out of it in that number 20 BMW. Nicholas Peterson back up into second. All of this battling has allowed your leader to pull away, as pulling over to the side of the road, Neil Forbes behind the wheel of the 33 Mercedes, and he is stopped dead in the water there, coming out of turn number 1. I don't think he can get that car rolling. He may be out of gas. He just came out of pit lane, so something may... this is clearly not good, obviously. Wonder if that could be a hardware failure, but I know one thing it is, and that's a yellow.
Yeah, Wastegate Racing uninterested in seeing that Mercedes where it is. hearing that they may have crashed on pit exit.
Oh! Not only is that an easy mistake to have happen, I've seen it happen. Joseph Newgarden, on his way to his first ever IndyCar championship back in 2017, had a similar incident go down. But the main thing that's catching my eye in all of that was the driver that just barely, and I do mean barely, avoided making contact with that Mercedes. There it is. Easy mistake to have happen, to be sure. And there you can see in the rear view mirror, that was the VSR Competition car of Francesc Andres Diaz in the number 13 Acura. He just barely squeezed by there as the 33 was backing up. I'm looking back now, it was a couple of inches between the back bumper of that Mercedes and the rear quarter panel of that Acura. That very easily could have been a two-car accident as we take a look at the onboard.
My goodness, we almost didn't have time there, Ron, to be scared. It almost happened so quickly. May not have noticed how close that was till we were already slipped through. And of course, pit exit of all the places to have an incident, maybe the start-finish straight where you have to head down the hill to torn turn 1. It's one of the worst spots to have something because obviously you have to go all the way back around the lap potentially, or of course have be towed through iRacing, but of course it adds extra time. So it really is a spot where, again, I keep saying it right, and it sounds so easy to say, but execution. You can gain 2, 3, 4 tenths a lap, trying to go quicker, trying to take certain corners faster. Tire temps and diving down the inside. It's heroic. It's exciting. We love to see it up here in the booth, but execution is how you get to that final hour. And it's not even about how quick you are. It's just about how healthy the car is and what you have left to fight with, right? You can lead the race for hours. You can be out front. And it just takes, a couple of moments and all of a sudden, coming out of the pits and you've got a car that, potentially is not where you expect it. And just trying to be heads up and again, good heads up driving by that Acura and able to get through.
Yeah, so good stuff to avoid the falling anvil right there. If that was a couple of inches, even if he just carried a bit too much speed heading through that turn, that could have easily been a T-bone accident, and goes without saying the consequences of that would have been rather dire indeed. Under this yellow, I do want to focus on a team that's, I wouldn't say having a bad day, but bad by their own standards. It's the number 87 Rick Team Racing car running right towards the tail end of your field in LMP2. There they are. They're your championship points leaders heading off into this race. And the run that they have had so far here in 2026 is, pretty amazing. They had 3 victories in a row. They won the Sebring 12. They won Laguna Seca. They won VIR. But they haven't gotten a victory since. And right now, they are, I believe, a lap behind your current class leader. They may be able to get it back under this yellow flag period, but it just hasn't really gone their way. They're running 17th overall at the moment, which is exactly where they started in this race. So it's fair to say that hasn't exactly been the best day in the office for Roberto Author behind the wheel of that Rick Team Racing 87 machine.
Yeah, Rick Team Racing having a comfortable advantage early on. And of course, finishing 10th in Miami, finishing 5th at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. And the number 11 Vision 1 Motorsports has been gaining. Grow Team Racing as well in the LMP2 class. Firmly in contention.
So right now, seeing some teams come down pit lane. That's one of the Blockamatore cars. I'm looking through to see whether pit lane is open or not. I'm not seeing a call that pit lane was closed, but I'm not seeing a call that it was open either. So inconclusive at the current moment. Either way, though, unfortunate moment for Blockamatore. We've been talking a lot throughout this broadcast, and understandably so, about the strong performance of Glen Racing, still leading in GT Pro, longtime leaders in GT Am. But Blockamatore, they've had a good run in this race between both their Pro and Am divisions. We talked about their performance in the Pro class, 2 wins back at Long Beach and Sebring, but the Blockamatore car in the Am class was running pretty all right as well. But gotta wonder what may go down with that call to come down pit lane under this yellow.
Yeah, the only really harassment that the Ferraris out front of GT Pro and GT Am have been receiving are from the Aston Martins of the 183 and 283 respectively in their classes. So again, it seems like we've got a Glen Racing and Blockamatore duel. Of course, they are relatively spread out at the moment. Well, I say spread out. Hedgecox and Redden in GT Pro are going to be getting cozy again, hopefully not too cozy in the case of Hedgecox, who will want to see that gap increase. Tyler Redden, of course, the complete opposite, to pick up the pro entry, number 18, which I must say, right, especially through the boot. We talked about, we've seen 3 and 4 wide and all 4 classes all together at once trying to figure out who is going where, It almost seems like if this wasn't a live event, we'd love to just pause it, sort it out, and then, make it nice and easy for us. But of course, nothing in racing is easy. And these Ferraris in particular, Hedgecox and the GT Am entrant, have been very, very easy to read, even just from my eye up here in the booth. Very easy to spot where they're going to be going, nice and smooth through traffic, very predictable. And that seems to serve them well with a dose of pace as well. They seem to really have a good idea of who's around them and able to really get it done when it comes to staying out of trouble without losing too much time. So I look for them to continue their strong runs if they can continue this performance. Not just of pace, Ron, but of the predictability as well.
Speaking of predictability, we can give some weather-related predictions at the current moment, because for the first time here, we do have a slight chance of rain arriving. I do mean slight. It's currently in about an hour and a half in sim time. We're seeing a 2% chance of rain according to the iRacing weather radar. Now, I will say iRacing at the peak of simulation, true to real life from every single detail down to the cars, the racetracks, and the weather radar as well. The iRacing weather forecast usually as inaccurate as it is in real life, so that could change throughout this race. It probably will change, but one thing is for sure, despite the fact the ambient temperatures have still remained in the high 60s, the track temperature is actually starting to increase more and more. Currently looking at 88 degrees Fahrenheit for that track temp, which is up about 12 degrees from what we saw around when we took the green flag. We are running off into the afternoon, currently at about 12:04 p.m. in sim time. So getting closer to the dog days of the afternoon, but certainly seeing an increase.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you can also see there, relative to the 96% humidity we had at the start of the race, it's now a bone dry 86. So it is going the other way. But as you said, it can completely change. And again, who's confident in the wet? We've got all these different drivers that have different ways of attacking this racetrack, and of course that all changes again, true to life, right? The rubber gets laid down, you get tons and tons of grip as the fuel burns off, and the tires are hopefully in the optimal temperature depending on how you've been treating them. And then of course it rains, and that extremely grippy favored part of the track, the racing line, becomes very slick, almost like it's been painted, and you want to be avoiding that, which of course again, you want to be hitting apexes in the dry. But when you're trying to get around a GT3 and a GTP, do you have to go down the inside where you may not want to go, ironically, trying to keep the cars in line. And of course, this is all if it rains, which again, it's currently hanging in the balance. And again, as Ron said, potentially inaccurate information, just like in real life. And again, we say inaccurate, right? We're teasing it, weather reports in real life and in the sim, doing their very darndest to give us the best information. But famously, at lots of different tracks, as we see now a little bit of flurry in the pit lane activity. You'll see the cars making sure that they will be staying to the right of that yellow line, as they spoke about in the driver's briefing earlier on. And main contenders, the number 51 World of Sim Racing, hitting the pit lane.
Yeah, and so a short call to pit for some of these drivers. World of Sim Racing team we saw come down pit lane a matter of about 20-ish minutes ago. So fascinating call here. I wonder whether or not we may see some driver swaps here as well. Of course, that's something else we have to consider when it comes to the strategy. Keeping an eye on your at 1 point overall race leader dropping down the field, obviously, as a result of this call to come down pit lane. This could be a quick little splash and dash. Yes, it is. They're out and away. Lickety split. Bravo Snow Shatton also down in pit lane directly behind them. They come in for a quick little splash and dash there as well. 8.9 and 8.1 seconds down in the pit lane for them. No driver swaps that we're seeing for many of the drivers. But at the current moment, Nicholas Peterson in that number 32 machine has taken the overall race lead.
It'll be fascinating to see what the 32 can do now that the Lion GP Bravo Snow machine of Mello is not, I was going to say harassing, but it's been kind of back and forth, hasn't it? It's been the Ferrari in front, the BMW in front. They've been finding each other. Gap's been up a couple seconds, and it's been kind of all over the place, which, of course, has been wonderful news for the 51 of Martinez and company in the Cadillac World of Sim Racing machine. The best thing possible for them would be just to have your two competitors, like your closest competitors on track at least, battling away. And the fact that they also came in together also helps them out as well if there's any kind of battling. And of course, we've been loving it up here as well. It's always interesting, you know, fight for, if not the lead, fight for one of the podium spots. And it's always good to see on some of these long runs that the drivers are able to kind of stick together and fight their way through traffic.
Yeah, so still 4 hours and 40 minutes left to go here in the Abruzzi, 6 hours of the Glen. And of course, you'll be able to see the action all day long here on Green Flag TV. I want to thank you all for tuning into the action so far. It has been a hectic start to this race. The third caution flag, the first one since the first half hour of this race. It was a pretty long green flag run that we had running through us. Had some green flag pit stops, and right as those got dealt with, then we have another yellow. It's again throwing a bit of a wrench into the works strategy-wise here, James. It's going to be fascinating to see what these drivers try and do, whether, you know, the drivers that came in for a quick little splash and dash trying to extend their stint, maybe come in on the hour, maybe potentially trying to angle themselves already in case there is that chance of rain. The in-sim radar currently marking as 2%, but the weather prediction loading into the session was saying that around this point in time, we'd be up in the 17s in terms of chance of precipitation, pardon me. Chance of participation pretty high because everybody's out there on the racetrack currently, but the precipitation may be coming around here soon. And it is, you know, we are in the summer, so the rain can arrive pretty quickly. If we were down in Florida, forget about it. The rain would arrive in the blink of an eye, which we did see at Miami a few races ago. I kid you not. Now it can be told, because I didn't get the opportunity to share this for the Most Sport broadcast because I was not here for the Most Sport broadcast. About like 45 minutes left to go in the race, and I'm seeing the skies get a little bit darker, and I start to see the rain arrive. I was like, okay, the rain was expecting to arrive now, but it was going to be, you know, light stuff like green, yellow, maybe a little bit of orange in the middle of that. And then I saw it on the radar, beet red, like wall-to-wall beet red rain. It went from no rain to like green light level rain to yellow to orange to red in the span of the racetrack. I'll have to go back in the archives to find the screenshot. I think it's still here in our little broadcaster chat. And that shows you how quickly the rain can arrive. So maybe looking dry right now, but once we get those first drops of rain, things are going to deteriorate very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And you also mentioned, again, you know, the span of the racetrack. And as you mentioned there, Ron, it can be raining in one part of the track. iRacing, again, similar to real life, you know, these larger tracks, uh, can offer, up, down into the boot. It could be pouring down rain or at least soaking wet. And then you can go into turn one and it's a little bit cloudy. And that's that's about it. Up through the S's, it's bone dry. Then you head down into the bus stop through the carousel and into the anklet, and it can be just a monsoon potentially. So not necessarily New York State weather, but stranger things have happened. And again, you also talked about, let alone the chance of precipitation, the chance of participation. Oh, there we go, right there. So this is a look here. Is that is that Homestead?
Yeah, that was the shot that I was referencing. I had to go back in the archives to try and find it. Yeah, look at that. It's like turn 1 and 2 and 3, green rain. In the span of nothing at all, it went that badly. So as soon as I saw a little bit of rain coming around, I was like, oh dear. And then I looked at that, and oh dear got replaced with a word that I don't think I can say here on this broadcast. And I'm sure that's exactly how the drivers were thinking as well.
Yeah, definitely. I will say again, as this is such a long race, and of course that one was the 2 hours 40 minutes event. I think that some of the drivers would love some rain. It's not going well, or at least it's not going to plan. The plan was this. The race has gone kind of left on them, and some rain, a yellow flag or the lack thereof can really benefit some teams who would just love for a shakeup, love for a shuffle of the cards to kind of help them get back into this one, potentially give them some more options potentially. And obviously some teams doing quite well would be happy for the race to continue the exact same way. And we'll also have to see if there is any rain later on, if the confidence levels kind of adjust, right? You get the same driver in the same car, but because it starts raining, you might have a team that is looking a bit stronger in the wet, maybe able to kind of make something happen, put an impact on this race that they weren't able to in the dry. And again, it can all just shake it up. The rain, they say, is the great equalizer. And again, going back to the chance of participation, I was able to hop into the driver's briefing. I think it was something like 110, maybe a little more than that in there. Extremely well supported here, the VSCA, and just really, really cool to hop in there. And you couldn't count how many people were on the little on the call there, and it was just really, really exciting to see just how much this league has the support. All the drivers, again, multi-driver teams and multiple teams across the series, as we spoke about. Lots of teams having many runs at the championship, and they take their racing extremely seriously here.
Yeah, that they certainly do. This has been, throughout 2026, my first opportunity getting to cover this championship. I've been on every broadcast outside of most sports since Long Beach in round number 2. And what's funny is I nearly ended up on a VSCA broadcast back in 2023 when I was over on another network. I was on what I usually call a racecation out at I believe it was a Motorsports Country Club Cincinnati out there in Ohio for a Stars Championship karting event. My buddy was running a shifter kart out there, so I went out to support him, get a little bit of time out there on the racetrack. It was the same year that I'd retired from the kart, so I just wanted to be back out there on some kind of track, just even just there as a spectator. It was a fantastic time, and I was getting a message from a person who was running that broadcast company saying, "Hey, we've got this broadcast coming up. You want to be on it?" I was like, would love to, but I'm about 10 hours away from my house right now. So maybe we'll do to fulfill the dream about 3 years after the fact. You'll love to see it. And so far, we've gotten to see many new faces, some returning faces, really prove their own in what has been a competitive season in all 3 of our classes. You look at the past 3 races for all of our categories, and outside of GT3 Pro, where Going Racing is on a 2-win streak, it's been 3 separate teams. You look at GTP, Laguna Seca, it was World of Sim Racing and the 51 car getting their second win of this 2026 campaign. And then at Miami, Pac Sim Sport and the number 55 Porsche was able to get the job done there. Wastegate Racing won at Mosport last time out with the number 23 machine. LMP2, although Rick Team Racing and the 87 have been the dominant force with 3 wins and the championship points lead heading into this race, they got the win at VIR, which was the overall race win in that event too. Superstar Racing were the winners at Miami, and Grow Racing Team got the job done at Mosport. Of course, as I mentioned, GT3 Pro going racing off the back of 2 straight wins at VIR and Miami, not here at Mosport. And SimCity Racing and the 71 Porsche got the job done at Laguna Seca. Meanwhile, in the GT3M category, what has been an incredibly competitive class as of late, SRN Motorsports Orange, the number 75 Mercedes, got the win at VIR. Tri-State Racing and the number 3 car won at Miami, with Bravo Snow Shatten getting their first victory of this season at Mosport last time out. It's been the only victory for the Mustang here in this campaign. I'm looking at our GT classes. I believe currently the most winning manufacturer is Ferrari, including the Roar, that is. Well, actually, even discounting the Roar, pardon me there. If you discount the Roar, Go in Racing, the number 19 in GT3M and the number 18 in GT3 Pro, able to capture 3 wins for the Ferrari so far this season. Aston Martin has gotten 2. Those were the 2 back-to-back wins for Blockamatore at Long Beach and Sebring. SRN Motorsports Orange has 3 wins in the GT3 AM category, with the 75 winning at VIR and the 74 getting back-to-back wins to start off the season at Daytona and Long Beach. That's 3 wins for the Mercedes. And then you've got the Misfits. 2 for Tri-State, 2 for BMW, excuse me. Tri-State was one, then Double Stint Racing and the 57 and GT3 Pro were the others at Daytona. Porsche only has 1 win, which is a little bit surprising considering how stable that Porsche 911 is as a platform GT3 car. And then you've got Mustang with their one and only win, Bravo Snow Shatten grabbing the victory at Mosport last time out. Always love covering the GT3 classes because you get to cover the little quirks and features with all of those GT3 cars.
Yeah, it really is fascinating. The GT3, basically the modern GT3 as a whole, is quite an impressive machine. And of course, you got cars that are front engined. You've got, obviously the Mustangs, BMWs, and you've got the mid engines, your Ferraris, your Lamborghinis. We lost the 499 earlier on, and so on. And then you have, of course, the Porsches with that rear engine layout that they are just so stubborn about, and they will not move the engine. And it's been working, right? The Porsche GT3 machine has won almost every. I'm trying to think of a race that I can try to pull out of my my brain here that the Porsche 911 has not won in some form or fashion, and it's been an extremely popular and extremely successful layout that they've run. That flat 6 screaming in the back, it always hits your ear weird. It always hits kind of the middle of your ear when you hear a flat 6 just fly by in a Porsche GT3. And, of course, we have our producer, Dustin Allis, keeping our precious, precious broadcasting ears clear of the brutality of these machines. That's another thing, Ron, whenever you are around these machines in real life, is I think I might have heard the engines go up just a little bit in my ear. We see these machines, right? They're beautiful, they're elegant, they've got really cool lines. A lot of them are really different looking, and we have the lovely liveries. They are growling dragons. They are brutal. They shred their tires. They just demolish their fuel tanks, and they are unforgiving machines of speed. And they are dressed in the beautiful liveries and shapes that we see. And it's a fantastic dichotomy of the form of the race cars mixed with the sounds and honestly the smells as well of motorsport. And it really is. I'll leave it at it's intoxicating. Racing, especially around here at the Glen, is just fantastic with these machines. Again, the 3 different types of classes, and of course 4 classes total. And we're in for a good 4.5 hours coming up here in just a bit. Again, we're still under yellow. Lights are still on the safety car. And Pedersen in that 32 Ferrari has the lead in the championship at the moment, the lead in the race. And I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, that I am as well. I'm looking right now on the track map. I believe the field is packed in currently, so we're probably going to get a restart of this race. Not this time around, obviously, but next time. So getting close to the restart here, we're just going to share a little anecdote of my own sort of growing love of racing, where it all started back when I was 4 years old, going to my first ever motorsports event of any kind. It was an NHRA drag race at a Raceway Park in Englishtown, New Jersey. It was 2009. My dad pulled me out of preschool saying that I had to go to a doctor's appointment, quote unquote. See, I can admit that now. I think the statute of limitations is out of me being pulled from preschool. And that, if you ever want to get a 4-year-old kid into racing, that's what you do. You bring them to the loudest, the fastest, the only at an NHRA drag race will the air make you cry. So it is absolutely glorious. But that was how I got into racing, as we're actually getting an early yellow. That pace car now going to be back down pit lane. We're about to get a restart here. It's going to be Nicholas Peterson leading us to green in the Wastegate Racing number 32 Ferrari. Mike Steinke in the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 will be in P2, with Jonathan Lopez in the VSR Competición number 7 machine rounding out your top 3 in your overall field and in your GTP field. Old Dogs Racing, Dan Piazza behind the wheel of that number 59 car will lead us to green in your LMP2 pack, with SimCity Racing leading the GT3 gaggle overall as it stands right now. Field heading their way through the penultimate turn, about to get a restart of this race, the third restart of the day. These have been a little bit touch and go as to how they've run through the first two. Let's see if we got off to a clean and smooth getaway. Nicholas Peterson in that number 32 Ferrari guns it through the final turn, and we are back to green flag racing here for the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. Oh, and they're wrecking big time farther in the backseat, smoke in the air. Huge wall contact there with an LMP2. That's Kevin Burnett in the 552 machine. Disaster breaking out already. A sledgehammer shot there into the outside safer barrier. He keeps it going. He's still up and rolling, feeling some pressure from behind. But that car is incredibly wounded, as he may actually be a rolling roadblock to the GT3s behind. Disaster for Red Lab.
Yeah, Hansen almost down the inside in the first corner, but quite close stuff there in the 552, dropping back, running third earlier on. And again, just having to check up here as again GTP side by side, Ron. This is getting quite tense.
Yeah, that's a battle for second. Jonathan Lopez jumping in front there in that VSR Porsche. However, it got very tense as they headed their way through the aglet. Looking now at Mike Stanka, that was running second when we grabbed the green flag. He's now dropped all the way down to fifth there in the Albrecht car. That Cadillac looking to find a groove, but I'm not sure if he'll get it soon, as Felipe Sonner directly behind in that BMW. Gonna look for a spot here very, very soon. Battling for third, that's Alvaro Martinez in that 51 World of Sim Racing car. These were your top two earlier on. They came down pit lane trying to pull something off that's just a little bit different, and now it's a fight between Alvaro Martinez and Tiago Mello, the 20 and the 51. Still no tails. They head their way off through the final turn. We'll have to see how long it'll be until that Cadillac and the BMW do battle once more. And all that, Nicholas Peterson has pulled out to a 1.7 second margin at the front of the field, as it is madness throughout the pack.
Melo has so much confidence in that BMW. I would not be surprised if we have a couple laps away from a decent run BMW will get on the Cadillac, as we have one of the Porsches coming down pit lane. Red Lab Competizione, the 552.
Yeah, that's a 77.
Apologies, it's virtual power sim racing in the 77. My apologies.
Yeah, so Red Lab, we saw, had that trouble heading off through the final turn, but unfortunately more trouble breaking out for Virtual Power, and here it was. Contact with the Blockomator Aston Martin. That was as they headed their way out of the heel into turn number 9, and sadly, disaster breaking out. Going to come down pit lane to try and repair the damage on that race car. That's going to set them back big time. It didn't look like a large amount of contact, which in the grand scheme of things, it really was not. However, it is just enough for them to come down pit lane. Not seeing a meatball flag either, so either they got it served lickety-split or they just decide to come down pit lane of their own volition. No matter how you slice it, though, disaster breaking out for them, as we do have our battle still remaining hot. This is for third on the road in GT Pro. We ride on board with Henna Hakkinen in that 112 machine, applying some pressure to Nuno Vinagre in that Porsche right up the road. So this is going to be a little intense battle to keep our eye on for the final podium spot in GT Pro, as up at the front in LMP2. Dan Piazza still feeling some pressure from Elijah Mitchell. The 59 and the 235 cars may start to squabble very soon. They were separated by about a tenth of a second one lap ago, although it has now grown to 7/10.
Yeah, we're seeing old dogs with Piazza at the wheel. The 59 looking under pressure from Gamma Sim Racing, and meanwhile, as we said on board here, looking at the back of Grow Racing Team White. And Portuguese driver really trying to push the envelope and getting very, very close as we are in that super low. Oh my goodness, no space here. It also says Paulo Calvo in the 757 under attack.
And so this is the team car, new and old 757 and 767. Calvo feeling some pressure at the moment directly behind from his teammate of Owen Chen, as Chen feeling some pressure from Matthew Roton as they head their way down into the Aglet right about now. Seeing some pit stops in your GT3 field. That's Blockomatori coming down pit lane. All of these drivers are in the GTM field. That's Blockomatori, Intercom Fisher Motorsports, and Frida Sport, all coming down pit lane right about now. Off-kilter stops right as we're getting this race settled back into a groove. This is the point to try and battle before the lap traffic game starts to get played once more. Taking a look at the moment, we're only a few moments away from your leaders overall catching up to the pack of the GT3 cars. Current overall leader heading his way through turn number 10, the tail end of your, your current overall leader heading his way out of turn number 1. Pardon me, got the colors mixed up on the iRacing supplied track map. They're heading their way off through the S's right now. Tail end of the GT3s about to head into the bus stop.
We're seeing this four-way battle here, and the McLaren seems to have the pace, seems to have the confidence of much wider entry for better exits, trying to look down the inside. Actually not really looking anywhere on the Porsche, just trying to stay tucked in, but they might need to make a move here because they may fall prey going racing just behind iRacing City Motorsports in the Aston Martin, lurking as well. They've now paired up a little bit as down the inside goes for 4th position, I believe, in LMP2. And looks like the 11 trying to go for the move, not able to get it done into the bus stop.
Yeah, you've got to have stones to try and get a move done through there, so it's very much so a fine line that these drivers have to run, kind of like walking on a tightrope, really, in a sort of battling hang down the backstretch off into the bus stop. My controversial opinion is that the best spot to try and get a move done in this area is often to the carousel. If you lay on that pressure well enough through the bus stop and the driver in front of you makes a mistake, then you try and pounce. It's exactly where, Shane Van Gisbergen, look at the dive there down into turn number 6. That's actually 2 overtakes there. Josh Gowen getting the move done. It's going to be 3 moves there in one spot. That 24 car getting shuffled all out of whack, still side by side with the 157 Aston Martin down in there. That came out of nowhere. And a Hakkinen, we may need to take a look at a replay to see that move from that McLaren. That was out of the blue. I wasn't expecting a driver to go for a dive like that. That was a dive bomb, but unlike most dive bombs that you see on iRacing, it was actually executed clean.
Here we go. Hang on here. So this is a very serious decision. Straight down the inside, just trail braking, probably leaving nothing on the table there, and probably surprised the Porsche as well there, and falling back a little further. And as you mentioned earlier, right, karting, and how if you get out of line, all the carts are generally together in a train, and if you get out of line, nobody's going to let you back through. You can lose 4 or 5 spots in a kart race just by getting out of line, making a mistake, and you get dumped to the back of, you know, a 4 or 5 cart train. That almost seemed like what was going on there with the GT3s.
So that was incredibly frantic as we saw that. I was expecting it just to be one move, but got, you know, shown the door, and things just snowballed out of control from there. As look at this pack that we've got battling for 5th on the road in GTP. It's Albrecht Motorsports, BMW Team Delta Racing, both the 21 and the 12 machine, Gamma Sim Racing, Vision One Motorsports, BMW Team TSR, and Pack Sport is Pack Sim Sport as well, farther behind, but still got a little gaggle, a cluster of cars, if you would. As I said a few moments ago, this is the time to try and get the moves done. Battle now before you get into that traffic, which these drivers are now in the midst of catching the stragglers at the moment. But now they're going to go actually into the herd of GT traffic, which is pretty much a never-ending line from the carousel of turn number 5 down through to turn 8. There is maybe a second or so, a gap between some of those drivers. There's just a never-ending stream of GT cars. So these are kind of the last opportunities that you can really battle and claw up some spots before the lap traffic massively overcomplicates that equation.
Yeah, it definitely does turn into a different kind of race. It's basically, I wouldn't say a sprint, but it is basically kind of all to play for just between the GTPs. But as the GT and eventually the LMP2s will be caught as well, it's going to be interesting to see who has the pace in this phase and who's able to start making those, you know, again, as we have, can't quite tell who that is there. And they are over the fence. No, they're not. Okay, so this is out of the, this is basically the chute here. And the 81 potentially spinning out of the carousel, Ron? How did they get there?
Yeah, so I think it may have been some contact as they headed their way through the turn. Dealing with some traffic. Let's take a look at here. Oh, and they got sent off into Narnia. Thankfully, able to avoid contact with a barrier, but, you know, getting so much dust and dirt on their tires that they're going to have to worry about that throughout the rest of the stint, I'm sure of it. As more drama, that's a VSR Competizione car. That's coming out of the bus stop, and that car is significantly wounded. Let's take a look at the replay. It's the curb badly through the second part. Gets a wiggle, contact being made. Got a sledgehammer shot into that tire bundle. That's going to rip off the wheels, leave them dead in the water on the exit of the turn. That's a very vulnerable position for that car to be in, and that will bring out the yellow.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, first of all, obviously a really, really big hit. The right rear, you can see as we picked up the tail end of that, we were almost still watching the car have the accident, and they spun around again. They kind of moved a couple feet, and the left front of that Acura was almost like a foot off the ground. And as you were going to have a look, this is from behind. And just a snap, they almost saved it. Almost, but the curbing just did not help at all, and we go plowing right up into them. That's a big one.
Yeah, big one indeed, and disastrous for VSR that were putting together a very strong drive. See, they got away with it in that little incident heading out of the pits not too long ago, but sadly not going to get away with it here as we see the field now trundling under yellow. This is a 4th yellow of this race, and it comes not too shy of the 1/3 mark of this race. Already 2 hours in the, well, nearly 2 hours in the books, 4 hours and 14 minutes left. As it was that initial curb whack through turn number 2 that got them all squirrely, and then kind of the turn 3, that inside curb and that hit there, that was the death sentence.
Yeah, I think that they might have been able to save it if that curb, if they weren't on the, I guess you could argue, the correct trajectory. If they went wide, they may have been able to save it, miss that curb, go over the road on that kind of the fourth section of the bus stop. But unfortunately, they were on the correct line, but they just didn't have what they needed underneath them. And again, we're seeing these snaps here, Ron. These are brutal snaps, and we saw that with the 55 earlier on. It seems like a small mistake. It's just at high speed, and drivers, you know, 6-hour race, but it doesn't mean that they're not pushing and hustling these cars. So they are really on the ragged, or a majority of the drivers on the ragged edge, and biting them. There was the NSX, and again we see the result. So it really is a flat out race for some of these drivers, really just trying to get away from their competition, trying to get up to the back of the car in front. I know obviously these are just, racing tropes, racing things that people say, but it's so true, right? All these tenets of endurance racing are extremely important. And if you're able to tick all the boxes off there, Ron, if you're able to kind of go through and try to stay out of trouble, check. Don't overcook it too often, check. Try to keep the tires in a good temp, check. Make sure that we're good on fuel, and that if we need to back off, we back off, check. There's about 6 or 7 things, and if you tick all those boxes, you're almost always guaranteed for a good result.
Yeah, no, the old racing trope of to finish first you have to finish really rings true in an event like this. But it's not just the DNFs that can catch you out, as you said. An endurance sports car race is basically a long exercise in juggling chainsaws. You've got so much to worry about: driver strategy, when to come down pit lane, what to do, when to do it, how exactly you do it, everything to worry about here. We'll say, as we get towards the end of this second hour of competition in this event, I don't believe we're too far away from seeing driver swaps go on right now. The main thing that is catching my attention right now is this number 32 car. Now, currently holding on to the race lead still. We did see some drivers come into the pits during the last yellow, as we do have wave arounds going on right now under this full course yellow procedure. I did see Kyle Burney hop in sim. He is one of the drivers in this Wastegate Racing number 32 effort, along with Selena Ward. So we could be seeing some driver swaps go down here right towards the end of second hour of competition. Many of these drivers are still in the race car, having started this race, so certainly some driver fatigue may be setting in. But with the full course yellow procedures officially underway, wave arounds being conducted under this yellow, we're going to step aside, let you enjoy the sights and sounds of this brilliant race here. This is the Abruzzi 6 Hours of the Glen here on Green Flag TV. About to get a restart here of the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen here on Green Flag TV. Nicholas Peterson, still your race leader right now in that number 32 Wastegate Racing Ferrari. Keeping our eye on this pack, though, as we approach the restart of this event. They're still really competitive. We saw a little sneak preview in that slightly shorter Green Flag run that we had between this yellow and last. Could bode well for the competitive racing that we have in store. Got Jonathan Lopez, who is certainly no stranger to taking the gloves off on that last restart. He's going to be right behind in that VSR Competición number 7 Porsche, with your at 1 point race leader of Alvaro Martinez and World of Sim Racing team 3rd place overalls. We're back to Green Flag Racing here at the Glen. Peterson guns it, but Lopez directly behind, already looking to build up a little bit of tire temperature. You know that he's looking for it, and you can understand why. Flight Level Racing team coming into the pits from LMP2. We'll touch on that here in a couple of moments' time as we do near the next pit cycle. In the meantime, though, these drivers focus on what's going on out there on the road, and what we have at the front is Nicholas Peterson and Jonathan Lopez side by side for the race lead, and a little swapperoo briefly. They did single file out. They were side by side through the S's, though, and Peterson holds on to the top spot for now.
The Porsches just as cranky as ever, it seems. I don't know why, but it seems like the Porsches are using the lights more often than anybody else up in the GTP category. Meanwhile, back in GT3, we're seeing both the Pro and AMs trying to cycle their way back through there, through the bus stop as we speak, as through the anklet we go, side by side there. And that is the number 11 machine of Rutan, trying to get up to the 235 Gamma Sim Racing machine going side by side. Looks like they may have sorted that out. And actually, the 235 is on the charge and maybe moving up to the back of the Rick Team Racing 87. That's Silva at the wheel. And oh my goodness, almost 3 wide there as we head into turn 9. And hung out to dry is the 11.
Ooh, as they were nearly going to come to blows heading off through the penultimate turn. It is still frantic, still dicey, as Owen Shen going to file into the pits himself as well. So both of the Flight Level Racing cars coming into the pits early on this restart, and there is a reason why. We're getting close towards the end of the second hour, so these drivers may have to worry about driver swaps and driver time here very, very soon. We'll touch on that whenever it arises. Meanwhile, we got a little Ferrari Civil War breaking out right now in the GTP category. Here's how it stands right now. The number 10 car of Thomas Martin right in front of Charlie Red in the 137 car. They're still close as they head their way through the bus stop. Rudd looking for any way in the book to try and get a move done here. Maybe gonna look for it down into what we call the aglet, the start of the boot section here. Down the hill through the chute into the braking zone at turn number 6. Not close enough. Frida Sport also into the pit lane as well. And speaking of GT, we have an incident with the GT runners. That right there is the 88. Very slow down the back straightaway. Saw some smoke in the air as well through the S's. There may have been a little squabble.
And that's Moreros in the Rick Team Racing 88 BMW, and still falling down behind Virtual Power Sim Racing. That's Pinto at the wheel to 77. And we're going to get a look here up to the top of the S's, and a huge spin. No way.
Oh.
Okay, I thought we were going to bring it back the other way. Tokyo Drift style, a big hit to the front left of that BMW.
You know, it's not a full save, but the fact that car isn't wrecked on the side of the road or Werner yellow once again here in this race is a Christmas miracle. Still big wall contact. I'm sure that car of Rodrigo Moreros is still feeling rather sour, but that could have been a whole lot worse as we take a look at the onboard view side by side up in front. Back end snaps around, very close to holding on to it. There's a little bit more room there. I think if that wall was a foot farther away, that maybe would have been a position worth holding, but sadly, contact with the wall going to be a pretty significant amount of damage. That was a square shot there against the side, so got to wonder whether there's suspension damage afflicted onto that race car or not. We look at some battling still going on, though, in GT Pro. This is Earl Uskaskoy that we are seeing there, holding on to 7th at the moment in GT Pro in that Porsche. That team was running a little bit farther up the road, looking for a little more. As here's your leader in GTM, it's Nicholas Goen, part of that ever quick Ferrari stable.
Yeah, they're still looking quite strong Obviously still leading. Well, leading for now here. As we've got a bit of menace from the two pros in behind. And again, Nicholas Goen and the 19 running really strongly here as just the Porsche, they're trying to dissuade the Aston from going around the outside. Looking around the outside again, trying to get a late apex to get down the hill toward the toe. Nothing doing here at the moment, but a decent breakaway from these two. To the pack behind.
Yeah, some more side-by-side racing going on. This is for 5th on the road in GTM. We're following this Porsche and Mercedes Mustang and Mercedes Squad, I should have probably phrased it as, heading down into the heading in through the heel. They're still going to be side-by-side on corner exit. A little bit of damage there, it looks like, on that 515 Mercedes as he gets crowded down big time off through into the turn that shall remain anonymous. Now into the penultimate turn, still side-by-side. They finally single file out with that Mustang getting the nose out in front. Still close up towards the front of your field overall. Nicholas Peterson has not been able to shake off the challenge from Jonathan Lopez like it was able to do earlier on, about 0.5 of a second. Now the margin between those racers has also have some side-by-side squabbling for 3rd on the road in your LMP2 field.
Yeah, Mitchell in the Gamma Sim Racing 235 looking really, really strong. Almost impatient compared to their competitors. They're getting around the 14 and trying to continue what looks like their march up through the LMP2 field. Look back again to the 11 of V1M, rooting at the wheel of that 11 LMP2.
So we keep an eye right now on the number 65 car. This Porsche running in front of your, at one point, P2 runner in class. That's a Blockamatori 183 car there. We have seen driver swaps go on between these cars as they were running farther up the road, have pulled off some different strategies. Right now, the Vulture Motorsports car, Errol Eriksoy, is behind the wheel of that number 65 machine, taking over from Sean Hatfield. That was a driver swap done on one of the earlier yellows. Has been in that car since the start of lap 37, currently pushing lap 56 right now. Behind, it's Eric Van Spiker behind the wheel of that car, was able to get into that car. Same time, Tyler Redden was behind the wheel of it earlier on, so driver swap going on for Blockamatori as they look to try and tackle the rest of this race and try and get their 4th win. As we take a look at an incident there, BMW violence heading off through the boot.
That's the number 3 machine there of BMW M Team TSR. It's their GTM entry with Molina at the wheel. Again, we're seeing a plethora of drivers just having a little bit of issues with the restart. Now, I will say this restart, probably one of the smoother ones that we've had today. We've had a handful of them. As again, trying that outside line there. This 65 Porsche is really putting themselves in the right positions. It looks like as we're on board here with Eric Van Spiker, potentially having more pace, but just can't quite get where they need to on the 65 in order to kind of force the overtake, if you will. As we're now hearing an issue for the 515 out of the bus stop. Oh,
yes. The bus stop strikes again. Lucas Henke behind the wheel of that car, and clearly things going awry with them. Said that there's some damage on that race car, still looks very sour, so maybe a long stint ahead for that German behind the wheel of that machine. Henke got into that race car, well, to take the green flag, so he's definitely feeling a little bit tired behind the wheel of that Wolf Motorsports effort as trying to get his bearings straight. Currently looking at him in live time, had the wipers on, which does segue into a little information. the rain is not coming around quite yet. The chance of rain has disappeared, so that has fallen away rather quickly, although still quite humid out there on the racetrack. And with all this yellow flag running, you can see the track temperature has sunk. Definitely helps that the clouds are over this place.
Yeah, definitely. It is. It's kind of gross out there if you're just standing around. Obviously, in the machines, relatively cool weather would be lovely, as we're seeing now. GTP hitting some traffic here. Wastegate Racing 33 in the pits as well. And this is looking quite close here. Ron, what's going to be going on here? We're going to see middle of the road phasing to the left, and he kind of dived on the inside. Hopefully not. We haven't seen that work out a lot. The bus stop has seen its fair share of horror, if you could say that way, but it has not seen a lot of overtaking unless it's been kind of residual into the carousel.
You know, really, that bus stop chicane, you can go for a move through there, but you can also liquidate all your assets, buy nothing but lottery tickets, and come out on the other side being a millionaire. It could work on paper, but rational thought would say that you don't go for it. As Jonathan Lopez thought about going for a move, heading down into the tow section, but got caught up behind some GT3 AM traffic. That's going to allow Nicholas Peterson to once again pull away as Lopez trying to cut his way through this lap traffic. We get to talk about this now because we're back again with GTPs trying to deal with the GT3 cars around this place. I talk about this every single time I get the chance to cover a multi-class sports car race. The idea that I like to call lap traffic chicken. Take the cars that we have battling out there on the road right now. Whenever you see the driver that you're battling with, go for a gutsy, really on the edge, and definitely a little bit too overambitious move on a GT3 car or any sort of lap traffic you're having to worry about. You're going to want to try and go for that move as well, just to stay with them. That snowballs out of control after a while to the point where you have drivers going for kamikaze dive bombs on GT3s that end up getting caught up in incidents. I've seen that play out so many times. Already starting to see a little bit of it. These drivers getting bolder, more audacious. Point proven right there with the 10 car making it 3 wide, and the drivers right behind having to follow through. One car not being able to do it and making contact with the GT3 runner.
That Aston Martin further back. I was watching the GT3 battle in between as we see there's the Aston Martin right there. Extremely patient. We saw the move into the heel as we were riding on board with the GTP. And they were able to wait so long, and they ended up getting it done into the inside of the bus stop. And here it is right here. So again, we're 3 wide. The Aston finally gets down the inside. The Porsche tries to turn in to try to tuck in, as you said, trying to stay with their competition. And there's a GTP car there. And it can be so difficult when you're right in the middle of the battle. You have your battle going on. You're trying to figure out if it's a GTP or an LMP2, what kind of closing speed we're seeing. And through turn 9, the Aston Martin backed off to allow the GTP a better run at the Porsche. And that's what upset the Porsche all the way through this section, what upset it down the start-finish straight and up through the S's to get that Aston Martin up and alongside. And unfortunately for the Porsche.
Whoa.
Oh, as we have somebody sideways on the pit straight.
Oh, and that is a real bad spot to be stopped for that GT3 car. Thankfully getting a turnaround. Miguel Pinto behind the wheel of that number 77 car. Right as that goes on, Lucas Henke in the 515 maybe sensing a yellow has come down pit lane, but Virtual Power Sim Racing getting a turn back around, but losing out on a boatload of time as a result of that incident. We're going to look to figure out exactly what went down, and here it is. Porsche on Porsche violence, hang down the start-finish straightaway. That looked very clumsy indeed.
Looked like they got almost Velcroed together, like they didn't want to be touching anymore. They got close. They had a little bit of a moment, and it almost seemed like a bit of a nothing move there. Potentially cars kind of just moving towards each other. Nothing really in it. Let's see here off the... Okay, so we have a very deep moment. Oh, just looks like netcode. About 2 feet of it there.
Netcode strikes again, and that's a shame for both drivers involved in that, because Austin Edwards lost out on a boatload of time himself. Of course, nowhere near the amount of time lost for the 77. But as a result of that incident there as well, he has sustained some damage on the front end of that Porsche. Now, again, that Porsche still is a very stable platform. You can give that car a little bit of a beating and it'll still be competitive, but there's only so much that car will be able to handle before things start to go a little bit sour. But with that incident taken care of, and not a lot of worries actually, is 44. Oh! And that's contact with the 757 flight level racing car in LMP2. So sadly, I guess the racing gods not seeing that net code and wanting to issue out karma to the 44.
The moment now to have is just kind of try to relax. Well, I say relax. Try to just breathe. Try to do your best to kind of get the ship righted. Put in a couple of good laps. If you lose a tenth or two here, there, it's not really worth pushing right after those kind of moments, especially when the tires get overheated, right? You take a big slide like that. Of course, iRacing does not do the flat spots, but they do or can overheat. And if you think about the tires as, you know, something like gummy bears, you leave them out in the hot car and they can get extremely squishy, and it does not give you a stable platform. It gives you a very unpredictable handling platform here. As we now pick up, this is LMP2. This is the leaders in LMP2. As now we have another spinner.
That was Blockamatore, I believe, in that Aston Martin, spinning all through the bus stop. That was their that was a 283 car. We're hearing that it was a spin in reaction to contact going on right up in front of them. Here it is, Mustang on Mustang, all through the turn and spun around trying to avoid it. That LMP2 car in the middle of that should be counting their lucky stars and probably buying a lottery ticket, because they got away from that moment without any real disaster striking the wall. A little bit there, that Aston Martin that was running second at one point in GT3M, sadly not going to go any better for them, as they're going to start to fall down with some damage that may be on that machine. We did see at the start of this lap, Thiago Maduro Diaz in that 14 machine was overtaken by Francisco Silva. So a swaparoo at the front of your LMP2 class right now. So Rick Team Racing still looking for a little bit more here in this race, as Grow Racing able to swap around spots. It is still Francisco Silva up in the front of the field, still Nicholas Peterson leading this race overall, as drivers trying everything in their power to settle into some sort of groove. It has been a frantic restart to this race, and the franticness is not just reserved for your top three classes, as we now have a very close-knit battle for the lead in GT3M.
Coming under some serious pressure is Nick Goen in the 19 Ferrari. You have a look there on board of Joseph Okapine in the 83. And again, they've got that Corvette up in front of them. Again, similar machinery, similar balance of performance. And you're almost having to, I was going to say, you're having to drive through multiple windshields, but you can't really even see that well into the Ferrari. And so again, you're just trying to pick out, where is the Ferrari going to try to pass this Corvette, and can I get both of them? And now we can't see anything here looking at the back of an Aston Martin from that LMP2 vantage point. Your rear end is basically on the floor, as these cars have one of the lowest ride heights you can have. And this is here for second place here. This is Rutan on the back, or trying to get up to the back of the 14. And now is able to clear the Aston Martin. And now down into the pits comes the 87. So leader in LMP2 on pit road.
Yeah, as sprinkled in with the pit stops that we have now going on for your LMP2 runners was a pit stop for a driver and team that was running in second. The VSR Competición number 7 machine came down pit lane a couple of laps ago. Jonathan Lopez getting out of that car. Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon stepping in. So driver swaps there for the 7 machine that has given the race lead to Bravo Snow with World of Sim Racing back into P2. A reminder, folks, they are on that slightly alternate strategy. They came down pit lane during one of the latest yellows of this race, just for a quick little splash and dash. They are now 7 seconds clear of Albrecht Motorsports, who are slotted 3rd overall here at the current moment. But we are still waiting for some driver swaps to go down. Thiago Mello still behind the wheel of that Bravo Snow number 20 BMW, leading this race overall and not really letting the time get to him. He's been in that car since the drop of the green flag, pushing about 2 hours and 13 minutes behind the wheel of a GTP car here at the Glen, dealing with traffic and multiple yellows and restarts. He has not had a calm, cool, and collected day behind the wheel, but he is still fast. Last time by, able to set his personal best lap of the race at a 1:32.1. However, Alvaro Martinez, he's starting to age like a fine wine as well, was able to set his fastest lap of the race, not last time around, but the time before that at a 1:32.0. Both of these drivers, despite the fact they are now pushing their 67th lap of this race, Gen Alpha will have a field day with that one. They are still putting in some of the best times they have done all day long.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, if you're having a look at the timing tower on the left, all 4 classes, the leaders are separated by a combined about 3 seconds total or so. So it's half a second on your screen, Melo to Martinez. Then it's Rutten and Diaz, 6/10 apart. Then Allen and Langer are 9/10 apart, as we see there. Melo getting a little bit of breathing room down the inside of a GT3. And 9/10, it's all within 1 second across each of the leaders here. So have a look here, Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon. And down, look at all the traffic they're having to fight their way through. And again, you're just looking for the best exit out of here. High side of the carousel, drop low. Get a decent exit, abuse that exit curb. Now we got some side-by-side action here. GT3. This is P2 here in the GT3 AM category, trying to get around the pro here. It's VSC Competición. The number 13 heads into the pit lane.
Yeah, so the lucky number 13 machine coming into the pits in GT Pro. Oh, as disaster breaking out. That's a 51 World of Sim racing car. Big damage. Able to get back up and rolling, but disaster is broken out in the back end of the racetrack, off through the bus stop chicane, and you can see Blockamatore with huge damage there as well. That's a wheel broken off. That's the 51's day over pretty much. There is no coming back from that, and let's see what happened. Oh, a gutsy move. Disaster through the S's. Tried to get done on the Blockamatore car, hit the curb on the inside, and gonna take the both of them out of contention.
That is incredible, Ron. We're going to have a look here again. So we see around the outside, Melo, and then down the inside. Oh, and just the left front. Basically the left side of the car. So again, the Tony Hawk Pro Skater kind of grinding on the curbing. Of course, completely unintentional, just trying to give as much space as possible. And the Blockamatore Aston Martin running so well in GT AM. Here's the onboard. So we're going to have a car come all the way on the left. So, oh, then there's nowhere to go once they hit the Armco barrier. You're just basically trapped down this alleyway up over the top of the S's and onto the back straight. And that is two of the heaviest hitters so far in this one, Ron, with serious damage. And again, the 51, their day might be done.
Yeah, no fast repairs in this series. So at least for the 51, I think that is game, set, match for them. And if I'm being fully honest, the way that I see it personally, of course, I'm not behind the wheel. I'm just the guy in the commentary booth. Entirely self-inflicted there by Alvaro Martinez. It's that game of lap traffic chicken. He saw the driver up in front of him get that move done through the S's, want to follow in, did not want to lose out on any time. And really, nothing that Eric Van Spiker behind the wheel of that Blockamatore car could have done, which is disastrous for them. They entered this race with the championship points lead in your GT Pro category. Now, granted, they entered this race with a 245-point margin between themselves and the 68 McLaren. However, that is still cataclysmic for both of those drivers, and it's given Thiago Mello a huge break. He's now leading this race overall by 10 seconds, to Mike Stanka behind the wheel of the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 Cadillac. But what a dramatic point. No yellow as a result of that incident. Those drivers able to trundle that car back down pit lane, pulling off a Gilles Villeneuve, driving back on 3 wheels. But, oh, man, that's exactly what I was worrying about. That game of lap traffic chicken put on full display right there.
Yeah, and again, you could almost sense potentially, and again, of course, we weren't behind the wheel, but trying to, oh my goodness, this is a GT3. That jump scared me there. Trying to head down into the bus stop. Oh, and another little bit of a hip check. Porsche over the road there. Couldn't quite tell which Porsche that was. And losing a little bit of time there to pick up 3rd place in LMP2. But yeah, again, back to the GTP there. The 51 trying to stay out of the way. The Aston Martin gave them a GTP's width on the track, but only that. And we tried to thread it through, but we also tried to go over that curb, and we just got too much of the left side. I say we. 51 got too much of the curb, and it just wasn't able to unhook there. And again, just kind of dragging us over to the left, and the rear end gets up in the air, and it just does not help us around the corner. Sometimes you'll talk about, you know, getting your inside wheels onto a curbing and try to help it hook you around a corner. And of course, that hooked us way too hard, as we see here some more battling here. 5th place here, brothers, and the 283. Locomotori Simsport trying to recover.
As we've got ourselves some pit stops right now. Mike Stenka coming down pit lane in the Albrecht Motorsports car. That could be a driver swap as well. I will look to confirm whether that is the case, but he's been in that car ever since about lap 34, so this may just be a regular routine stop for him. Mark Scherschel was the driver that started this race in that machine. Will say, talking about your 1-point race leaders, the 51 World of Sim Racing car. Oh, and it's the bus stop striking again.
Wow, that was quite, looking for the word there, maybe forceful is the word. Trying to get that done, and it looked like it had gotten done. And again, they say 2 into 1 doesn't go. There is space there, but the trick is you have to be willing to have a car on your inside or your outside. So they're up the inside. Oh, but then there's no space on the left for the Porsche there. So again, going through that section there, Ron, you almost have to allow the, look at this here. The 32 spins at the exit of turn 9.
Oh, and that car's wounded.
Oh, and that's all out of whack there.
Yeah, and here it is, heading his way through turn number 9. Not getting the best view of it over the trees, but he can see the gist of it. Spun and backed it into the outside tire wall, and that's caused that rear suspension to come out of line. You can see that rear right tire cranked over probably about 10-15 degrees, crabbing his way down pit lane. It was a pretty square shot there against the wall, so I'm honestly surprised that gave him the damage that it did. Selena Ward had just gone behind the wheel of that Wastegate Racing car, but now you're at 1-point race leaders going to be in real trouble. They're probably out of contention for sure, having to repair that car again. No fast repairs in this event, so any sort of damage has to get repaired with the hammer and a spanner, and that is going to take them out of it. Looking now at a battle in your GTP field. This is Thomas Martin in the number 10 Visual One Motorsports car, trying to apply some pressure to Joao Victor Delgado in that BMW. It's an all BMW podium at the moment here in GTP, with Delta Racing taking up 2 of those podium spots.
Yeah, they have to be extremely pleased there. Sonner and Delgado running very, very strongly. And we saw there having to check out the 515 Mercedes-Benz, really kind of boxing in Sonner and really causing some issues there. Of course, 21 able to pull it back off, and now again we've got the Aston Martin here. We're picking up the 283 and the 19, trying to fight it out in GT. Well, fighting it out for, and a big old scare there, the 757. So flight level racing there, really trying to keep their radar up, as they're potentially going to be splitting. No, not quite yet. They'll be trying to split that Aston Martin as best they can. And decent heads-up driving, but of course, any overcorrections, especially that close to the grass on the outside there, Ron, I thought that might have been a lot more.
Yeah, that could have ended in absolute catastrophe there. These drivers, I gotta say, as we get towards that halfway mark, of course, those Endurance Cup points being given out here at the halfway mark of this event. So it certainly gives these drivers enough of a carrot to dangle in front of their face, whereby they're going for these gutsy moves and really being audacious. But things have ended in tears in many different ways. Got some pit stops going on at the moment in your GT3 field. SWF Motorsports in the 94 car, along with Frida Sport in the 912, coming down pit lane, along with Flight Level Racing back down pit lane in the 757 machine, and Gamma Sim Racing in the 137 car in GTP coming down pit lane here as well. Do want to say, talking about your at 1 point race leaders of the World of Sim Racing number 51 car, this was the point I was raising as the drivers came to blows off through the bus stop. Danny Fonte has gone behind the wheel of that machine. So if there was no hope of rejoining this race, they would have dropped that. But for your team that was probably looking for a way to fight back and just anything that they could get in this 6-hour-long race, they're going to stay in it. Not going to have a chance to win as they're still down pit lane trying to get that car repaired. Currently 4 laps down, even behind your LMP2 field right now. But they're still going to look to try and find any way to get any sort of position to crawl their way back up into the championship points lead.
Yeah, definitely. This is the kind of drive from here on out, basically, the mountain that they have to climb. You got to get your gear and get up that mountain as high as you can. And obviously, all the points matter. And of course, in certain situations, there can be frustration. There can be, anger in certain situations. But really hanging in and just getting out there, doing the laps, running as hard as you can. And again, even from this point, right, trouble has found you. And from here on out, just continuing the game plan, stay out of trouble, schedule pit stops only if necessary. And they're just hoping for this race to try to turn on its head as we pick up the leader here, Felipe Sonner, in the 21 BMW. As you said, BMW a 1-2-3 at the moment. And there's 4 seconds between Delgado and Sonner. And I thought that was dropping rapidly, but it was not. So again, my eyes playing tricks on me yet again. As my goodness, my eye is not deceiving me. That is a car in the wall, the final corner entry, and there's a Porsche involved there as well.
And so disaster heading out of the final turn. Big disaster, in fact, and that may potentially put us under yellow if that number 90 car can't get it back up and rolling. It was heading through the final series of bends. Intercom Fisher, Aaron Beaver behind the wheel of that effort. Unfortunately, with that LMP2 right behind, it has put us under yellow once again. And here it is, sideways snap. Really nothing the LMP2 could have done there. Loses control at the worst possible time. It was over the curb on the exit of that penultimate turn. A little bit of blinking out there, but that didn't matter. Kevin Burnett in the Red Lab competition, 552 machine already down. That's maybe got to take them out of it. Wheel ripped off of that machine. They try and trundle their way back into the pits. But for Kevin Burnett and that Red Lab stable already had drama breaking out before. That's just going to add into the misery. And for Aaron Beaver, that's not going to do that many favors either, as, oh, dearie me, that is quite the jump scare.
Yeah, that is really just a case of just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. And my goodness, yeah, nothing really avoidable about that. Burnett, of course, running as high as P3 earlier on in the race, even after a couple of restarts, still hanging in the podium positions, and then it's gone from bad to worse. And then there, as you saw, the torn up car just outside of the track. And it really can change just like that. There's obviously skill involved. There's determination. There's grit. There's basically courage, if you want to call it that. But there's also just luck. There's a little bit of luck that is needed. It's extremely hard to win one of these races. It takes focus, it takes patience, it takes pace, And again, as I said, sprinkle in a little bit of luck there, and you also have to have trust, right? Ron, if you and I are in the car, we can't both drive it together, and you go out there, and I have to trust that you're going to get a good restart. You're going to do this and that, and then you got to trust me not to stuff it as soon as I get in it. So, not that was the case earlier on, but this team sport, right? It takes a lot, and it's not just the two drivers either. There are a plethora of men and women who are doing good work for these teams that are really, really putting in the time and effort to assist with strategies, assist with everything that goes into it, all the way down to the paint work as well. It really takes a lot to run one of these cars for a season. And again, as I said, the participation is enormous for this series, and they take the racing extremely seriously. And that's why it can hurt so much when you have a moment like that, where all the hard work and effort may end up with no points at all at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's very discouraging when things kind of entirely out of your control go down. A falling anvil drops right down on your head, and next thing you know, your chance of doing well in one of these races goes down the tubes. I will say, there's a point that I do want to raise under this yellow. It's having to do with our GT3 AM category. Now, we've seen Glen racing in that number 19 Ferrari be up towards the front throughout this race. Nicholas Glen was behind the wheel from the drop of the green. Before that yellow came out, they had come down pit lane and done a driver swap. Eugene Maltsev now behind the wheel of that machine. With them coming down pit lane right before that yellow came out, this could prove to be a fantastic stroke of luck for them. They may be able to shoot their way back up the running order, unless there are some more question marks with some of the other drivers and when they may come down pit lane themselves. Kyle Potter and the number 64 car are your current leaders in the GT3M category. As looking at the current moment, trying to figure out what the other deal is for that stable. That Vulture Motorsports car, Kyle Potter behind the wheel since about lap 37, 38. So they've already gotten their pit stop dealt with, got a driver swap taken care of here right now. But the last time they came down pit lane was about lap 52, so it has been a little while since we saw Kyle Potter come down pit lane. So maybe some shuffling left to go on here, as one driver swap did just pop up here, I believe, is your second place runner, Douglas Souza, getting behind the wheel of that car last lap. Joel Victor Delgado, who started this race in that car, now finally relinquishing the controls. Souza behind the wheel. First wave of rounds going down now under this yellow, which has been declared as a long full course yellow period. So it's very likely that we are ending this first half of the race either during this full course yellow or shortly after the restart.
We can make it even worse for the strategists you were talking about earlier on. 28 minutes is going to become 27 minutes, and so on. That's how numbers work, of course, James. But it is coming down to the wire when it comes to this half distance mark here. We're coming up on 3 hours left to go in this race, and obviously Sonner would be perfectly happy. Sonner and others would be perfectly happy to just let the 27s tick off, and then we can go racing again at 2:59. I doubt that will be happening, as we will get the restart, which could potentially cost the 21 the overall lead at the moment. Again, there are points available at the midpoint of this race. You see there the 51. Danny Fonte in the number 10. Apologies, in the number 51. Slotted in second, but in 10th overall for GTP, I should say. And again, these drivers are again just crawling around. So, Ron, the amount of yellow flag running that we've had has been substantial. It has changed the complexion of this race. It seems like a relatively common occurrence for this race in particular. The mindset has got to be changing, right? The strategies change, but also the mindset. Running behind the safety car can prove to be difficult. Obviously, when you're focusing, you're 100% on who's around me, what's going on. How much speed do I want to roll in here? What's my next move? your brain is active. You're using 100% of your brain. You're really, really on it. When you're trundling around behind this car here, you're talking to the team of the radio. You're doing this, you're doing that. You've got a lot of things kind of going on, but your brain is allowed to rest, which could almost take you out of that attack mode that you kind of need for a race like this. Do you see any issues with the drivers being behind the safety car so long?
I do for kind of one of the reasons I brought up right as we finally got the first green flag lap of racing at about like 22-ish minutes into this race after those two back-to-back yellows to get this race up and rolling. You always get very, very antsy. It's kind of like sort of like a bull in a china shop in a way after a while. You do feel just like so pent up after a while that's like, okay, I just need to try and, I need to try and get into the groove here in this race, and that's not a very easy thing to do when you spend so long under yellow. It is a disruption. When you're behind the wheel under green flag conditions, even if you're having to worry about LMP2 and GT3 traffic in the case of these GTP runners, you enter that kind of flow state, you lock in, and then from there, everything just kind of feels like it just passes away from you in a way. There's a term that I was taught this in driver's ed, which, side note, my high school put me in a driver's ed class in my senior year of high school, when during my junior year, I had to, call off for a day because I had my driver's license test to actually get it. But they still put me in a driver's ed course the next year. Rather strange. But you enter a sort of highway hypnosis in one of these races where you're just focused on the driving. You're not really focused on other, nonsense and craziness around you. You can lock in and just stay focused out there on the road. But these yellows will be a constant interruption to that. So nobody really feeling comfortable at the moment, as we do have a gaggle of drivers coming down pit lane, including Felipe Sauner in that number 21 BMW M Team Delta Racing effort, really merged within a within a Porsche. I always love these views when the other drivers are down pit lane together, and maybe seeing a driver swap, potentially Sauner hopping out of that car. Will we see his teammate get in? He hasn't been in that car for quite some time, from what I had seen before. Is this a driver swap? I'm looking right now. Yes, it is. Elton Andrade getting into that car. So, I'm actually going to amend my statement. With all the craziness going around, we never really focused on that 21. Felipe Sauner had actually taken a green flag in that machine. So after 77 laps, a marathon stint, Andrade coming down pit lane, hopping into that car.
Yeah, looking quite strong. And of course, trying to stretch the driver swaps as long as possible. Takes extra time to get in and out. Or I should say out and in. I guess that would be very difficult if I tried to get in and then somebody tries to get out the same way I came in.
I can't end that way.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's going to be technically possible there. As and again, of course, most racing drivers aren't really even that close to 6 foot tall at all, and relatively fit individuals. But even then, I couldn't imagine trying to share one of these cockpits. You actually got a really good view. Obviously, it was unintentional, but we got a really good view of I believe it was the number 90 Porsche, and the leader there coming in to swap drivers. We got a good view of how small the cockpit is of these LMP2 and GTP machines. It's almost like wearing a large helmet. There is no space in these cockpits. It makes the machines look enormous, because when you look at a LMP2 or GTP car, the only thing that's really relative to a road car is you see the McLaren just up ahead of this BMW we're looking at here. The cockpit is so thin and so low, it makes the rest of the car look massive. But in reality, it's literally, two people couldn't really sit shoulder to shoulder inside the cockpit of one of these prototypes, and they're just like insects. They're right on the deck. Again, extremely low profile. They're basically wings, an engine, somebody who is extremely brave, and just a ton of aero, and then you just slam it down to the ground, make sure it doesn't scrape on the ground, make sure you can ride a couple of curbs if necessary, and just floor it from there. They're really fantastic machines, but they are not large at all, and so it's kind of a fun fun experiment there, kind of pushing the BMW through the Porsche, kind of give us that perspective.
I will say, talking about the anatomy of fitting into one of these race cars, I had the privilege about 6 years ago of sitting inside of it was a Ducoin LMP3 car. Now, of course, all these prototypes very different. The differences between LMP3, LMP2, and a GTP car very different. But in terms of the way the cockpits are all lined up and all set up, it's more or less the same. And it was a Ducoin LMP3 car run by the fine folks that were briefly located at New Jersey Motorsports Park, 47 Motorsports. I believe they still operate in IMSA to this very day. Got the opportunity to sit in the LMP3 car. And I will tell you, as somebody who doesn't really have claustrophobia or any kind, it is quite the claustrophobic experience. You are locked in there. It does feel rather cramped after a while. Thankfully, these drivers in their sim rigs have a little bit more time to move around, but you do get into that discussion of visibility. Anyone who's driven the Ligier, I believe it's the JSP, the Ligier JSP here in iRacing, the one LMP3 car that we have in sim, you'll know that there's a pretty bad blind spot over on the right-hand side, at least with the settings that I have on my personal rig running with just a single monitor. But it is very, very hard to actually see out of this thing, especially when you're dealing with traffic, dealing with side-by-side battling, sometimes dealing with side-by-side battling and traffic at the same time. Now, a lot of these drivers, I'm sure, either have 3 monitor setups, maybe running some VR potentially, so the visibility woes do get alleviated just a bit, but actually seeing out of these things can be a bit tricky, especially for some drivers who are a bit more tuned in on open wheelers. Now, many of these drivers are, dedicated sports car racers. They know what it's like. They know how comparatively bad the line of sight is out of one of these compared to what it would be in an open wheeler, but the point still remains either way. It can get very frantic in the midst of side-by-side battling. I said the whole thing of these drivers having to juggle chainsaws a bit earlier on in this broadcast, from the strategy to what's going on out there on the racetrack. It's pretty much like brushing your teeth, washing your face, trying to clean up your bathroom, all while a lion tries to claw in through the door and kill you.
Yeah, I definitely get the lion part probably more than any of the other potential moments there. Again, especially with the mid-engine layout, and of course the car is perfectly planted, specifically the GTPs. You can ride the curbs, you can do what you want, and then as soon as you ask 101%, they won't give you that. And so trying to catch a slide, I say slide, catch a twitch, because once you get sliding, it's so hard to try to save these cars. And again, that not the strongest in the GTPs, but the pendulum effect is a bit of a factor as well, basically trying to get the car slowed down, but it'll rock the rear from one side of travel to the other. Again, still under yellow here. We're getting some of the cars onto the right side of the track. Get everything shuffled. Pickup here is Nicholas Soleil in the 68 McLaren, currently running third in GT Pro. A pretty solid run there for Telemetry Racing.
Yeah, that McLaren is an absolute beauty, running third at the moment in class. I want to ask you here, James, about this GT3 field that we've got on iRacing, because it has undergone a significant evolution just in my time doing these broadcasts. I think the first one that came around as a broadcaster was the brand new Ferrari. I still call it brand new. It was introduced back in 2023, but since then we've seen the Ferrari come in. We've seen, of course, this refreshed McLaren currently holding on to first and third in the GT Pro category. We've gone to see the Mustang come around. We've gone to see the Corvette come around. The Acura here in this field. There have been so many changes in the landscape of sports car racing here on iRacing over the past couple of years. It's unbelievable looking back on some of the events as they were, at the start of the 2020s, back when the LMP2 car wasn't around. I think it was introduced in 2020 or 2021, if my memory serves me correctly. Of course, GTP regulations were not in place. We had the old Porsche, the Audi running here on iRacing. We had the old HPD. It has been insane to see the continual evolution of sports car racing here on the iRacing platform, and the folks over at iRacing doing an amazing job giving us new content to play with and new content for us broadcasters to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to chew on, specifically with GT cars, but overall, the march of progress, the march of competition, and we see, as we have a little bit of a close call there, with the Porsche catching up to one of, I believe that is a GTP. I had to cheat and wait. There's the 55 Porsche, the 963, with the lovely Ron approved red, white, and blue. And yeah, it really just shows you iRacing is real motorsport. iRacing, obviously, the tires are if you want to use the, fake, if you want to say it that way, or something that, isn't real. The car isn't actually real, but the way that it drives is very real. The way that it behaves and handles is really real. The rain is really real. The temperatures, the fact that you have to race for 6 hours, that's incredibly real, Doing anything for 6 hours is extremely difficult, unless you're sleeping. And it really is just the trickiest thing. But as I was going back to the march of progress in real life, Porsche unveils the 963, as you said, the updated, updates to the 911, updates to the new BMW Evo coming out, LMP2s, and as you said, GTP wasn't a thing a handful of years ago, and now we're looking at it as it's the top flight in the IMSA and other endurance categories, and from the LMP1 and hypercar categories, as you mentioned again, the Porsche and all the different types of manufacturers that are developing cars and entering championships, and all the support and how it's growing all over the world. It's just really impressive how iRacing is able to capture all of these different machines and try to keep it up to date as much as possible, so that what you're seeing is what we're talking about in real life. Adding tracks as well that we've never gone to. And again, the march of progress is shown in iRacing.
Yes, speaking of the other crossover into real life, I pulled this from the archives. This is where my love of red, white, and blue race cars started. This was my kart back in 2018. This is a 2013 Sodi kart. We had bought it in it was the fall of 2015. There's another person that ran in the Philly region of the SCCA that was running that kart. Had the old, Sodi black and orange bodywork. It was before they actually changed their color scheme to be a bit more kind of orange, white, and silver. But I didn't really like the other carts as it looked. The old vinyl was really beat up on it, so we ended up peeling all the other vinyl off and just having black bodywork for the first 2 years that I ran it. Did not like that. The first cart I ever had was a top cart, which, if anyone knows, it was a blue, yellow, and red paint scheme there. So I want to go back to the blue, and we did red, white, and blue for that. There you can see with all the sponsors that we had back then at the time. Lucas Oil, yes, I was actually sponsored by them. Acceleration Kart Racing, who I believe is now sponsored from Kart Chaser. I beat them to the punch, 2-year sponsor from 2017 to 2018. And I'm not really sure if many people can see it, but on the pedals were custom made, I think it was 60 like T6 aluminum little pedal extenders that we had. They're just a block, a little like cylinder of aluminum that we cut a hole in to give the pedal. The usual pedal extenders on carts were regular. I'm not really sure the best way that I can describe them, but they didn't really do the trick too well. They tended to flip if they weren't mounted too well. That though being a perfect circle, just fun, just perfect. There you can see we polished it all. It looked absolutely fantastic. That was a stunning kart. Drove it from 2016 all the way up until 2019. Won, what was it? 5 championships in that period of time from 2016 up until 2018. Had some pretty bad injuries throughout the 2019 season, and then ended up getting my final kart during 2020, which was an absolute box of rocks. Went from a 2013 chassis and one of the best motors in the nation to a 2002 Tony kart that was basically like lukewarm butter in chassis form, with a 1999 motor that tend to hop from one gear to another. It was a shifter kart. It was a Honda CR125 dirt bike engine. That thing was quick when it decided to actually run well, but it was very temperamental, I will say. But there was where my love of the red, white, and blue race car came from. A fun little fact, actually. We'll share this as we're still under this caution right now. It feels fitting to bring this up with sports car action. 2 sports car drivers actually drove my original kart. It was a 2009 Tony kart. No, not 2009 Tony kart. It was a 2009 Top Kart. Pardon me. The original owner of it was David Green, the former NASCAR driver who let his son Austin race it for a couple of years. Austin went on to be a pretty successful racer in Trans Am, and I believe now is sharing driving duties with Nick Sanchez in the NASCAR O'Reilly Series. Then, in the summer of 2013, my dad and I bought it from a guy who ran the rental kart program at Raceway Park in Englishtown, New Jersey. And we had that kart from 2013, raced it until the end of the 2015 season, got my first 2 championships with it, and then switched over to that Sodi kart that we just had up on screen. We sold it in 2016 to a family down in West Virginia who let a young racer by the name of Morgan Burkhardt drive it. Morgan is now a driver in a Grand Sport Porsche in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Series. So there were 3 drivers who drove that kart. 2 of them ended up becoming racing drivers professionally, and the middle one, the middle child of that kart, me, went on to make a living making fart jokes on the internet. So clearly things went well.
That sounds about right there.
Yeah.
Was that a Briggs Predator engine on that kart we just saw?
That was a World Formula engine, in fact. So that was a World Formula engine there. So we're getting close to this restart here. About 8 minutes left on the clock until we get to the end of the hour in sim time, and getting close to James hopping out of the booth here for this broadcast as well. Cade Corbin will be stepping into the booth here in a couple of moments' time. In the meantime, though, we do have a restart to settle. Douglas Souza in that Delta Racing BMW number 12 machine will be your race leader. Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon in that number 7 VSR Competición Porsche will be in second, with Gustavo Fergoto in that BMW number 20, rounding out your podium runners when we grab this green flag here in just a few moments' time. I want to thank you all for tuning into the action, getting close to the halfway mark in this 2026 running of the Abruzzi 6 Hours of the Glen. Field approaching the penultimate turn right now, about to get a restart going. Douglas Souza is going to lead us to green. It's still 2 BMWs at the front of this pack. BMW only has 1 win so far this season in the GTP category, but it's your leading team that is going to be leading us to green here. Let's see how it rolls. Just shy of the halfway mark, we're back to green flag racing here at the Glen. Souza trying to run away. That 7 car has been very aggressive here on this restart. We are still under yellow, though. Not getting the restart. They aborted it. They waved it off.
That was a close call there, Ron. Everybody able to be heads up.
Yeah, so an aborted restart there, and I think we'll use this as an opportunity to say thank you very much, James. Well, I'll let you give your final thoughts on what has been an incredibly odd first 3 hours of the 6 Hours of the Glen.
Yeah, I think we've seen everything endurance racing. We have not seen any rain. I think that right around now, the 3 hour mark, we were looking for the highest chance of rain. That obviously has changed. We've seen some seriously good racing. We've seen some very patient driving. We've also seen, as you said, the multi-class chicken, as it were. And again, just that bus stop chicane really claiming a handful of races, a lot more than I was expecting there. And very, very, very serious competition. And of course, it all gets reset at the yellow. So we'll have to see how this shakes up. I'm going to be watching here on the sidelines as Kate Corbin going to be coming in, and we'll do a little comms box swap, and we'll be looking forward to the end of this one.
Yeah, so it is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you very much, James, for joining me in the broadcast booth as we welcome in Cade Corbin. Cade, welcome in. Just had an aborted restart just shy of the halfway mark here in this Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. It has been a pretty wild one. We've had a fair share of yellow flag interruptions. It's been a trend to set so far in this race, a trend that I'm not sure will get bucked. These drivers still quite nervous out there waiting for this restart to come around.
Yeah, the restarts thus far today have been super sketchy. We're going to see, hopefully this one will go a little bit better. It's a combination of the cold tires, changing track temp, a lot of things going on. But hopefully we'll get them lined up and get going green this time as we close in on the halfway mark of this race. I'm sure you guys have documented the 6 hours. It's a difficult race, even though it is shorter than a lot of the other endurance races. It's special in its own way. It's got its own unique challenges. And one of those right here is going to be restarting down into this very treacherous turn 1, which is always exciting, especially here today.
Yeah, it is an awesome race as we are getting close to that halfway mark here in this event, and there are points that will be awarded when we get there. So adding in a little bit of extra importance as we get this field restarted, I'll set the scene for you once more. Douglas Souza, the number 12 BMW M Team Delta, leading us back to green here. They already have one win this season, the only win for a BMW in your GTP class, but it was a big one. It was the Daytona 24 to start off this season. Gonna gas it and go, heading out of the final turn. We're back to green flag racing with Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayona right behind, and Gustavo Frigoto having to feel some pressure side by side with himself. Heading down into turn number 1, Mark Scherschel with a penalty there on the restart. Not sure if that will get cleared, but either way, that's a swaparoo there for P3, jumping in front there in that Cadillac, and dropping down now is a 20, now falling off into the clutches of Jeremy Carter in the number 10 car, currently running in 5th, pardon me.
Now we're looking back. This is for the LMP2's first side-by-side battle is for the 3rd spot. Rakuti back in the clutches of car behind. They're going to drop off, peel off. That is Roberto R2 is going to give up not 1 but 2 stops going into the bus stop. There's one car way off the track. That is one of the LMP2's. Car number 11, Kohlmeyer.
Yeah, the Visual One Motorsports team had a rough start there for the number 10, trying to cut his way through some of the traffic, currently running 5th in GTP, as that number 11 car not being able to get back up and rolling. Here it was, and it's again a sledgehammer shot there into the outside safer barrier, both on the left-hand side. You can see both left side tires broken off of that machine. That rear tire is broken. He is dead in the water. That could very easily bring out a yellow, so it adds in a little bit of extra importance to your overall battle. It's Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayona in that Porsche, trying to get past Douglas Souza again, looking for those points here in this race. This is the outboard shot. Take a look at that impact there into the outside wall for the 11.
And what happened to Kohlmeyer, I think down as he gets in the corner, he gets way too much of that red curb that's just to the inside. He hits it on cold tires, low air pressures, and it sends that car to the right. They have allowed him to tow that LMP2 back to the garage. No full course yellow is going to be needed, so we are going to stay green, which means we're going to hit that halfway point and hand out some sprint points here in just about 2.5 minutes.
And so time running out for these drivers to try and get the moves done before that break. Some pit stops going on there as well. I believe that was one of the Blockamatore cars. Yes, it was the 183 who was the receiving end of the incident with the 51 a bit earlier on here in this race. The World of Sim Racing team has rejoined. They're back out there on the racetrack trying to cut their way through the running order, crawling back from the cellar. A little bit of side-by-side racing. It looked like hanging down in through the boot section right there. That's a 10 car that we're following is right behind behind is where that battling was starting to get intense. They are still stacked up at Andergrad behind the wheel of that BMW, looking for anything as Anthony Malfucci looking for some battling here as well. Again, a fantastic view of that side-by-side running right up in front of him. Everybody looking for a spot. This is nerve-wracking stuff here at this portion of the race as he's trying to comb through that traffic there as well, side by side, as they head their way off in through my favorite turn in the whole wide world, turn number 9. Souza leading with a minute and some change between he and halfway points. Arilla George behind the wheel, the number 14 machine, currently your leader in LMP2. Peter Spikeman in the 71 Porsche leading in GT Pro, with Joseph Okapin in that BMW leading in GT and pit stop as well. Albrecht Motorsports in the 96 filing down pit lane.
And this is the battle for the lead of the GT category. These are two of the pros going at it, Speakman and Soul. That's the 71, the 68. Great run out of the corner for Soul. He's going to try to maybe set up some sort of crossover here, but nothing there. Spikeman's going to be able to hold on to it and lead out of the corner. These points going to be awarded very soon. Only 1 point difference between these two positions, but still every point important to these guys. Looks like Spikeman's going to hang on to it down into 1, and we're going to take a look back a little bit deeper in the GT field. This is going to be for position number 4, number 5, Johnston, trying to take that position away, but now he has a mirror full of that Porsche, and they're going to go side by side to the S's.
Yeah, this is a spot where it could get messy, it could get ugly, it could spell disaster for these drivers. Still squabbling up Benjamin Fisher behind the wheel of that Fisher Motorsports Porsche right there as we hit the halfway mark. Douglas Souza in that number 12 machine gets the points at the front of the pack. Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon is there in P2. Gustavo Fergoto rounding out your podium still in GTP. We look at the lead battle, still intense in GT Pro. Nicholas Stola in that McLaren looking for any way in the book to get past that number 71 machine there of Peter Spikeman. They look to go side by side as they head their way off through the toe, but not close enough.
And even though the points have already been handed out, track position is still going to be very, very important. We're seeing that here. Battle for the 4th position. I believe this is for Lead Lab GTP cars. Really close to the off track there, getting off that curb. If you get all 4 tires over that yellow and red curb coming out of turn 1, that's an instant point. That's an off track. But 4th spot goes to Malfucci. He's going to keep that position and open up just a little bit of a gap down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and so feeling like there could be a Ferrari on Ferrari battle here very, very soon. Mafucci behind the wheel of that machine with the Vision 1 Motorsports car right there in the back of shot. Jeremy Carter is a driver behind that Vision 1 Motorsports Ferrari right behind him. We look now once again in your GT field as they head their way down the start-finish stretch into turn number 1. These battles are just as hot as we expected. With the halfway point coming up when it did, we knew that it was going to get intense, but I didn't expect it to be this hair racing throughout the entire field. It's Jan Zilikas in that 112 McLaren leading them as they head their way onto the back straightaway, but looking for the move is Timothy Johnson there in the iRacing Today Motorsports 157 Aston Martin. It gets close and nearly ends in tears before the bus stop, but thankfully they keep it single file through there.
There was just a little bit of contact, and I think what we're seeing is a product of the racing circumstances. Everybody had those first 3 hours to get acclimated to the course, right? So everybody is in the rhythm, they're feeling it. Then we rack them up and we put them less than a car length apart, restart them with 3 hours to go, and now everybody is on the same page. The margins are very, very thin, and I think that's why we're seeing pretty much the entire field on top of each other. A lot of high caliber racers coming into this event. But now that everybody's got in the zone, the differences in lap times are going to be minimal, and that's going to keep these battles going, I would imagine, for quite a while. This one, 4th in the GT Pro category, still not going away. I don't know if I could pick a favorite out of these 3. I think any one of them could come away with the spot in the long run. Looks like it's playing good defense there and bringing down the gap to Curtis Treiber just ahead of them in that BMW.
Yeah, so as we look at Treiber starting to feel some pressure with those drivers starting to reel him in, Josh Gowen involved in that battle as well. I do want to give some love to your second place runners in GT Pro at the current moment. Oh, as we actually have a little battle starting to heat up for the race lead overall. Douglas Souza having to cover it off through the back end of the racetrack, off through the boot, down into the heel. Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayonne trying to look for any way in the book to get past that number 12 BMW right there up in front. The Porsches in GTPs haven't had the best run of fortune. Only one win for a Porsche, that being from Pac Sim Sports at Miami a few weeks ago. So this would be quite the upset if that VSR machine can get into victory lane. It would be good news for them, though. So looking at two German manufacturers with only one win apart, one team with a victory, that being the 12 Douglas Souza behind the wheel, the 7 still looking for their first taste of champagne here in 2026.
They've got a really good shot at it, though. Still, of course, plenty of time to play for it. This is that battle a little bit deeper in the GT field. This is behind that battle for fourth. This is P3, and this one's going to get interesting because fairly soon those GTPs are going to catch the tail end of this field. Souza, the Porsche behind him, BMW behind him, they are all closing in rapidly. So that is why there's a little bit of a premium on this track position right here. You want to get caught last. And they're going to go side by side here. That's Barbosa down to the inside, actually, of the GTM leader, Joseph Okapine, in the BMW. He's going to hang on to the inside and maintain that position, at least for now. This is for a position within the GT class, but not within the subdivision of Ammon Pro. So we'll see how they decide to handle the politics of this one. Joseph Okapine, with a little bit more pace, is going to pull away for the moment. But again, this is for 12th within the overall GT category, not just the GT Pro.
And so for Okapine behind the wheel of that number 83 car, leading in GTM at the current moment. We've already talked at length throughout this broadcast about how up and down that category has been. The only team to get more than 2 wins has been, well, more than 1 win has been SRN Motorsports. It's been really up in the air. The past 3 races have seen 3 different teams score a victory in that category. SRN Motorsports won at VIR. Tri-State Racing grabbed the victory at Miami, with Bravo Snow Shatton and the number 23 Mustang winning last time out at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. So still looking out for that battle, because I'm sure it will change between now and the end of this race, with the 747 car with a penalty. Just saw that in the corner of my eye, running second at the moment in class. That may be a potential incident point violation. We haven't really talked about it so far in this broadcast. You got an incident point penalty after 10x here in this series, which I've always felt is kind of the equivalent of hanging a guy for shoplifting. But let's take a look at how the new Scott Titles contact, incidental contact at that, heading through the turn again, the big hip check through the turn. Unfortunately, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, there was a similar situation as well for Roberto Artu in the LMP2 class, but that penalty, I think, was cleared somehow. That car did not have to serve the drive-through, so we'll see how Michael Adamczyk decides to handle that. Right now, hanging on, second place in the GTM category, running really well, and the contact, I don't think you could really argue was his fault. So unfortunately, just a victim of circumstance and maybe not being conservative enough earlier in the race to avoid getting up to that 10x limit. We're seeing here now battle for the lead will not go away in GT3 traffic, no less. Garcia Bayonne going to look to the outside now, to the inside. Are we going to be 3 wide? Instead, we're going to ride along board, peak to the inside, and there's not quite room for a car there. So Garcia Bayonne is going to look back to the outside, maybe try an over-under in traffic. There's a wreck ahead. Huge wreck. At least 3 cars involved, one of them parked. The Porsche there is the 65, backing up, but able to avoid contact. We'll have to take a look at a replay, see what happened there. It got sketchy for the leaders, but Garcia Bayonne's able to come out of it with the lead by 7 lengths over Douglas Souza.
Yeah, as Earl Erksoy behind the wheel of that number 65 car, who is involved in that incident. There it is. Oh, and a bad impact there into the outside safer barrier, and very lucky that nobody else piled into this incident. Look at that. It is a funnel that was set up there on the outside of the turn. As in all of that, Garcia Bayonne has taken the race lead. Douglas Souza dropping down to second. So as we were transfixed on that incident, really nothing that the 65 car could have done. The 77 just squeezed them off the track, and eventually the both of them came to blows. Swap of spots up at the front. For the first time in this race, it's a Porsche leading. That's the 7 of Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayonne. That VSR Competición stable has been so aggressive throughout this race, able to get it with some brave moves with some lap traffic. Ever the opportunist combs through the chaos.
And going back to that incident, I think one of the things that we saw was the car on the outside was trying to avoid going all the way over the curb to pick up that incident point, something that's weighing on the minds of the drivers right now as a couple of penalties get handed out, right? He didn't want to go off track, but it resulted in contact. And I got to say, applause to the rest of the field for avoiding both of those two spinning Porsches. I thought for sure it was going to be at more than 2 cars involved, but there were only those 2 GT cars. That was it. Everybody else got through cleanly. And we're going to be able to continue without another full course yellow. I'll be interested to see if Garcia Bayon can hang on to this race. Mentioned it, Ron did there. This is the first time they've been out front, so we'll see what kind of pace they have as they're the first car getting to and through this GT traffic. We'll see what happens when they get to the LMP2s, if they can hang on to the lead, or if Douglas Souza is a little bit better over the long run. Another car crashed. That is the 19 of Eugene Maltsev, parked in the S's, and we'll see if he's able to get that car turned around.
I'm not sure if he will. That looked like a pretty bad impact there into the wall to get stopped that quickly. That car has big damage, still stopped in a very dangerous part of the racetrack as the LMP2 nearly smoked into the back of that Going Racing Ferrari, and we are under caution once again here in this race. Going Racing in the GT category had been going so smoothly. They were holding on to the race lead with both cars. Now, granted, the 81 and LMP2 was getting struck by falling anvil after falling anvil, but then disaster breaks that there in the GT-AM category and puts us under yellow once again. Based off of the tire tracks, that incident looked quite abrupt. I wonder if it was maybe a bit of lap traffic that potentially wreaked havoc in that. Let's take a look at here.
Like you said, those tire tracks formed a right angle, and that is never good. We're going to see some blinking and just shoves it into a hole that I don't think is quite there. Had the left sides in the grass. That's how far he was. What a close miss. Didn't catch who that was, but that driver of that car is going to be, I think, quite religious after that one. Very lucky to make it through. And, yeah, a similar situation as we saw with a couple of Porsches. Very lucky that wasn't multiple cars. That was the 25 of Seth Niffield. I believe tail end of the lead lap for that category. We're going to ride along board with this BMW, and wow! Very, very lucky indeed. But hey, it takes a little bit of skill to be good. So we are under yellow once again here. Full course yellow. Everybody's going to get lined back up behind the safety car, and we'll have our typical proceedings. I think, Ron, we made it about 15 minutes that time. I don't know how that stacks up completely compared to the rest of the day, but that seems like a decent bit of green flag racing.
I think it's a bit on the shorter end, but probably not the shortest. And probably, actually, in the grand scheme of this race, ranks almost in the middle of green flag runs. But gotta say, Seth Newfield, that number 25 team already had the incident on the start-finish straightaway very early on in this race. They're still trying to crawl their way back up from the cellar. They're currently 2 laps down from your overall race leader, so that will have just been the final nail in the coffin for them here in this race. It's a shame for that Going Racing number 19 car and Eugene Maltsev behind the wheel of it, but it's again a prototype car trying to go for a move off through the S's. That was Elton Andrade who went for it in the number 21 BMW Team Delta Racing car. He was canted at about a 25-degree angle, nearly wrecked himself. Kate, I'm not sure if you were tuning into the action at the time, but earlier on in this race, we had a very similar incident befall a prototype and a GT car. It was the number 51 World of Sim racing car that went for a dive in that exact same section, smacked the wall, and unfortunately, the Aston Martin from Blockamatore piled in. As we take a look at the view of Seth Newfield's number 25 car, that I think could be classified as a close shave.
Yeah, I think they might have lost a little bit of paint. You know, they might have to rewrap a small section of that BMW. Again, that car is 2 laps down, not on the lead lap, like I said. I will say this, going back to the car that initiated the contact, that was driven by Andrade, the number 21, they were on the lead lap, and they are trying to knife through that traffic as quickly as they can, as efficiently as they can. There's another look at it. Very, very close for Niffield, but you have to make these moves really, really quick if you're a prototype. I'm sure y'all have talked about it before. I mean, it gets discussed every time that we bring up an endurance race, but when you have a race that keeps getting interrupted by yellows, it ramps up the pressure, right? It's a pressure cooker. When you get one or two, but it looks like a lot of the race is going to go green, everybody thinks they can sit back, let the field sort out. You're going to get your track position. But when you keep re-racking, restacking, track position becomes incredibly important. You're not going to get those nice long green flag runs for the GTPs to spread out, the GT3s to spread out. You're going to stay in these categories, and it puts a capital on trying to make passes. And you know what it is? It leads to more yellows. It leads to more aggressive moments, and I think that's the trend that we've seen with this race, is you get one short run, it encourages guys to be aggressive, leads to another short run, and so on and so forth. And if this cycle continues for the next 2-hour 45, it very well could perpetuate and kind of become the trend of the race. We'll see how it goes. I don't hope it happens, but that's kind of the trend that we're analyzing a little bit here. That has been the case today.
I think the other phrase that we coined a bit earlier on was it pretty much being a bull in a china shop for these drivers. They're just stuck in yellow after yellow, not able to really settle into a groove. I think, to tell you the truth, the longest green flag run that we've had in this race, probably no longer than 50 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, I would say, is the uppermost limit of what we've had green flag running-wise here today in one single point in time. So you just stack that up. Eventually something's gonna snap, and whether it be incidents going on out there on the racetrack or just a driver's mind, feels like they're kind of in purgatory with green yellow green yellow green yellow green yellow just going on ever since we grabbed the green. For some of these drivers that just hopped in the car a matter of, say, probably about 35 minutes ago, they haven't had a lot of green flag running to do really ever. I'll go through, see if there's any drivers that pretty much has been in the car mostly for yellow flag running, but it's just been a worry, a constant worry throughout this race. Incidents, drivers having a bit of impatience after constant barrage of yellow flag periods. As you're saying there, Kate, it stacks up after a while. You get to the point where you get an incident, you have a yellow, you feel a little bit antsy, you try and go for some moves that maybe aren't the smartest in the world, and then you're back under yellow, and the cycle just repeats itself. It's a kind of a snowballing effect that we have of constant yellows and constant incidents.
We talk about this a lot in the oval racing world, which is what kind of what my background is in motorsports. We got a phrase, cautions breed cautions. Because every time you get a restart, you get a bunch of antsy guys lined up right next to each other, and it can very easily lead to more of these full course yellow situations. The other thing that it does too is it means that you're constantly racing the same guys wheel to wheel. If we got a 2-hour green flag run and the field got spread out, you wouldn't be right on the bumper, right on the fender of the same guy, lap after lap after lap. But when you're racing the same guy for more than 10 laps, you certainly start to get impatient. You certainly start to try to throw the car in there. Obviously, that happens a little bit more within the class instead of between the prototypes and the GTs, which is what led to that last incident. But you still you're sitting under yellow, you're running out of patience. And it almost gets harder to run under yellow than it does under green, because you've got to sit there and you've got to very, very intentfully calm yourself down. You've got to, watch your heart rate. You don't want to get too anxious on the restart. And when guys fail to do that, it just, it leads to more yellows. It's not, we don't want to knock anybody specifically. That's kind of just the way that the racing goes here.
Yeah, it's been a very tough run for these competitors, but with less than 3 hours to go, at this point the focus is beginning to shift for these drivers. They've had to focus on a lot, focusing on that halfway mark to try and get those points, focusing on restart after restart, focusing on the lap traffic, focusing on the weather, which hasn't really developed in the way that we initially thought it was going to. Currently pushing at the moment around 2 o'clock in sim time. Now, entering this race, the weather forecast was saying that we'd be looking around 28% chance of rain. We're at flat zero. Actually, no, I'm going to say there's a 2% chance as coming up in about 10 minutes in sim time, but 2%. You may have a better chance of getting rain in this race than you would be getting struck by lightning, but it's still not anything to hedge your bets on. So at this point, these drivers are having to kind of refocus and sort of relearn how you tackle this race. They're probably expecting yellow. They're not probably expecting yellows for sure. They have gone it. Maybe expecting weather at this point. That weather interruption really hasn't arrived. The only main weather disturbance has just been a little bit of cloud cover cooling this track off, which, considering it was never too hot in the first place, it's just making it easier out there.
And that weather decision is going to be really, really interesting, especially as we tick time away under yellow. It's pretty easy to calculate how long it's going to be until the rain starts if you know what your lap time is because you're running under green. But if you're under full course yellow, I mean, these laps can range anywhere, what, 3, 5, 7 minutes. If you take a wave around, to get back up to your class, that's going to mean that lap's going to take less time. And it really messes with the calculation of knowing when to put wet tires on. I ran the Watkins Glen 6 this morning over to iRacing Official, and it started to rain at the very end of that race. And it was a difficult decision. You had a lot of guys decide to stay out on slicks. You had a lot of people decide to put wets on. The track didn't take water really quickly. I mean, it rained for about 30 minutes, and you could still make lap time on the slicks. So if we get a similar situation here, that's going to be another decision as well, because it can be full raining, and it could still be faster to keep the slick tires on because the track just hasn't built up any moisture. If it all gets pushed off to the sides or if it never actually sticks, the surface of the track stays dry and those slick tires are still going to be faster. So the rain, a great wrinkle. I hope it happens. I'd be really excited to see it get a little rain racing in. The more time that we took away under yellow, unfortunately, the less green flag laps we're going to get to potentially see it happen. But we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that radar. Every team is going to be keeping an eye on that radar. And if it does look like it's more possible than just 2%, we'll certainly let you know, because that would be, I think that'd be a fun way to end this one, end it in the wet a little bit.
Yeah, these drivers have already had their fair share of rain woes. I mentioned this a bit earlier on in the broadcast. The race at Homestead, Miami, about a month ago here in this championship, ended under yellow flag conditions as a result of a full-on deluge that came down towards the end of that race. Now, if we do have rain at the very end, that is going to throw a big wrench in the works, and that's something to keep these drivers on their toes. At the moment, according to the iRacing weather forecast, which from this current moment in sim time only goes forward about an hour and a half right now, the highest chance of rain that we have is 2%. Now, still about really make that 2.5 hours of racing action left to go. So who knows what that final hour may have in store. I've seen stranger things, and I don't have a Netflix account, so who knows? As we look at your current overall race leader, this is Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayón in that VSR Competición machine. I want to talk a little bit about the championship points situation in your GTP category. Wastegate Racing entering this race had shot from 4th up to the championship points lead after the wild race at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park last time out, entering this race with only a 15-point margin between themselves and the number 25. Now, looking through the GTP field, it's pretty much just a who's who of who's had the worst amount of luck. The 25, we saw them get caught up in an incident pretty much at the drop of the green flag. I think it was the first restart that we had where they got clobbered into, hit the wall. They had suspension damage. They've been fighting back. Seth Newfield has done a very admirable job in that car. Gordy Vermeulen had a pretty good stint there as well from lap 68 until lap 88. Newfield back behind the wheel of it right now. But for the other team that entering this race was second in the points, things have not gone well for them. Albrecht Motorsports has put together a pretty all right day, all things considered. They may be only one spot higher up overall, one spot higher up in class in P7 currently. They've been able to get some good performance. They've shown some good speed as well, qualified for this race in 4th. So I still think we're waiting to see the best at that number 96, Wastegate Racing. Things were going well for them for a while, and then things went really bad really quickly. They had an incident, picked up damage. It was an incident all of their own doing heading through turn number 9. Selena Ward still behind the wheel of that Wastegate Racing number 32 Ferrari, slotted at the moment P16 overall, and currently locked behind a massive chunk of your LMP2 field. So that's not going to help out their cause one bit. The biggest loser, I would say, over the past couple of weeks is World of Sim Racing. They're fourth entering this race and going to drop down even more as a result of the incident that they were involved in with a bad lap traffic encounter a bit earlier on. They're going to be restarting this race third in line, well farther back in class, as a pace car with the lights off about to lead us back to green flag racing. It's Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayón in that VSR Competición Porsche leading us back to green. Douglas Souza now going to be the challenger. We saw that he was able to hold on to it, show some good speed on these restarts. Now, though, with the dirty air, that may be a completely different dilemma, totally different conundrum. The one benefit they have is that Gustavo Frigado in third in that other BMW does have that 51 car right up in front, a little wedge drawn between second and third as we get back to green flag racing. The 7 leading comfortably down into 1.
It looks like the GTP is going to keep it pretty single file, a little bit more calm than the previous restart as they get it sorted out with those couple of lap down cars that are in that mix. The LMP2s for the most part single file as well. Taking a look at Doriano Ricciuti, hangs on to the third position, going to open up a side-by-side battle just behind him in the S's. This now back to GT Pro. Nicolas Soleil hangs on to the second spot there in that number 68 McLaren. Big gap up to Spike Moon, who's able to get away with the lead. And as we look back to the GTP field, that's that 15 car that we talked about. I think had a little bit of an off-track moment. We'll have to go back and see if they did actually get off track or not, as this side-by-side battle is for the fourth spot. Give the spot to Garrett Spence as he makes the move on the inside, and unfortunately going to lose 2 positions. That is the number 767, as there are now 4 cars under a blanket as they get down into the boot.
Yeah, through the boot and around the outside. A brilliant move attempted there as the flight level racing cars also doing battle right behind, side by side, down into the heel, and not going to be able to get that move done. That is the 767 running in front of the usual 757 machine. What a debut it has been for them already. Side by side with one of the World of Sim racing cars, that's the 151 Corvette in the GT Pro category, finds themselves in the thick of it. Side by side racing going on right up in front. VSR Competición gonna move put on them. Oh, as an incident coming out of the final turn, that is one of your podium runners. That's Aiden Johnson in the LMP2 category. Massive wreck through the final turn. That could put us under yellow once more.
That is the Gamma Sim Racing car sitting right in the middle of the track. I can't imagine they're going to go anywhere, but he's only got to go about 2 steps to get it back to pit road. There's a GT3 there and just loses it all on his own. I think there was a penalty handed out for that car that got launched into pit lane. And on now the yellow is going to come out. We are back up. That was Ricciuti, the 512, that got punted down pit road and dinged for speeding because they were going at a much faster pace than the pit road speed.
Yeah, and so the 59 that got fired down pit lane, Doriano Ruccido behind the wheel of that machine, as that was just the field blowing apart as they headed their way through that section. One driver did tag the barrier, tag the pit attenuator. That was Marcus Young. He got a small little tap in that incident, and may have just missed out on by a matter of millimeters. I'm looking through. Yeah, missed out on by a matter of inches. It was basically those 2 cars right on top of each other, and then trying to avoid it, hit the barrels at the end of pit lane, and that snapped the wheel off. We right on board with the 59, has that car snap around right in front, hits the Armco on the inside line, comes down pit lane. Pretty immediate response to try and get that car repaired, but a penalty there as well for speeding in pit lane. That is going to drop them out of it. It puts us under yellow once more here. This is the 3rd yellow pretty much. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. We apologize for those brief technical difficulties. Under yellow here in the 2026 Abruzzi 6 Hours of the Glen. Did see a pit stop in that period of time. The number 7 VSR Competición Porsche of Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon came down pit lane. But I did run the numbers in our little brief period of technical difficulties. As of the end of last lap, so far here in the first 3.5 hours of this race, we have had an average speed for your race leader of 77.5 miles an hour.
I feel like I've seen people go faster at Walmart on those little mobile shopping cart things. It has not been a very rapid race. I'll say this, though, the math that I have been doing has been the fuel math. You can get about 50 or so minutes to a tank. That really varies depending on the specific car, the class, and how many laps we're running under yellow. But as it looks right now, you're only going to have to make 2 more pit stops before the end of this race, and that final stint isn't even going to be a full fuel run. That could potentially get shortened to just 1 stop if we see a lot more yellows. If we see rain, that's going to change the fuel math as well. But that's what a lot of teams, a lot of guys are looking at right now, and that could potentially be the play from the 7 team. Garcia Bayon opting to stay in that car, so he should be in there for the rest of this race, but he's going to be at the back for this restart. Going to be at the back of the GTP field, although they might be in a little bit better fuel position. So we'll have to see how that one shakes out in the long run. Hands the lead over to Douglas Souza in that number 12 for Team Delta Racing. And they're going to try to keep it there along with their teammate in the 21. Once again, going to be a little bit of a waiting game to see how the fuel strategy shakes out, as we get a few pitters right here. Most of the field staying out. However, a couple penalties under yellow as well. Seeing one for the 912 in the GT category. Not sure exactly what that's for. There was one in the LMP2 category as well, but that has been cleared, so that penalty will not affect the running order of that class.
As I will actually give myself a correction there. I said at the time that it was 77.5 miles an hour. It's 97.5 miles an hour through the first 100 laps and 3.5 hours of this race. Still rather slow, and I still think your observation of people in a Walmart going quicker around there in a mobile scooter, yeah, I can very much so believe that. I will say, actually, this may be controversial. I have seen more interested fellows around at Targets than I do at a Walmart.
I think it really depends on where you live. It's a little bit of a regional thing. It's kind of like I don't know, it's like a Dollar General. You know, some people could go to a Dollar General. Unfortunately, I don't think the poor European folks don't have Dollar Generals over there. They might be missing out. They don't have Waffle Houses or Chick-fil-A's either. I'm being told by a producer that they don't have ranch dressing in Europe. If that's true, then I'm really sorry for you guys. I tell you what, if the winner of this race is from Europe, I'll send you a bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch. Y'all got to try that stuff. It's fantastic.
Ranch
It's
smuggling.
I'll put ranch on anything, dude. I'll put ranch on chicken fingers. I'll put ranch on a tortilla. I'll put ranch on tortilla chips. I'll put ranch. I'll just drink ranch, to be honest with you. It's delicious. You guys are missing out. I might be a white girl at heart, but it's awesome.
Do you also listen to Taylor Swift as well?
Actually, no. I'm not checking all the boxes, just some. I believe the kids these days are calling that LARPing. I don't know if that's a term that everybody's familiar with, but we've done some brain rot before on Green Flag TV. I don't think we need to bring it back, so I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, we somehow need to get like Waffle House ranch dressing and like a good old-fashioned cheeseburger across the pond if European or Asian folk wins this race, because I don't know how you could live without that stuff. It's good to have every once in a while.
That or a cheesesteak. See, I'm definitely biased being from Philly, but I feel like the world needs to try a cheesesteak that isn't, Pat's and Geno's, because they suck. Your average pizza place here in the city of Philadelphia does a better cheesesteak than them. It is the quintessential cheesesteak tourist trap. But I gotta say, I have not gotten the chance to experience the whimsy of Waffle House personally. I've heard stories. Many stories at that, but I have never gotten the chance to go into a Waffle House myself. The only chain breakfast place that I've ever been to is an IHOP. I haven't even been into a Denny's, which I feel like I'm missing out on the Denny's as well, because back in my karting days, we used to stay in some pretty grummy hotels, one of which had a Denny's in the parking lot. We didn't touch it with the 10-foot pole because it did not want to be around, a pack of smoking truck drivers.
I think the unfortunate part about Denny's is that their main ingredient also doubles as motor oil. That stuff is very viscous, and it's something. Whatever grease they fry the stuff in, and they fry everything at Denny's. Like somehow your pancakes are gonna wind up in a deep fryer, and they get. Yeah, we have a Denny's near where I live, and it's like a fake Denny's. I don't know, it's crazy. Definitely not as good as IHOP. I think if you're going for kind of a cozy, like you're gonna go get some pancakes, go to an IHOP. If you're going for just shoveling down a Grand Slam, then you go to a Denny's. I think they're kind of appealing to two cousins of audiences, right? They're adjacent, but they're not exactly the same people, the clientele at both restaurants. I'm being told Perkins is really good, actually. Do they have buffet at Perkins? Is that true? Okay. It's not true, apparently. Well, I'm thinking of some chain. There's a breakfast chain that does have a buffet. And I tell you, breakfast buffets are good, too, because you can get a little bit of everything. You get a pancake, you get some sausage, you get some egg, some bacon. Down here in the South, we got our biscuits and gravy and our grits. And I don't know, you can't go wrong with a good breakfast buffet. Grab yourself a muffin, some jelly on the jelly. I got some grits. Yeah, well, now Dustin's making fun of my accent. I'm trying to think of things to talk about under yellow here. Since we have so many yellow flags, unfortunately. And unfortunately, that means we've had a number of good cars get taken out. Like Ron mentioned earlier, point leaders involved in crashes, but that opens up the door for opportunity for the remainder of the field. We're going to see these BMWs try to capitalize on that. 3 of them now leading the field. So a really good opportunity for the German manufacturers to score some ranch dressing from yours truly. But we'll see how it shakes out. With opportunity means that people are going to be a little bit more desperate to take advantage of that, which is just one more reason why I think we're seeing kind of a continuous self-perpetuating cycle of full course yellows.
Off the back of the Perkins discussion here is still under this yellow. It gets to the point after, I don't know the amount of yellow flag action in massive air quotes I've had to cover over the past roughly 12 hours. I was doing a full-length O'Reilly Series race over on another network last night, and between we were running at Coronado, like 5 minutes long are those caution laps. We had 2 stage breaks and 2 yellows sprinkled throughout that there as well. That broadcast ran for 3 hours, which is a full hour and change longer than they usually do. It was just it was a night for sure. As getting back to the Perkins discussion here, there was a hotel that I stayed at, a really shady hotel by, I'm trying to think of what, I believe it's the Lincoln Executive Airport out in Lincoln, Nebraska. And to those familiar with the SCCA, that's where the national championship runoffs are held. There's a hotel that I stayed that it was a small little strip right by the highway, right next to I-80, that included another really shady hotel that didn't even bother calling themselves a 2-star hotel. They just said that they're a 1-star hotel, despite literally being called the Luxury Inn. And then next to it, in the parking lot of the hotel that I was at, was an abandoned Perkins, which also had a bad B problem. So you'd walk out you'd get out of your car in the parking lot and basically be bombarded by yellow jackets as you tried to get into the front door of the hotel. Now, I haven't been back to Lincoln since 2022, retired from the kart in 23, but I'm looking into it now. This Perkins, which is very clearly an abandoned Perkins, you can even see the outline of the sign, has been turned into a used car dealer. I am not making this up. I'm going to supply a screenshot and send it to our little broadcaster chat. I'm not sure whether Google would be a fan of us sharing this screenshot on the air, but I can share it to us here on the broadcast, and don't really feel too shameful. If you want to look at an abandoned Perkins that's been turned into a used car lot, you can take a look at. It's on Northwest 12th Street in Lincoln, Nebraska, and you can see the Sunset Inn that I stayed at with very clearly, fake photos of places that are not that hotel being advertised as such. The mark, here's side note. If you ever want to go on a vacation and you want to know what a good hotel is and what a bad hotel is, if you want to find the bad motels, you need to look for places that look like they were furnished through an estate sale. If it looks like it was, if it looks like all the furniture in this hotel was bought by some poor, unfortunately, poor Grandma Nini passed away a couple of years ago, and they bought it up all at an estate sale, that's how you know that you're going to get a bad case of bed bugs.
Sounds to me like you never need to go back to Lincoln, Nebraska. I don't know why you go there in the first place other than for the SCCA, but you're not giving it a great travel review here. I don't think Travelocity would be super happy the way that you're talking about Lincoln, Nebraska, because now nobody's going to go to Lincoln.
Yeah, see, I had kind of like an odd history of the hotels, because first time I stayed at there was at a Quality Inn, literally like a half a mile down the road from this shady hotel that I was talking about. It ended up being turned into a Motel 6, which I have my own bad memories about. But there was, I slept on a sofa bed inside that room, and the first one that we got, there were, how can I summarize it? There were, I guess, mouse droppings inside the mattress. So no, thank you. We got a room change, and the rest of it was okay. Then 2017 came around. 2017, we actually stayed in a very nice hotel on the other side of the city, still near the highway, but it was actually a very nice, I think it was like a Hampton Inn or something like that. A pretty decent hotel, all things considered. And then 2019 was the shady motel with the Perkins in the parking lot and the bee problem. The whole place was also like slanted down. Like if you dropped a rubber ball at the end of one hallway, it would slide down towards the other end of the hotel. That was also not in a very good area. There was a business across the street that I can't really say explicitly what the business featured on the air, but I will say there were dolls in the front window, and I'll leave that be. And then 2021 came around. We stayed in a pretty okay hotel, and then 2022 we came around and stayed in a pretty decent hotel as well. That unfortunately burnt down a matter of like 3 days ago. So I'm not really sure whether it's me, whether I'm like Henry Kissinger, the death of hotels, but either way, some good stories to share. But getting back to the racing, as we are going to get a restart here very soon, it is still pretty competitive. 3 BMWs in your top 3 positions. For a manufacturer that's only scored 1 top-class prototype win all season, they have a real good shot to get a second here today.
They really do. And as these incidents continue to happen and as the restarts continue to happen, like we said, it's going to open up the door. It's going to bring more new names into the mix, but it's going to thin out the field a little bit in a different way than what would typically happen if we had a long green flag run. By the end of this race, we're going to continue to eliminate cars, and we're eventually going to get down to the 3, 4 that are going to be able to compete for the win. And you want to put yourself in that position right now. That basically just means staying on the lead lap to get to restart with this group, which at the moment only contains 7 cars. Then you've got 1 lap down. That is the position 8 machine. That is the 25 for the BMW M team. And all of those cars, I think, are at least have a shot to win. Maybe not necessarily the long run pace. Navigating traffic, the other big thing that hopefully will become a factor if we get a longer green flag run. But we're going to see here, looks like the pace car is getting ready to come in. We're going to come to the restart zone. Souza, Ardrande, and Frigoto going to bring us around to the green flag. 3 BMWs leading 2 Ferraris, and then a Porsche. So we're going to head off into turn number 1 and hopefully turn this yellow flag TV back into green flag TV.
Yeah, it has been yellow heavy as of recent in this race. Pushing through now, 3 hours and 45 minutes on the clock. And we're just now getting to the end of lap 104. But hoping to settle this race into a groove, into a green flag groove at that. Keeping our eye on the field as they head their way through the final turns. It's going to be Douglas Souza gassing up that BMW and leading us back to green flag racing here in a couple of moments' time. Heads his way through that final turn. Also the start finish straightaway, and he guns it. Douglas Souza bringing us back to green flag racing. It's his teammate right behind the number 21 car, Andrade, in second with Gustavo Fragato still running in third. Keeping an eye on a little Ferrari Civil War breaking out there for third as they head their way out of turn number 1. That's good for Anthony Mafucci, who jumps in front of Jeremy Carter in that Visual One Motorsports effort. As further behind the LMP2s back to Green Flag Racing, battling hard as ever, as they have done throughout the race. GT Pros coming to the Green Flag soon as well.
Everybody, I think, a little bit more aggressive on this restart. Had plenty of time to think about it, plenty of time to plan it out, but we're getting through the bus stop cleanly for the GTP class. Here comes Erlander leading that LMP2 class. Most of them able to get through cleanly as there's a Corvette in the wall. That is car number 151. That is the World of Sim Racing Team machine. That is now stuck 3 wide. This is a sketchy spot. Back it out. Contact into the bus stop. But they're able to keep it clean. That car restarted in P4. Now he has dropped all the way towards the back. We got an LMP2 on pit road. We got cars all over the place, but we're able to sort it out, and looks like most of the entire field still pointed in the right direction. We're going to get a lap complete without major incident here after what was probably, the 8th restart of the day. We're going to get it done as the tight battling still continues. We're looking at Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon trying to work his way back up through the field after pitting under that yellow.
As we have had some drama in the GTs, Lucas Santos in the Vulture Motorsports number 64 Porsche has run into difficulties, and he has a broken off rear wheel. He is dead in the water through the boot section. More drivers in trouble there. You can see the VSR Competizione Acura. He's going to pull over to the side of the road there as well. It was heading down into the chute, about to enter the boot section where the incident took place. The Vulture Motorsports car has gone back up and rolling with that broken wheel, but that Acura has not impacted in big time, and that's the Corvette involved in their World of Sim Racing in trouble too, and that is going to put us under yellow once again here in this race. We take a look. Bad moment. I think it just broke loose. That car was already wounded. We saw him slow through the S's, and then things go from bad to worse to even worser still. Douglas Souza was able to hold on to the race lead and pull a 3-second margin at the moment. That will be neutralized once more for another yellow. I'm going to say this is probably the 8th or 9th that we have had so far today.
And you had a couple of cars in a little bit of a simultaneous spin. What we saw from that 151, that was Marco Pereira had grabbed the left-hand guardrail in the S's. I'd be willing to bet gave him some suspension damage before that solo spin. That's what contributed to that. Not sure exactly what happened to the Porsche behind him, but that contact, and then of course you had the incident with Lucas Santos, and I think a couple of other drivers involved as well. And eventually somebody wasn't able to go anywhere, and that is why we are back under a full course yellow. We're going to ride along with one of the cars. I believe this is the 13. I'm not sure what to make of that one, Ron. That car just spins out in the S's.
You know, it's not possible to have oil down on the racetrack here, but it looked like there's oil down there heading down. It was so quickly that all of those cars snapped sideways. Just disaster as of recent here in this race. The field under yellow once more. I will say there has been some disaster go down for your at one point leader overall, as that was a Porsche that ran into trouble, got clobbered. That's what broke the rear wheel and has taken them out of running here in this race. We'll say the point that I was going to raise, Jonathan Lopez is back behind the wheel of the number 7 VSR Competizione machine, and there's a reason for that. Their main driver that was in that car just a matter of a few moments ago here in this race of Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayon, he had a disconnect. So he's back in the session now, but Jonathan Lopez has had to get behind the wheel of that car. He disconnected, dropped out of this session, heading down into the bus stop chicane. So after leading this race, they're now going to be on the back foot big time with about a third of...
We're going to see where that cycles them out. Right now, scoring showing them 1 lap down. We'll see if they get that lap back or if it cycles out some way to put them back on the lead lap. But that's dropping them all the way back to the 9th position. Like you said, Ron, they were leading at one point in this event and tried to play some fuel strategy. Fuel strategy now has gone out the window as they're just going to try to find a way to finish this race with evidently some hardware or network issues. Not sure exactly what's going on with them. Hopefully we'll be able to figure it out and they'll be able to find a solution, because Garcia Bayon was doing an excellent job navigating traffic and keeping that car in good position. And now it's going to be a lot of questions of what ifs if they're not able to get that car back on the lead lap.
Yeah, that is a shame because they were putting together a very strong drive, and sadly things have just fallen apart for them as a result of that disconnect. So a long way left to go, not at the 2-hour mark left here in this race. As under yellow once more, I'm going to be keeping my eye under this yellow to see whether or not we have any sort of driver swaps. Douglas Souza has been behind the wheel of this car ever since about lap 75. Now, granted, he's only pushing lap 107 at the current moments, but based on the yellows that we have had, he's been in that car for quite some time. I'm looking through. I'm going to count the amount of green flag laps that he had here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I would say about 11 laps that Douglas Souza has actually had green flag running in that number 12 machine. It's been good for some of these drivers. Maybe if these teams decide to play a good strategy call, if they put their lower rated drivers in the car at this point in time, I mean, that would work out beautifully. I'm not sure if they foresaw, wall-to-wall yellows, but if anyone did, if anyone was Nostradamus, hey, they're going to come out of this one like a bed of roses.
There was one driver swap there. The Andorran Diaz coming in for that 13 VSR Competition car that got involved in that last incident. They're still repairing damage, but I believe they are going to execute a driver swap here. I didn't see anybody else change seats while they were in the pits. Most of the pit stops here are for damage or cars that are already laps down. I'm not seeing anybody come in for fuel or tires yet. Again, right here, it would still be a two-stop race if we went green to the end, but if we continue to get yellow flag laps, you might be able to find a way to make this race on only one stop. You'd have to get more than an hour to a tank twice for that to happen, but if we continue to run behind the safety car, I think that isn't out of the possibility. Don't know who is going to have the audacity to try it, but I'd be willing to bet there's going to be at least one car to at least put themselves in position to make that strategy work. Obviously, if we go green to the end, it's not going to, but if we continue to see yellows, one stopping this race from here to the end would be a possibility. Looks like we're pretty close to getting ready to go green, though. Most of the cars lined up according to class. The VSR stewards, the VSCA stewards, I'm sure have had an absolute blast with this race. They've been putting in a lot of hard work behind the scenes, so shout out to them for having to basically constantly get the field reshuffled, get people organized, clear black flags, and make sure that penalties are assigned appropriately. It does take a lot of work to do all of the little things that make this league one of the more popular leagues that I've seen on iRacing. Over 1,000 members, great website, and a very, very deep rulebook that details a lot of different circumstances. And they're having to break all of it out right now. So shout outs to them. Thoughts and prayers with the admin team and the stewards, as they have had a lot of work to do today. But it looks to me like it's all been handled pretty well. There hasn't been a whole lot of argument about it. We'll see, of course, with the penalty post-race process, how that all gets handled. But for the moment, it seems like the admins are doing what they can, or the stewards rather, with what they've been given in all these full course yellows. So shout outs to them. Shoutouts to the admin team, and hopefully we'll be able to get this race back under green and have some more racing a little bit longer than just a couple of laps.
Yeah, so I have run the numbers once more. Now, this is soon to be out of date, considering Douglas Souza is coming around to start another lap here. But we're currently looking at an average speed of no more than 95.6748 miles an hour here in this race. So that just kind of shows you how broken up it has been as a result of yellows. Honestly, looking back on, I think the only race that may be able to give this one a run for its money in terms of wall-to-wall cautions would maybe be Homestead a couple of races ago. That was a sprint race, though, only 2 hours and 40 minutes that was, and we had pretty severe rain interrupting that. We go back to this point, Cade, that we were kind of elaborating on a bit earlier on in this broadcast, how it's just a never-ending sort of It's been a never-ending sort of barrage of yellows, causing these drivers to be a little bit more nervous, trying to go for some moves to try and make up for lost time, incidents going down, and then it's just snowballed out of control from there. It's led us to a situation where some of these drivers may be able to complete their only stints in this race fully under yellow. Reminds me of Connor Zilich at this year's Daytona 24 in real life. I think he did all of his drive time under the yellow flag that ran throughout most of the night.
I would cry if it were me. I'd be so upset because these guys, they want to race, right? And that's why the anxiety gets turned up under yellow, is because you have drivers sitting there, they're going, all right, we're gonna go green, we've got 2.5 hours left, what can I do? All right, now we've got another yellow, now there's only 2 hours left, probably less than a third of this race to go. When we restart next, we have even less time to make those moves. Track position becomes even more important. The desperation gets higher, the pressure gets higher, the anxiety gets higher, and it's going to continue to build. At some point, we're going to get to a spot where we just might have to start releasing cars one at a time. You know, say you go, wait 5 seconds, send the next car off, wait 5 seconds. I mean, that's really the only solution that I see to that problem, because otherwise that pressure cooker is going to continue to cook. It's going to continue to entice these guys into some of these really risky moves. That's going to wind up with broken cars, cars in the wall, track blockers, you know, all the things that could bring out a yellow. And it would not shock me at all if we see another one very, very quickly. Obviously, I'm not going out on too much of a limb to suggest that, but just the intensity and the way the race has gone, I think we're going to see it again right here, because nothing has changed. Talk about the definition of insanity. We have done this exact same re-rack and restack them 4 consecutive times now, ever since I've hopped on the air. We've been under yellow for most of that time, and so I think, unfortunately, we might continue it right here. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But it is a really interesting position for these leaders to be in, because the full course yellows allow them to basically maintain their position without having to do any work. They don't have to defend from the guys behind them. They don't have to play any strategy. They can just sit there behind the safety car, run about 70 kilometers an hour, and they'll be all right. But at the same time, you want to be able to race, and you want to actually contend. You know, if you win the race, you don't want it to be because you led the most pace laps. You want to lead the most laps under green. So the guys in front, they're in a little bit of a split position. Everybody else, they're begging for this race to go green, so they have the opportunity to get that track position back.
And so in the past hour of this race, we've been under yellow throughout most of it. I think the longest green flag run that we've had was about 15 minutes, right towards the start of the hour. Since probably around the 2 hour 48-minute mark, the longest amount of time that we've had of green flag racing is probably about 2 minutes. So I am hoping, and I'm sure the viewers are hoping, I'm sure these drivers are hoping, that we can finally get a green flag run going here in this race. It's a short yellow, as race control is calling it, waiting for the LMP2s to try and catch up to the back of the pack, waiting to see what goes on with the iRacing pace car, whether or not we have a restart coming around here very soon. Keeping an eye on the lights on top of it. Want to thank you all for tuning into the action here on odd time to say it, here on Green Flag TV, where we've had more Yellow Flag TV coverage than anything. But do want to sincerely thank you all for tuning into the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen here on the channel today. If you don't want to miss out on any of the racing action that we have here in this company, well, you should probably hit that subscribe button and the notification bell. Outside of the VSCA, we've got action pretty much every single day here on the channel. From sports cars to NASCAR, we have got you covered here on Green Flag. Still waiting for any further word from race control as to when we could get a restart. I'm seeing that the lights are out on the pace car, so we will be getting a restart this time around. It is still an all BMW top 3, and a point to raise as well. It's an all Brazilian top 3 as well.
All Brazilian top 3. Then we got 2 Americans there in the 4th and 5th positions with Mafucci and Carter. So they would have a much easier time getting their ranch and Waffle House, as we've discussed. The folks in front, meanwhile, I think I'd have to send it south instead of east to get it down to those folks down in Brazil, if they are there right now. I don't know exactly where they are at the moment, but hailing from the country in the middle of South America, and making it look really good. Looking farther down the list, there is a Brazilian as well, Gomez, in that Lion GP Bravo snow car. They are second in the GT category, so Good day to be a Brazilian, I guess, if you are on iRacing. First, second, third, and second for that nation. Hopefully they're doing just as well as their World Cup effort. Brazil looking pretty good. I'm sure a lot of folks have been tuning into football or soccer, depending on what part of the nation you are from. A great game today between Denmark and, the Netherlands and Sweden. I won't spoil the ending in case anybody has yet to watch it, got it on tape delay or something, but I'm a fan of the Netherlands, and I really enjoyed that game. I would have enjoyed it if I'd been able to watch it, hadn't been doing this, but having a look at the box score there, it was a good one, and hopefully this race can give us a little bit of action as well. With all of the internationals that we got going on, I'm going to have to count under yellow if we get another one. Ron, remind me to count, see how many different nations are represented here today, because it's looking like it's going to be at least a dozen. I'm seeing Portugal, France, Andorra, Turkey. What is that, Puerto Rico? I can't tell. But anyways, we got a lot going on, so we'll have a look at that under the next yellow. Very good to have a nice international field. Very good to see all of the representation. And very good that it's, other than the Brazilians, it's a pretty even mix outside of the top 3 there in the GTP class.
Yeah, I gotta say, those Brazilians know how to rip it as well. They've been here in Philadelphia for their latest World Cup match against Haiti that just went down, I believe, yesterday. And I saw some of the footage from there in South Philadelphia. They can hold their own against Philly sports fans. We usually get pretty wild whenever our sports teams do well. Now, when they do well is a bit of a rare occurrence. Been a bit less rare over the past couple of years, but still, they have to grease the light poles here in this city. The Brazilians know how to rip it, though, down there in South Philadelphia. As we are back to green flag racing up at the front of the field. Douglas Souza leading us back to green flag running as a little swapperoo, maybe going down for third right now. Anthony Mafucci, who is in the thick of it in the last restart, trying to look for something, trying to look for third here in this race, as also, again, a little bit frantic here in the GT3 field, heading down into turn number 1.
Yeah, potential opportunity for a pass there. Not going to have it now. The block, that is Curtis Treiber in the BMW trying to defend for his life. Actually, he's the one that's on the offensive, trying to attack and gain that position. They've lost a little bit of ground to the cars ahead of him. The top 2 in that category able to sneak away. That is Barbarossa and Zalakis. Able to get ahead into the bus stop, looking at the GT category just behind the LMP2s. Grant Erlander able to hang on to the lead there, and Stevie Eminentis, that Aston Martin, he's able to hang on to the lead in the GTM. As hopefully I haven't jinxed it this time, but it looks like most of the field this time is single file and able to get through the first lap. The first lap always the most treacherous with those colder tires. Your braking marks change, the grip level changes just a little bit than it typically is under green. So hopefully we can build that heat up and get these drivers a little bit more comfortable looking here. Still at this battle. This is for the 4th position in the GT category. Actually, it's for the 3rd position, I believe. That is Earl Roski, who is at the front, and he is under fire from Jason Allen. Allen peeks to the inside, but nothing to it.
Ooh, as it got very tight, heading their way through turn number 9 there. You can tell that was close because it sounded like I sat on cold toilet seats. Driver still looking for moves, trying to find any way in the book to get past one another. Treiber there, and the rear gunner of this little 3-car squabble, still looking for everything that he can get there in the GT category. Up a little farther up the road, Anthony Mafucci is still all over the back of Andrade's race car, as they nearly ended up coming to blows all through the S's. Will be tight as they head their way down into the bus stop chicane. Doesn't go for the move quite yet, but right now, I think Mafucci's really looking for it. It's Gustavo Fergato there up in front of him. My apologies. Fergato actually briefly had a blink out as he headed his way through the S's. Saw that car get abducted by a UFO, but right now he is still working well. Mafucci holding on to 4th as it stands currently on the road, with Gordy Vermeulen in the BMW Team TSR car trying to make it a BMW top 4 lockout.
He's got to be careful here, though, because he's going to get Jeremy Carter up on him if he makes a mistake trying to gain that position. Sketchy moment here. This is within the GT Pro class. Battle for the 13th position, P12. That's Luis Carna trying to gain that position. Nothing to it. Had a look, but I think got the power down up the corner. There's a huge crash. That was the third place BMW in the GTP category. There's at least 3 of them involved, but I don't see a ton of damage on any of the cars, so everybody's going to keep it rolling, and we're going to be able to stay green. That was Gustavo Frigoto who was involved. So was Vermeulen. I'd be willing to bet those two got a little bit too close, and as you said, Ron, it came to blows. Here it is. Contact in turn 9.
Yeah, it was Anthony Mafucci on the inside there in the Gamma Sim Racing car, just drifted a little bit wide at the apex, hit the side of the number 20 of Frigoto, and then Gordy Vermeulen, really nothing that he could have done. He stacked up, got hit by Jeremy Carter in the Vision 1 Motorsports number 10 car, and that popped off his rear wing like a misshapen Lego. Very lucky that any more drivers didn't pile into that. That could have spelled disaster. Has spelled disaster for many, including your now P3 runner in the GTP category. That's Jeremy Carter with the penalty. Incident point violation, I would suspect. Either way, a slice that's going to drop in out of that spot. Things going from bad to worse for that number 10 Ferrari. Looking at some battling though in GT. This is getting dicey in your GT Pro category. Drivers trying to find any way in the book to get past one another. This is a battle for the final podium spot. Jason Allen holding on to it in that 71 machine right now, as everybody else still very close as they head their way through the bus stop.
And Jason Allen actually had to take that position away. He wasn't in third when we looked at this battle last. He's been able to gain it, but he's going to have a difficult time hanging on to it as he gets attacked from behind. No run there for Curtis Treiber as he's able to run through. The car that was up in the third position now has dropped back twice, that Porsche there. And he's all the way back to the 5th position, so he'll hang on. We can see Jeremy Carter serving that penalty. Same for Johannes Witt, I believe. Similar situation in the LMP2 category with an incident point violation as well. That crash that we just saw with the GTPs pretty much decimated that field, got them pretty spread out. Means that this is the closest battle on track, third all the way back through about 10th. Within the GT category, just will not go away. This specifically is for P8 as we look at Timothy Johnston trying to pass the couple cars ahead of him.
And so looking at this train of cars that we've got going on right now is hearing an incident in the LMP2 field. That is the 767 backing it into the outside wall off through the carousel. Their day had been going so well. The debut team there, Flight Level Racing, already familiar forces in this championship with their 757 car. The 767 entered here in this race. Sadly, things going awry as the sister car now holding on to second in class right now, as things are still going a little awry in this category. The 81 Zach Sweeney behind the wheel of that Going Racing car shows you how wild things have been in that race. They have been through the trenches, multiple incidents. They're holding on to the race lead now. Granted, they keep getting abducted by a UFO, so a couple of more blink outs and they may get a internet connection meatball flag, but Zach Sweeney holding on to the race lead at the moment there in that 81 Going Racing car is a shock considering the amount of setbacks they've had.
They have, but they've recovered well. I think importantly, they've been able to stay on the lead lap. The amount of full course yellows that we've had means they've had plenty of time to repair some damage under yellow. They've taken full advantage of that, and they've managed to stay in the lead now. Had a little bit of a look from the 14 car behind them. Jorge got to the inside, but nothing to it, and now the gap has opened up to a little bit over half a second. We're looking back at this battle within the GT category. I believe this is the 8th place car of Ash, the 9th place car of Hedgecox, 10th place car Timothy Johnston, and then here comes the LMP2 trying to work his way through the field as we've finally gone long enough green that we're going to get some multi-class traffic. Hopefully this time it doesn't result in an incident. As looking to the inside, this is car number 183, decides to back out before he gets to turn number 1. This would be going for the 13th spot, but doesn't quite want it, at least just yet. 77 in front of him, lost a couple positions trying to stop the backslide here by getting a good run through turn 1. He's able to lock it down in single file through the S's.
Yeah, it's Ian Lawrence Brown behind the wheel of the Bluckamatore car. Blockamatore, I think, along with Going Racing, they look to be the two to beat in both of our GT3 categories between Pro and Am. However, things really haven't materialized for them. It's fallen through their fingers as we look at the other side of it. Jack Hedgecock's there, running 9th at the moment in your GT Pro category. Got a little battle right now in the Ams, though. This is Raya Sonki currently squabbling up, heading down into the bus stop chicane. Not able to get the move done, but certainly very tense in this battle between Mercedes and Porsche. Excuse me, I believe that right there was John Forta behind the wheel of the car that they were battling with right there. Side by side involving a Blockamatore car. That's themselves and a Porsche heading off through the toe and able to get that move done. That Blockamatore car, there's a reason why that team has 2 wins already here this season. They're quick, although they find themselves on a harness that's got the 32 Ferrari GTP car overtaking them there on the inside and nearly allowed the Porsche to follow through.
And that's Luis Cunha. I believe I mispronounced his name earlier. Apologize to that. But that is the car that has now dropped back to the 14th position. And that is Cunha's doing it for the Virtual Power Sim Racing team. Last car right now on the lead lap of the GT Pro category. So fighting a little bit towards the back of the pack, but still in an all right position, at least within striking distance of the top 5 as we look at LMP2s making their way through the front group of the category. Barbarossa pulled it out to nearly a 3-second lead as the battle for second and third heats up. Jason Allen trying to continue the charge forward. He looks for second on Jan Zalakis. And he might have an opportunity down here in the bus stop.
Oh, and it ends in tears heading down in there.
We'll see how the rejoin wrecking behind him. The 157 is around. That's Timothy Johnson. The 84 machine, big off track. That's going to be at least 1 instant point, if not more. Curious to see whose fault that was. There was a little bit of multi-layered incident going on. That's Benjamin Fisher, who's trying to get out of the way. A little bit of damage to that Porsche. Here's a replay in double time speed of the first contact. And there's more contact, another one going around. There's the initial contact that resulted in the second place car spinning. Jason Allen hangs on to third, which allows Curtis Treiber to sneak through. He holds the second spot. The battle that we're looking at now is Benjamin Fisher trying to maintain after this incident happened. Entering the bus stop, just gets taken out. We need another look at it to really assign the blame, but both of those cars, no major damage except to their egos, and they're probably very frustrated with each other.
You know, again, side-by-side racing off through the bus stop, there's a very good reason why people don't usually do it, because it is so easy to end in tears. These drivers, again, it's that bull in the china shop sort of deal where they're going for moves that they really should not be going for. It may feel like a slam dunk overtaking opportunity, but it takes 2 to tango. You can do everything in your power to try and get the move done clean, but that's not a promise that the other person is going to help you out in that fight. It works in the case of the prototype cars trying to get their lap traffic dealt with because they realize, okay, discretion is the better part of valor. I'm going to back at, try and go for the move there because they're going to be all squirrely on the exit of the turn. We take a look, black flag as well for the 32. Contact with the 11. Renzo's using them as an example of how to get a move done. They nearly wrecked each other heading out of the S's. Like, did we get transported into an alternate universe midway through this race when all of a sudden these drivers just threw their brain into the trash?
I think they lost quite a bit of brain cells sitting behind the pace car. That'll do it to you. You'll kind of just forget how it goes. But that is going to be a penalty to Kyle Burney. We saw a penalty within the LMP2 podium as well. Paulo Calvo. I don't know if he had to serve a black flag or something, but he lost to the 3rd spot to Roberto Archer. So that's a little bit of a change podium position for LMP2s. Back on screen, this battle will not go away. To the inside, that is the Aston P9. Ian Lawrence Brown up to the 10th spot, trying to continue his march forward. Been a pretty good run since the last drop of the green flag for Brown. This battle here just ahead of them, a very long train of GT traffic, and they have got to deal with some LMP2s, I believe. Excuse me, that's a GTP, and that GTP right there, I want to see who that is. American flag paint scheme. Remember that wreck that involved a couple of the GTP leaders. He was able to get that car locked down and avoid contact. Absolutely no damage to that car. That is number 55, already 3 laps down for Christopher Daniel, but they didn't add to their damage, and so I gotta applaud him for that. We're gonna take a look back at this battle here. A couple of Aston Martins going at it. Ian Lawrence Brown now trying to get the 9th spot as he continues to advance. That's a McLaren, not an Aston.
Ooh, this is going to get spicy here between these cars. That Aston Martin, the Bloccamatori car, caught up in a McLaren sandwich. Gets his way through a bus stop chicane. Not sure about you, but that sounds like a very expensive meal. As side by side, farther up the road, this is once again in your GT Pro category. That's a Going Racing Ferrari stuck on the outside of the number 65 Vulture Motorsports effort. They're still close as they head their way down through the boot section, going for the dive, heading off into the toe. This could get dicey. It's a good spot to try and get a move done here, but you gotta have a lot of conviction and a lot of run and momentum heading up the hill onto this back little flat out blast into another heavy braking zone. The heel, these drivers still side by side, small little bit of contact as they headed their way down the stretch, but finally clearing them as that Going Racing car right as the GTP arrives at the scene.
Yeah, and Hedgecox was able to get clear, make that pass. That drops Errol Orexoi back to the 6th position, restarted in 3rd, so trying to stop the bleeding as that Vulture Motorsports car going to move in and try to take the 6th position away and drop Orexoi back to the 7th position. They're able to get through the Chuchi traffic. With that is position number 2, Alatin Ardandre, that car way off, no rear wing, huge damage, luckily drivable, but we'll take a look and see what happened there while we again are going to have a look at that battle. That is Ian Brown, and we're going to get a replay of that 21 car now. Oh!
And into the wall he's going to go. That will definitely take them out of contention. Huge damage on that 21 BMW Team Delta racing car as we are splitting hairs. Are going 3 wide down the back straightaway. That's a 7 VSR car still looking to crawl their way back up after that disconnect a bit earlier on in this race, cutting their way through the GT traffic as quickly and efficiently as they possibly can, with no real regard for trying to get the moves done in a calm way. This is frantic stuff that we've got right now. First time any of these drivers have had to cut through traffic all day, and I think the consequences of that are certainly showing themselves right now as we take a look at the onboard with the World of Sim Racing number 51 car. That was the other party involved in this incident with themselves and the 21.
Like that BMW car of that 21, they just slowed down quite a bit more than you typically would for that corner. You don't really use the brake when you go through their single file, but it gets a little bit sketchier when you're involved in class traffic and you don't have a lot to do. We're going to see right here going 3 wide into that same turn. This is turn 10, I believe. Yes, and it's just super chaotic and you've got a lot going on. 74 car here takes a spin as they were 3 wide heading to the bus stop. Jan Salakias gets hooked in the left rear.
Oh, they're 3 wide heading down to turn number 1, and it ends in tears as we expected. The McLarens come to blows.
It's the same car twice in a row. Salakias finding himself spun out in 2 different situations from 2 different 3 wide spots. Here comes Brown. Is he going to go 3 wide for the 3rd time in a row as he tries to get around Stuart Ash? Here's the second incident involving Zalakias. I don't think he left quite enough room. One of those 3 needed to back out, and none of them did.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, and this is fully honest. Here in this series, the penalties are usually divvied out in post-race review, and obviously, you want to give it some time to look over the incidents, figure out who's fully responsible. Sometimes hear both sides of an argument as well. But it does get to the point after a while where one of the reasons why I do prefer live race control in some series is the immediate slap on the wrist. For drivers that are going for bonsai moves on one another and end up causing an accident, you need to have that immediate, hey, don't do that again. Otherwise, you're going to do it again. You get to the point with a penalty issued at post-race, sometimes days after the race takes place, you can't even remember the move that you put on. Obviously, here at the moment, these drivers aren't intending to cause these accidents, but we've gone through the past hour and a half of a race that has been uninterrupted with constant yellow flags, and these drivers aren't really learning. It hasn't resulted in a yellow flag yet here in this green flag run, but these drivers are still testing each other's patience out there on the racetrack, and frankly, testing my patience here in the booth. Please calm down. 3-wide racing isn't going to work in many sections of this racetrack as Danny Fonte in the World of Sim racing car nearly runs into the back of Gordy Vermeulen up in front. Bad lap traffic encounter with their team car, the 141 Corvette in GT Pro.
Both these guys 2 laps down. This is for position, but it's going to turn into a lot worse than that if they make contact and wreck. Luckily, they're able to keep it straight, but we're going to have to do something a little bit different. Ron's getting pretty animated up here in the booth. We're going to take a look at this again. Ron, look away. We might go 3 wide again. There's some contact there. LMP2 GT Violence. And they're going to find a way to sort it out. Here comes another prototype. My goodness, do we go 3 wide into the bus stop? That's Zach Sweeney is the 81 car who's trying to hang on to his class lead right now. That is second place. Jorge just behind him. So this is the battle for the class lead. Hour and a half to go. Definitely going to heat up. Couple pit stops still to go. So this isn't definitive, but you want the track position. Jorge's been laying it on him. He's got 15 seconds back to the third place car, so he can try whatever he wants. And he's been doing just that. A lot of experimenting for that 14 car as they work their way through GT traffic. This battle here with Brown and others has not gone away. Ian Lawrence Brown has been able to get around Stuart Ash up to the 5th, he's down the 7th position. He's been able to get around Pinho, and they've gapped a good chunk of the rest of the field. So it's just these 4 cars under a blanket. Earlier it was about 7. Field slowly thinning, right now being led by Tane Hoddison. Here comes a look from Ian Lawrence Brown. That is not Hoddison leading the pack. That's the Vulture Motorsports car.
Yeah, so Errol Urkasoy behind the wheel of that car. We saw him run into some troubles heading his way at turn number 1 a bit earlier on, but bouncing back quite well now, running in 5th in class. Pretty good drive that we've got at the moment for him as we're banging doors heading down the back straightaway. That right there is Tane Hodgson. Just got nudged out of the way by Jack Hedgecox there in the number 18 machine.
I like what they did there, though. They got to the bus stop and they found a way to get single file. Even though they were mad at each other and even though they traded a little bit of paint, they were able to get it sorted out and make it cleanly through that turn. That is a huge pinch right there. That's a side draft. Blinks at him, he does. That was not happy to lose that spot to Jack Hedgecox. Now LMP2 traffic coming through here. That was Hoddison. He's not leading this group. Instead, it's Arexoy who is heading this train of 4 that for the moment have been interrupted by LMP2. Look at the block by Brown, going to be side by side for the 6th position as Stuart Ash wants that position back, I believe. That's Ruben Pinho who wants the spot, going to cross him over side by side now 2 rows deep, and that opens the door for P9 to come get involved in this one.
Yeah, so still have these 5 cars packed in like sardines in this little battle, just trying to get all sorted out here at the current moment. We're an hour and 35 minutes away from the end of this race. Douglas Souza still leading by 12 seconds over Anthony Mafucci in that number 137 Ferrari. Mike Stanka behind the wheel of the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 Cadillac, holding on to 3rd place at the moment in your class. Zach Sweeney still leading in LMP2 as that Going Racing stable has actually bounced back very well. Kind of the opposite case in the second half of this race than it was in the first, where the 81 in LMP2 was running into trouble while the GT cars were run just fine. Now the GT cars starting to drop down as the LMP2 effort beginning to rise. Side by side battling here. Placamatori in the middle of it, heading down into the bus stop chicane. One of these drivers is going to have to yield, and that's going to be the Porsche there on the high side. In that yielding, though, that Porsche right behind going to try and get involved in this little battle. It's the 24 and the 77. The 77, another team that's run through issues here in this race, as issues for Going Racing, the number 18, and Jack Hedgecox behind the wheel. He's run into trouble. Let's take a look to see what went down. He was a driver that was involved in that being and banging and roughing each other up heading down the backstretch. Because it may be a slowdown.
Yeah, if he cuts off a little bit too much track somewhere, iRacing going to automatically assess that, unless it was for something else. So we'll see whether or not it was a penalty or just an issue, but that gives the third spot back to Hodison, despite the fight that they had over it. As now they're 3 wide there. Ian Lawrence Brown going to maintain the position. That is Zach Sweeney, the LMP2 class lead, knifing his way through. As it gets really close there, looking at Robert Pino, Louis Cunha just behind them. I believe mispronounced that name earlier, so I do apologize. Cunha in the 77, trying to keep himself in this battle. He's worked his way into this fight, turned it into a 5-car fight for the 5th position, as we got a pitter. That is Ian Lawrence Brown. As a black flag for Cunha, potentially for off tracks. We'll take a look at that, but the Block of Motoroy SimSport machine has dropped down pit road.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Blockama Torres. We're hearing that there may have been a little bit of contact for them. Here it is. Oh, there it is, hang off through the final turn, stack up there. The pit entry here at Watkins Glen is one that I'm honestly shocked has stood the test of time, especially here in these high-pressure sports car races. One small little check up there and the consequences could be dire. Very lucky that incident wasn't bigger. If those two drivers pancaked the wall, we may have been under yellow once more.
It strikes me as crazy that the slowdown is in the racing line for the apex of the final turn, but it somehow has worked forever, I guess, with somehow minimal issues. Certainly it hasn't been the biggest problem for this field today. So we'll see how it goes. The battle for third heating back up with the slowdown to Hedgecox, but he's caught back up to Tane Hodison. It is entirely potentially possible that Hedgecox felt a little bit bad about the way that he took that position and decided to give it back, as we are looking at contact between the world of sim racing and one of the BMW teams, both of themselves getting together. That's car number 25 off track after some contact for Jordi Vermeulen. 3 wide into turn 1, and Sweeney's going to help him get it taken care of.
Oh, and Hedgecox still in that battle. It's himself and the other 911 car there side by side as they head their way off into the S's. Hedgecox looking for a third, and he'll take it. Clears him at the apex of turn number 2. Tane Hodgson, though, gonna have a good run, heading onto the back straightaway, tucked in the slipstream of that very small-looking Ferrari in comparison, but still a big hole being punched in the air, trying to get close, but not able to draw alongside, heading down the backstretch off into the S's. So May say, okay, look, you can have that spot for now. Hedgecock's going to look to run away like he did a bit earlier on. 757, bad sideways snap. Bad sideways snap heading out of turn number 6. That right there was the 767 I'm hearing there as well. Pardon me. As he's going to try and bring it back to pit lane. Very easy mistake to make. That turn is all sorts of crossed up when you're on exit, trying to gas up the power. Still heading downhill coming out of that turn, and very easy for things to end in tears as he does nurse it back around into pit lane. That will avoid a yellow.
Meanwhile, Hedgecox has been able to get clear and establish himself once again in that third position, looking a little bit farther back in the pack. This is how Douglas Souza has navigated this traffic and built up a 13-second lead for the BMW M Team Delta Racing machine. Anthony Mafucci doing a good job in the second spot. He's 6 seconds ahead of third. And this is what we talked about earlier, where once we got some green flag racing, the GTP field gets spread out. You're not constantly wheel-to-wheel racing the same guy, and the frustration can settle a little bit. You can have some much more calm racing. You can take more time to make your moves right there. A little bit of patience right here at the apex. He's going to slow down for that BMW GT car and take him on the straightaway. Now he's going to get one. He's not going to be able to get to that prototype, so he's going to tuck up right here, probably sacrifice a 10th or 2 on corner entry, making sure that he's going to be lined up properly behind the LMP2, but he's going to look to the inside of the S's and very cleanly make that pass. You can't afford to do that when you're in a very desperate scramble situation, but right here we've got some green flag racing. Sousa's been able to get it done. Now he gets all the way to the outside, pimped into the grass. The Vulture Motorsports car, I just don't think knew he was going to go for that move. That may have been the 65 car. We'll go back and see exactly who that was, but Souza's able to keep the car pointed in the right direction and now getting around the front end of the GT field. He's kind of worked his way through the entirety of that group of traffic.
This is the kind of race that turns people into werewolves, and we're seeing that out there on the racetrack right now. The lap traffic conundrum, I'm hoping, gets a little bit tamer than it has been ever since we got this green flag back up and rolling. I gotta think, Douglas Souza so far here in this race, this is his third run through lap traffic. He's been in that car since about lap 70, so he's been in that car for quite some time, and now finally having to deal with some of this traffic. It's really worrisome if you are a GTP driver having to cut your way through, because spots that get overtakes done here at Watkins Glen, there are a few. However, the spots where you are really, really in trouble if you get stuck behind a bit of lap traffic, those are even more. If you get stuck behind a lap car heading your way off through the bus stop, those prototype cars, like most racing cars, they don't like going at half speed. You either have to be puttering around at 2 miles an hour at pace car speeds, or you got to be going flat out. The car doesn't like doing a happy medium. There is no happy medium in that race car, so you're going to snap around. The aero grip won't be there, the mechanical grip won't be there, and disaster could play out. So that's part of the reason why these drivers are having to be as gutsy as they are. Again, the moves done there on the lap traffic, as we see put on full display, jumping back again to this battle for 7th on the road right now in GT Pro. That's a Vulture Motorsport 65 and the Grow Racing Team 24.
And I think Stanecki was able to get through the field there. It's been a good race for Grow Racing. They've got second in the LMP2, contending for the win there. And now a look to the inside of Abruzzi. Gonna get just about even, but here comes the 512. That's Johannes Witt. Gonna wedge his way in the middle. He gets trapped in. And now finally the GT traffic gets a little bit single file for Witt to be able to get through. That's Earl Rexoy trying to hang on ahead of Ruben Pino, who's got the opportunity to gain that position. More traffic as that's the 757 coming off of pit road. Nearly contact there, and then the prototype blinks out of existence. You know, just keeping them on their toes a little bit. We're going to have I think a lot of those situations, as this race gets green, it's going to be, rather than one giant scramble, it's going to be little flashes of very, very sketchy situations. But you're going to have to handle yourself as big wall contact for the 24 of Ruben Pino.
Yeah, big hit heading his way out of the final turn. Thankfully keeps it going in a straight line, but that could very easily broken the suspension, or at least twisted in a bad way. Gotta say, those connection issues have become a bit more of a common occurrence. With how this race has gone, if iRacing gets hit with a DDoS attack, I'm not going to be too surprised, to be fully honest. But regardless, we have this 3-car battle still getting intense out there on the racetrack. The 24, wouldn't say he's a duck in a puddle of mud, but right now he is kind of trapped with Travis right behind there in that McLaren. This could get dicey as they head their way through the second sector right about now through the carousel, trying to find any way in the book to get the move done. That McLaren is nimble. I got to say, even though that McLaren, you know, when it got first brought out on iRacing, talked about this a bit earlier on, it was the car to beat right towards the end of 2024. Kind of got hit with some bad they're 3 wide. That's why I was getting frazzled. I was going to say that car got hit with some bad BOP during 2025, but now in 26, I think that McLaren is seeing a bit of a resurgence. I think we're seeing more teams try and pick that car. Not only does it look stunning, it's a pretty good race car as well.
Yeah, I was behind the wheel of that thing for probably about 4 hours this morning. It is a great race car. Handles pretty well over the curbs here at Watkins Glen. That's something that's important, is being able to hit those red, yellow, and blue striped areas and not get too unsettled. Obviously a big deal when we go to a track like Daytona. That is very important, curbing as well. But getting into the bus stop and on corner exit in a lot of these places, you've got to be able to run those curbs. And the McLaren feels pretty stable as we see the 65 of Earl Rexon. He comes into pit, and that is going to tighten up this battle for the 5th position. Battle for 2nd, we saw that heating up. Curtis Triber's been caught by Hedgecox. This is that battle right here. Hedgecox look to the outside, and he turns him, puts him in the wall on the back straightaway. Curtis Triber, big damage, does a 360, and we're still going into the bus stop. I have never seen a recovery like that. as now we're 3 wide in the exact same spot just a couple of seconds later. This is GTP Traffic trying to find their way through that great battle for the now 5th position in the GT Pro category.
As we take a look at that incident, hang down the back straight away.
Downshifts in a second, it continues like nothing happened. Good chow. I can't believe it.
A good recovery, I will say. I'm not sure, what else can be said outside of that, but certainly a good recovery with that incident hang down there. I was going to say the Albrecht Motorsports car in the midst of that, still running third at the moment, had a GTP right behind. However, that is Jordi Vermeulen behind the wheel of the number 25 machine. So not a battle for position right now. Vermeulen still looking to crawl back after that incident that went down a bit earlier on in the race. It's been a messy race for that number 25 stable, and really nothing that they have done wrong, as Zach Sweeney, your LMP2 leader with the black flag.
Yeah, Zach Sweeney speeding on pit road for that Go-In Racing team. He's going to have to pit from the lead to serve a drive-through. That is going to hand the lead over to the Grow Racing team, with now Tiago Medeiros Diaz behind the wheel. Jorge's gotten it out and handed it over to the fellow driver from Portugal, who's now going to be able to inherit the lead of the LMP2 category, and he's going to be a pretty significant gap back too. We'll see where Sweeney sorts out once he serves that penalty, but it'll be in the area of the Rick Team Racing machine. This is 3 wide. This is gross, but Schreiber is going to survive that time after he had to give the spot back up to Hedgecox. Hedgecox ran him back down. I will say this, I'm impressed with Hedgecox. He's made a couple of sketchy passes, but both times he's been involved in the incident, he's given the spot back and then driven back up to retake the position. This is now the second time we've seen Jack Hedgecox do it. The big issue there earlier, the gap to Jason Allen, the class lead, was a little bit over a second. Now it is 6.5, so Jack Hedgecox put himself in a hole as Schreiber is now getting caught by this number 911. That's Tane Hodison. Hodison trying to retake the third spot.
And feeling pressure down the inside of the 47 LMP2 car, who got involved in drama a bit earlier on in this race, but has since bounced back in the best way that they could. Still 5 laps down to the class leader, so not really going to be contending for the win in LMP2 today, but could be a heck of a lot worse. It's the main key with these endurance races is just to stay with it. Finishing the race can mean everything when it comes to the championship. And really, although we are, about halfway through the calendar year, we're getting close towards the end of this championship as well. After this race here with the other Watkins Glen 6-hour that we have here on Green Flag TV today, we're only going to have 3 more races. Road America in about 2 months' time after the summer break, Indianapolis for the final sprint race of the year, and then the Petit Le Mans in September. So we don't have a lot of time left here in this championship. So drivers applying that pressure onto themselves, both to try and get the good results for the sake of bragging rights heading into the summer break, but also trying to get the good results to try and do well in the championship as well. Couldn't get it done there in the Frito Sport car. So Curtis Schreiber still holding on to P3, the final podium spot in GT Pro. These drivers pretty much on an island of their own right now, as Jack Hedgecox has pulled a 3-second gap farther up the road. So at the present moment, keeping an eye on this pack, as I think for the first time in quite some time, things have settled down, getting close to the start of the final hour, happy hour here in the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen here in the 2026 season of the VSCA. Live here on Green Flag TV. We're going to step aside, let you enjoy the sights and sounds of this wonderful race. We'll be right back after this. Oh,
We live. Welcome back to the 6 hours Watkins Glen here, VSCA. We are under yellow because of this hellacious crash for Porsche number 911 flipping over. If you watched with us while we were feeling the noise, you were feeling the rotation as that car decided to park itself on the roof right in the middle of the carousel. That's not the merry-go-round that I want to ride. I appreciate the effort there of the driver of that machine. That was Hoddison. He was trying to get the car rolling again by using the throttle pedal. Unfortunately, it did not work. We are under yellow once again. 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. 75 minutes left in this race. And it has been slowed to a halt for what could be double-digit times, and we're wrecking under yellow.
and that's a Wolf Motorsports sim racing car. Claudio DeSanto behind the wheel of it. We're going to take a look at a replay to show what happened here. You can see those two GTP cars right up in front. Bit of stacking up. And into the wall he's going to go. Thankfully, was not a hard hit. But really, and there should be no scenario in which that happens. I don't know whether or not there's been some sort of gas leak here at Watkins Glen or what the deal has been. Oh my goodness me. Under yellow, once again here in this race, 1 hour and 14 minutes away from the fall of the checkered flag in this, the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. I'm just going to start calling it the 6 hours of the Glen here throughout the rest of this show. We want to thank Abruzzi for sponsoring this broadcast, but, you know, with the amount of yellows, you know. So Douglas Souza is still your race leader. Mike Stenka is in second. Jeremy Carter, even with that penalty he had to deal with throughout that green flag run, has been able to jump his way up into third. I think if there's any sort of duo or group that can try and challenge the BMWs, it will be the Ferraris. Jeremy Carter running in third, and directly behind him, Anthony Mafucci, who, despite the incident that he himself got involved in that last green flag run, is back up in fourth.
I think, honestly, the biggest opportunity that those drivers there, Stenecki, Carter, the rest of the Lead Lap GTP field, it's going to be GT3 traffic. That, I think, could be the Achilles heel for Douglas Souza, not necessarily because he's done a bad job navigating it, but simply because of the unpredictability I mean, just catching the slower traffic. They're doing battle with each other. The speed differentials there. I mean, we can't even get through safety car without spinning a car. Like, getting through traffic is going to be the most difficult part of this race for those GTPs, no question. And that is the opportunity I think Stenecki and Carter have. If they can catch Souza in a bad spot and something happens to that 12 car, gives them some damage, sends them off track, if they have to serve a penalty for, getting forced to get some incident points. Like, there are opportunities there for those two to capitalize, and so you want to make sure that you're in the second position in case something like that does happen. As the field gets lined up here, Douglas Souza, I believe, will retain the lead. The fuel strategy here does get interesting. That is kind of the last remaining piece to putting this entire race together. You're going to have to pit one more time, even if you stop here. We talk about 45 to 55 minutes on a single tank of gas. Well, there are currently 72 minutes remaining in this race. So if we go green to the end, you don't want to leave yourself in a position where you are bad on gas. So we'll see who decides to pit this time. Looks like most of the field is lined up. I don't think we're going green right here. But we'll keep an eye on it. As the lights are off on the safety car, that's usually an indication that we're getting ready to go green. Pretty quick yellow if that's the case. I guess all we had to do was flip over one car, and there the lights on the safety car are back on. So we will get a couple more pace laps and another opportunity to pit if any of these teams decide to do so.
Yeah, and so yellow flag procedures being worked around here at the current moment. I'm looking through to try and see the call from race control as to how this will be. This will be a long full course yellow procedure with wave around, so we'll be here for a little bit, probably expecting I'm gonna say at least, well, probably at most about an hour of racing left to go once we get the green flag. Considering all the wave runs we have to do, we had 2 full runs through of lap traffic encounters, so this process may take a little bit here. So gonna be in happy hour by the time we get this race back up and rolling. And I'm not gonna say that that we're gonna see the same thing continue, but if the incidents and the green yellow cycle that we've been locked in throughout most of this race has been what these drivers were doing when they had 6 hours in its totality with 1 hour left to go, who knows what we'll see. In the meantime, though, I do want to tell you about some of the upcoming broadcasts that we have here on Green Flag TV. We got High Tide Racing League coming up for you this Monday. That'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, coming to you from Kansas Speedway. Kansas, what a beautiful state that is. It's 50% dust and 50% bowl. Mid-Atlantic Racing Series will be back here on the channel on Tuesday. That'll be at 7:30 at my hometown track at Pocono. However, I will be on the other side covering the Silver Fox Racing League Late Model Championship. That'll be at Five Flags. Premier Sim Racing and the Truck Series will be live here on the channel on Wednesday nights at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. That'll be at Daytona with the NASCAR Caswell Glass Company Series running at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A lot of action to look forward to here on Green Flag TV. Gives you a good reason to subscribe as we have your top 4, really a big chunk of your field coming down pit lane.
And what this is going to do here is make your final stop a little bit shorter. Right here when we restart, you'll only have to go about 10, maybe 12 minutes until the fuel window opens. And so that second stop is going to be pretty short. You're only going to have to top off the gas tank. You might be able to avoid taking tires on your final stop of the day, which means that stop going to be quicker and you're going to be able to gain track position by having a shorter pit stop. Looks like basically the entire field, all of the lead lap cars have peeled off to come down pit road and do this strategy. I'm seeing a couple of driver changes. Mark Scherschel going into the 96, Joel Vitor Delgado going into the number 12, Jonathan Lopez is now in the number 7, Vermeulen staying in, Diaz staying in for the LMP2 class lead. But there are some more changes throughout the field, so we'll get you caught up on those when pit stops finish out. It is Anthony Mafucci is the first one off track for Gamma Sim Racing, that number 137 car. I don't know if they pit or just had a quick stop. They had pit just before that caution came out, I'm being told. So they were able to stay out here, stay on the lead lap, and effectively put themselves on the same strategy as the leader. So great moment there for Mafucci. Great bit of luck to get them to the lead. And then that BMWM Team Delta now being driven by João Delgado. They are going to restart in second after the great drive from the previous driver had got them the lead, giving up the place and fuel strategy and put in a fresh pair of eyes as we are now going to reorder the field now that pit stops have been completed.
As continuing on with a little stat that I've been touching on every now and then here on this broadcast, currently looking at about 98 miles an hour as the average speed for your race leader to this point here in the race, just shy of the 5-hour mark here in the 2026 Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. Anthony Mafucci able to cycle out in front, obviously on that alternate strategy. I wonder what will have to go down for Mafucci to make that work. I'm going to real quick look into see when the last pit stop was for that driver and team. If they can make this work, though, likely off-kilter strategy, that would be a very good result indeed. You know, talking about the other race that we have seen so far here today, it's been a wild one, pretty hard to pin down, about as hard to pin down as a three-legged chicken. But if Mafucci can weather the storm and get the victory in that Gamma Sim racing car, that would be a very good result indeed. I'm looking back now. I believe the pit stop that they had was yeah, well, lap 134, so that was earlier on under this yellow flag procedure. Actually, I'm sorry, I believe we were still running green at that point. Yes, we were, so it was just before we got the yellow.
And what's going to wind up happening is they're going to have a slightly longer stop under green because they're going to have to take a little bit more fuel to get the tank from the point where it is now to being completely full to make it to the end of the race, right? If you get about 50 minutes, you're going to burn off that top, say, 20, 30%. Then you're going to be able to come in and fill it up the rest of the way to get enough gas to make it to the end. Now, in order for them to get to that point, they're going to have to add just a little bit more fuel. I'm thinking it's going to add anywhere from a half second to 2 or 3 seconds to their pit stop, which doesn't sound like much, but when you think about the intervals that these cars can run at, you're side by side. I mean, you're not 2 seconds apart, you're 2/10 of a second apart when you are right in a group. So if Mafucci has to spend a little bit more time on pit road, that could knock him out of the lead. So his important goal right here is to get clear of Delgado, try to get through some traffic, put a few cars between himself and the rest of the GTP field, so that when he does make that pit stop and give up that time, he will cycle out with the lead. I'm thinking it's going to be in the ballpark of 2 seconds. So if the lead for Mafucci is more than 2 seconds when the pit window opens with about 53 minutes to go, Mafucci is going to be able to maintain the lead, assuming there's no other shenanigans going on, which is a massive assumption given the way that we've seen this race go so far. But Mafucci right now in great position for that Gamma Sim Racing team. Everybody else in a pretty good position as well. They're all very similar on fuel. Difference in pit stops only going to be a couple of seconds. So you're going to have to be perfect getting on pit road, getting off pit road, and navigating traffic to be able to get the lead.
As under this yellow flag, I'm shocked it's taken about 5 hours for me to get to this point. I'm going into the history books just to try and look at some history around this event. The Watkins Glen 6 hour is actually pretty storied in real life. The first time it was run was back in 1968. Would you like to know who the 2 drivers were behind the wheel of whatever car it was? Do you want to know the story of that?
I would like to know.
So the winners of that event were the Ford GT team, driven by Jackie X and Lucien Bianchi, who was, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, he was Jules' great uncle, if my memory serves me correctly. So a fun little bit of information there. The Ford GT40, what a cool car that was. The one thing that I do miss from the GTE era is the demise of the Ford GT. And this is coming out of a GM guy, but that Ford GT that they brought back in like 2017, that was a sick looking sports car.
It looks really, really nice. I personally am not a fan of the current Mustang GT3. I wish they would replace it with something that is a little bit more reminiscent of the old GTE car. Yeah, not surprising that Watkins Glen has such a long history. I mean, I think it opened back in, what, 1909? I think was when the track was first established. I could be totally wrong about that. It might be not until the 50s. I'm getting the Glen and one other track confused in my brain, but it has been open for quite some time. They're probably coming up on celebrating a centennial if they haven't already. It's a pretty nice facility though. Never been in real life, but I would certainly like to. I know some friends who have gone. They've had a great time getting up there, spending time there, camping there, and doing the other things that you can in the New York area. New York is not just New York City. They got a whole bunch of greenways and parks and a lot of things to do in the west side of the state, including visit this great track. So it's always a good time getting up and watching some racing in real life, be it NASCAR, sports cars. I think the Miatas have raced here before, spec Miatas. Honestly, Ron, with that stat averaging about 97 miles an hour, you probably could have won this race in the old MX-5 that iRacing has for the rookies. If you'd gone out there and run some hot laps, I think you would be about the leader right now. I don't know what the lap average for that car is at this track, but I think it's close to 97, 98 mile an hour, and that would put you in P1. So a little bit of interesting comparison there to how the speed of this race has gone compared to something that has significantly, less power than, say, a GTP.
Yeah, so I was actually looking into the history books of Watkins Glen. The first race that I can see was actually a little history note that was mentioned earlier. It was the SCCA running their first ever race at Watkins Glen, which was the first ever race period in 1948 on the original 6.6 mile street course that ran through the town of Watkins Glen itself. I think I heard you say 1909. I was trying to pull up some information on my end. 1909 was when the Indianapolis Motor Speedway
Indianapolis.
opened up,
Now, yeah.
which that track is my absolute fan favorite. You know, fun little kind of behind the scenes information, breaking the fourth wall, if you would. With you know, with the staff and crew at Green Flag TV, we have a little segment that we do every week, just in our own little Discord server, where we're asked kind of like an off-topic, kind of like non-racing related question, and the question this week was, what track would you want to go on a road trip to that you haven't been to before? That little, you know, addition there at the end left me without an answer, because if I had to pick a racetrack to go to, it's one that I've been to many times before, it would be Indy. I haven't been there since 2022. I'm a big IndyCar history nut, and if I could choose to return to a racetrack, that would be it. You know, actually, a good little point of discussion here, Kate. If you could pick a racetrack to return, one that you've either been to before or haven't been to, what would you pick?
I think my answer to the question when we were talking about it in the Discord server was actually Road America. You talk about tracks that have great atmospheres. Road America up in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, seems like such a great time. The camping there, the atmosphere there, you've got grilling, right? They've got Sausageville, or what is it called? Speedville, I think, down is one of the corners, sponsored by actual sausages, good Midwestern sausages. I'm sure the Germans are going to make fun of me for that one, but there's a lot of good food, good atmosphere, good camping. You know, I would very easily sit there and watch an entire weekend of racing, you know, for whatever series, right? The Michelin IMSA series, and NASCAR series that used to go there. A lot of great racing up in Road America, and yeah, the track is a fun one to watch as well. And just getting there, for me, the drive to get up there would be a lot of fun. So that would be a really fun road trip for me to take, would be to go on up to Elkhart. I will say this, another question was asked in that server about movies, and another one of our members, Derek, went out and said something negative about Wall-E, and I just got to call him out on that. I can't believe why you would say that. Wall-E's a fantastic movie, built a good portion of my childhood, and Derek went up and ripped it, so he's just wrong. I can't really say anything mean to him, but he's wrong, and he needs to take that back, or I'm gonna frown at him next time I see him.
I'm trying to think if there's any controversial movie opinions that I have. This may be a good one. You know the movie Gremlins?
Vaguely. I think I've seen it. Never.
I do not recommend it personally. I watched that with my father a couple of years ago, and left it with a strong frontal lobe migraine. It was brutal. Just I'm not sure if it's possible to get mental whiplash, but it did give me mental whiplash. That was truly the movie of all time, tuning into it. I don't really have too many other controversial movie opinions. There was a period of time, I still feel like it kind of carries on now. I don't really watch movies too often. I think the last one, well, the last one that I saw in theaters was the F1 movie with some of my connections to the SCCA. I was actually invited into a premiere for that movie about 4 days before it was released here in the States. Fantastic movie, I gotta say, but that was the first time I'd been in theaters for a movie since I think it may have been the FNAF movie way back in 2020. it was that long ago. That FNAF movie, that was another one that gave me a slight amount of whiplash. But you know, it's a Gen Z game. It's based on a Gen Z game, so there's a little bit of nostalgia there. Gremlins was just like a mental panic attack tuning into it. Like I blink my eyes and all of a sudden, you know, the gremlins are around, they're doing their little things.
Can you make that noise again? What?
I'm not sure if I can.
What was
I'm
that?
not sure. I'm not sure if I can do that again.
You are talking about mental whiplash. I've been getting some mental whiplash watching this race. I'm Cade Corbin. This is Ron Mons. Y'all can read that on the screen.
Welcome to the Comedy Hour, folks.
We were talking under yellow. Really glad we weren't hot mic'd, because we truly were unfiltered, expressing our thoughts and feelings about the way that the safety cars have played out in this race. Ron and I think we can pat ourselves on the back. We've done a good job toning it down and being a little bit more respectful and kind while we're live on the air. But this race has, I think, given me a little bit of a taste of that feeling in my frontal lobe. A couple of my other lobes too. My earlobes aren't feeling so great because I've had my headphones on for 10 hours. So like, I think I get what you're talking about with the Gremlins. It's just hard to watch.
I look back to listen to the sound that I let out there impersonating the Gremlins. It sounded like a character speaking in Animal Crossing. That's what it sounded like there. That was
The winner of the Abruzzi 6 hours is going to get 50 bells from Ron Mons himself. Oh my goodness.
that is absolutely incredible. Oh my goodness me. So we are 55 minutes away from the fall of the checkered flag here in the 2026 Abruzzi 6 hours. As Cade just said a few moments ago, it's myself, Ron Mullins, and Cade Corbin talking you through the action with us and all us working on the cameras and the graphics and the virtual production hauler. And clearly my singular brain cell, whose name is Gerald, by the way, he's out to lunch at the current moment. So hoping for a smoother end to this race than we've had in the mid portion. Still waiting to get this field fully packed in. I'm looking at the track map at the current moment. I think the field is still needing a little bit of sorting. We've got some prototypes sprinkled around the pack, some GT cars sprinkled around the pack. It's GTPs as well, which, you know, if we want to go back to yellow flag running, maybe having some of those GTPs start in the middle of the GT3 field would bring it, but I'm not sure if these drivers want to see that yellow flag. They're probably sick of the color yellow at this point.
I never liked yellow much to begin with, but this race it's left a particularly bad taste in my mouth. I don't ever want to look at yellow again. That being said, one of the drivers currently highlighted in yellow over there on the scoring pylon, Thiago Maduro Diaz, has managed to hang on to the lead for the LMP2 category, was inherited by his teammate, and now Grow Racing in pretty good position to get a couple of good results here. They've got first in the LMP2, and with Pinho in that 24 car, they have advanced to the third position, a second through fourth sweep for the GT Pro category. So looking pretty good for Grow Racing. We've mentioned them earlier. Another team that's been doing pretty well. Obviously, the BMWs have been kind of dominating this race, although they've slipped back a little bit as of late. To me, look like the only teams that really have multiple cars in multiple different categories left towards the front end of their classes. So Grow Racing kind of doing something that nobody else has been able to do, and have not one but two competitive races here at this juncture, as we are, I think, getting somewhat ready to restart. It'll be with about 53 or 52 minutes to go, and this is going to be really interesting. You talk about the fuel window. This is the far end of the window. If you pitted recently, which I think has been some of the issues with getting the field sorted, you might be able to make it all the way to the end. We'll see what happens. It's going to be Anthony Mafucci, mentioned on that alternate strategy, gets the lead, and he's going to lead Joao Victor Delgado, Mark Scherschel down into the restart zone. It's Diaz still leading the LMP2s. Barreiros is now behind the wheel of car number 88, leading the GT category, and Stevie Anadantis has gotten back in the lead of GTM. As we come to the
yeah, so open for a restart here.
Flag is in the air, and we are already side by side looking into the corner. That is Mark Scherschel trying to get the move done, and he loses it on cold tires. Spins, but it's down to the inside and out of the way. Huge damage to the nose of that car, but I think he'll be able to drive it off, as the entire field is going to have to drive by with no incident. We're going to get a good look at the entire field here, all the way back to the very end of the GTMs. And he should be able to get that car rolling, although it is day done for Mark Scherschel.
Oh, it was nearly a bit of a disaster breaking out there in the LMP2s. That got dicey as they headed their way through the bus stop chicane. Still a little bit side-by-side battling nearly for second. That's Thiago Maduro Diaz holding on to that spot right now. Zach Sweeney in the Glen Racing number 81 car looking for the spot. Meanwhile, we jump farther up the road and find your GTP battle. This was for fourth. It is now for third. It is Thomas Martin holding on to that P3 spot in that number 10 Ferrari, but now feeling some pressure down the inside. Bravo Snowshan trying to get the move done, heading off into the turn. It's close, very close, as they head their way off through the heel. Now into turn number 9. Bravian Peckley now behind the wheel of that number 20 BMW, looking for that spot as side by side right behind as well. Again, very dicey with Jonathan Lopez there, and I believe another driver starting to stick their nose into that battle as well, as we look once again at your LMP2s battling now for 5th.
Yeah, the LMP2 battle has changed a lot. Francisco Silva has grabbed the lead. Zach Sweeney, a leader for a large portion of this race, now up to the 2nd spot. Diaz fallen back to 3rd, as I believe there was a little bit of an incident involving the GTPs. Look at the pass for 3rd. There it is. Huge contact at the exit of turn number 1. The two of the few remaining GTPs have smashed, and sitting in the middle of the track is going to bring out the yellow once again with 50 minutes remaining. That is Jordi Vermeulen.
Wow!
Bad the worst, and nearly hit by the, I think that was the 71. Oh my goodness, we'll see what this goes on. We got a couple of penalties being handed out to Bernie and Lopez. Ruben Pino, P4, we'll see if that penalty gets cleared. And I was going to point out the exchange for the GT lead went to Sean Hatfield. Here's a replay of it. Not clear, my friend.
Yeah, not clear one bit. And that's going to leave that number 25 car dead on the side of the road and put us under yellow once again here, 50 minutes away from the checkered flag. And in all this, Anthony Mafucci has cycled out to be the race leader still. Now 6 seconds in front, of course, and stacked up here as we take a look at what was going down right before that incident went down. Here it is side by side, heading down into turn number 1. That's the 20 and the 10 side by side, and that's P2 for Joao Victor Delgado. No, that was P3, pardon me, for Gabriel Peckley, as Joao Victor Delgado was on an island of his own in all of that. He's still out there on the racetrack running second. Unfortunate news for Mafucci in terms of now having another restart to worry about, but in terms of strategy, is this maybe falling into the Ferrari driver's lap right now?
I think it's certainly possible if we get enough laps under yellow here behind the safety car. And right now these laps, in my mind, kind of don't really count because they had to push to catch the car. But now that they've caught up to that Ford Mustang safety car, they're going to be able to sit behind him. We'll see how long this yellow flag period goes for. But if it goes for long enough, Mafucci and the rest of the field, all the way back to the GTs, are going to be close but good on gas. And if Mafucci can get to the end, if everybody can get to the end, guess who has the track position? Anthony Mafucci did a good job on that last restart to get the jump and maintain his position. I think Delgado was going to have something for him, but it was going to take a couple laps to close that gap back down and get back to him, then set up and execute the pass. So if we see one more yellow after this one, I think it's right in the lap of Mafucci. Even if we don't, he's going to have a good shot to win this race.
We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. We got Ferrari up at the front of this field. I'm abandoning that real quick. Yeah, as it turns out, being on the air for about 6 hours does not do your singing voice too well. I'm kidding, obviously. I never had a good singing voice in the first place. See, I'm trying to think of how things may go in the conclusion of this race. I feel like with this green yellow cycle that we're now back into, we thought that we had escaped it, but as it turns out, the real escape were the friends that we made along the way. I don't know whether or not we're really going to settle this race into any kind of groove between now and the end. I think it'll probably be this way through to the fall of the checkered flag, because again, it's these drivers being nervous, not getting the opportunity to run all that green flag racing. Once we see the checkered flag, depending on how things go at the end of this race, I think there's a realistic chance that's probably going to be 50-50 split right down the middle between caution time and green flag time. Maybe even, leading a bit more towards a yellow. Probably, actually.
It's going to be interesting to see how this restart plays out, because if you get a large portion of the field thinking that it's in their favor to run green, everybody, I think, is going to run a little bit more conservatively than they typically would in this situation, restarting with 45 minutes to go and having the lead right in front of you. That's me being very, very optimistic. I think realistically, everybody is going to see an empty table. They want the first seat at it, and they're going to dive for it. quite literally send it off into turn 1, send it off into the bus stop, send it off into the boot, and we could see ourselves with another yellow. So yeah, I'm with you. I think half of this race from here on out is going to be under yellow. That plays right into the hands of Anthony Mafucci and the Gamma Sim Racing team. But there is a possibility here that we get into a little bit of a situation where we do have some drivers trying to fuel save. The only way that works is if we go green, and the only way we go green is if everybody's a little bit more conservative here. So I'm trying to will it into existence that we get some green flag running to the end, but at the moment it doesn't look super probable.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes locked on the pace car. The lights are currently off, but I think they're still trying to get the field all sorted back together once more. So I'm waiting to see the call there from race control that we are going to be getting a restart, but only time will tell. So at the moment, we're still under caution here in this race. And talk about the beauty of Watkins Glen and some of the history around this place as well. You know, there's some pretty good Watkins Glen stories. If anyone's ever heard of, I think it was the pit at Watkins Glen many moons ago when F1 was still around here. Every single time Formula One raced here, it was basically like Woodstock, which I think really described, you know, just about every single racing track back in the 60s and 70s. That's part of the reason why they shut down VIR and didn't reopen it again until the year 2000. But Watkins Glen, some of the history around that place, I think F1 finally decided to leave when the rowdy, drunk fans on the infield pushed a bus into the pit on the infield. That was when they decided to leave. That's a nice little wholesome family story to share here as we're taking a look at the blimp view Watkins Glen International. I gotta say, this is a beautiful scan of this racetrack.
There's another funny story for those of us that are more familiar with the NASCAR side. NASCAR's been racing here for decades at this point. Back in 2009, the race slowed to a halt. Giant crash led to a red flag, and Matt Kenseth in the dual Ford Fusion was parked out there on the back straightaway waiting for the race to resume under yellow flag conditions. A shirtless fan jumps over the guardrail, runs out to Matt's car, sticks his hands, and he's got a piece of paper and a pen, sticks it through the passenger side window, and asks Matt Kenseth for an autograph right before the race is about to resume yellow flag conditions. That proves that the true spirit of Watkins Glen and racetracks in general hasn't really died since the 70s. It's just sort of kind of condensed down into very few individuals. Of course, the NASCAR race this season, there was a tent that blew onto the track in the middle of the race. That was another story all of its own, but many different racing series, many different great stories here. It is a great venue. It's a great facility. It's a fun track. I think of it as the quintessential road track. If you want to get good at fast corners and braking zones, come to Watkins Glen and practice. Put in some hours, put in some laps, and learn how to get the fundamentals done, and you're going to get to be a better race car driver. Lights on the safety car are off as he's going to head down pit road, and Anthony Mafucci is going to have another shot to do at 43 minutes to see if he can hang on to win himself this race.
And so here we go. Anthony Mafucci going to lead us back to green flag running, and this could get a little bit wild. Less than 45 minutes to go here in this race. It's Mafucci in front of Joao Victor Delgado, in front of Gabriel Peckley. This is going to get dicey as the field heads their way through the final turn, waiting for that Ferrari to jump on the gas, which he does now. We are back to green flag racing here in the Watkins Glen 6 hour, 42 minutes, 42 seconds left on the clock. Green flag back in the air. Mafucci leading down to turn number 1, but Joao Victor Delgado still all over him like the plastic on Grandma's couch, looking for the race lead still. He's going to have a mighty run all through the S's onto the back straightaway to try and make something work. As you look now, the GTs already getting a little bit of dicey with them side-by-side racing down into turn number 1. Looking at the battling, though, it is getting dicey for, oh my goodness me, swapping sides like they're flipping burgers. That's a 32 machine trying to find any way in the book to get past. Unable to do so, but certainly gave the old college try hang down to the bus stop.
Yeah, Thomas Martin threw a huge block. Luckily that it didn't result in disaster. Everybody else is going to see that, realize they don't want to be a part of it, and they're going to get single filed out through the bus stop. I don't see any side-by-sides coming to the end of this back straightaway. There's the first one, and that Porsche is going to bail out and tuck in line. This right here, now the battle that we're looking at, Hedgecock's P4, this now P3 in the LMP2 category. Diaz trying to stop the backslide as the battle for the lead just ahead of him. Silva and Sweeney going at it, opening the door. See if Diaz is going to lose that third position. And I think he is. He's going to hand it over to Jonathan Fochnik. But here comes the move from Marcus Jung, trying to move up to the fourth spot on Diaz, who has lost now 3 spots in the last half hour.
And Sweeney jumps up to the top spot in LMP2, gets it done, hang down to turn number 9. Not usually a spot that you see racers get moves done, but he was able to master it beautifully. Looking at again a Ferrari Civil War heading down the start finish straightaway into turn number 1. That's a 32 and the 10 side by side down into 1 through the braking zone. You still have that 51 World of Sim Racing car involved in that battle. Denny Fonte behind the wheel, 1 lap down to your class leader. As coming into the pits right now, the number 24 Porsche there in the GT Pro category. GT still all types of scrambled up. Locomotori down the inside. The Fisher Motorsports number 44 car nearly had to tears as a Fisher Motorsports car. That's the other Fisher Motorsports car going down the inside of the World of Sim Racing Corvette down through 1. They're still close as they had their way through the S's.
I feel like every time we look up, these 2 cars are on top of each other. This is the 77 and the 157. Those 2 just cannot seem to get away from each other. Right now, they're going to get it single filed out. This battle a little bit farther back. This GT Pro looking for 3rd in class. Huge battle, nearly contact. Yes, there is. The Mustang goes around, but no contact. As he's going to back it up, the entire field is by, and Michael Adamczyk is back on the road, but unfortunately, dead last on the field.
As you can see, Miguel Pinto there in the number 77 Porsche actually popping up into the air a little bit as he headed his way through the boot section. Now he's coming out at turn number 6. Got a little bit of airtime as he went off the track, south side of the curb, back onto the asphalt. Saw the front end of the car pop up there like a misshapen Lego. He's still holding on to a good spot right now, looking for a little more as we get into the conclusion of this race. Taking a look at the incident for that Mustang side-by-side racing off through the bus stop does not end well. It's actually when they single filed out and made contact, nose to bumper. And that's going to set him around. Very lucky to avoid contact with any other cars or the barrier.
And I think that type of incident wouldn't have happened with a different car. It looked like kind of a product of the weight distribution on the front engine machines. We talk about they drive a little bit more differently, the Mustangs, the BMWs, than the rest of the field. And I think that was part of the situation. The car got really unsettled exiting the apex there in the middle of the bus stop. It didn't take much to get that car over the limit of grip, but it eventually went around, and unfortunately the day went from bad to worse for that GTM team. Here's a battle here. This is Hedgecock's looking to the inside. A couple of cars on pit road, making sure they're good to the end on fuel, but everybody else. And that time we were good through the bus stop. All right, this battle for the 5th position.
Yeah, battle for P5 on the road right now. Blockamatore there in that Aston Martin, still looking to fight back. It has been a real odd race for them. 2-time race winners already here in this season, but they have been in the trenches really ever since the green flag came out. However, the battling is not done for this driver or for this driver of Ian Lawrence Brown or that team as well. SimCity Racing, the number 71, Jason Allen is the other driver of that car. This is for 20th position overall in this race, as here's an odd battle. It's 2 very familiar teams side by side as they had their way off through turn number 1. Thankfully this time it does not end in disaster. Jonathan Lopez still behind the wheel of that number 7 car. Side by side for 2nd. This could get very dicey. That's Peckley jumping up into P2. Nice move there from the 20.
Yeah, Peckley wanted it and he got it. That's the Lion GP Bravo car. Now into the 2nd position. I think Mafucci was hoping that they would battle for a little bit longer, because when they didn't, it took away the chance for Peckley to get held up. This battle right here, I think, is going to go the way of the Blockamatore machine, as Jason Allen has to give up the spot. Ian Lawrence Brown, I remember him being outside the top 10 earlier in this race. He is now up to 4th. And a good drive from Ian Lawrence Brown. But can he hang on to that spot? Going to get a good tow to the car behind. Can Jason Allen make the move? He's going to look to the outside. Brown shuts the door, and they're going to stay single file.
Yeah, and that SimCity Racing number 71 Porsche, no stranger to winning. In fact, they won at Laguna Seca a little bit earlier on here in this season. As Sean Hatfield feeling a world of pressure there from the BMW right behind, side by side nearly for the lead in GT Pro. This is the kind of stuff you love to see. It's Vulture Motorsports in that 65 Porsche. Right behind them is a Rick Team Racing number 88 BMW. Now, Rick Team Racing, at least when it comes to the LMP2 field, it's an odd day. They're now running second in class, but things have gone a little bit awry for them earlier on. Looking to end the race off, though, on a nice note, holding on to second with both of their cars in both of the classes they're running in. Now, obviously, they want the race win, and you know they're not going to stop at it. Rodrigo Moreros behind the wheel of that number 88 car going to look to try and get a move done on Sean Hatfield before Jack Hedgecox can look for a move there himself. That number 18 Going Racing Ferrari. They started up at the front in class. They're now in third, even though they dropped down to the mid portion in the wild, crazy, and frantic racing that we have seen so far here today. They've been up and down the field like Otis Elevator, but Hedgecox and that number 18 team looking to end this race off on a high.
He's only got 2 more cars to pass before he gets back to the top spot. Hatfield took the lead on a restart and has held on to it since then. Morelos was the one who lost it on a restart. He wants it back. That 88 team, the RTR RIC team, they have been looking pretty sporty all race. And now he's going to look to the outside, gets a good draft. Is he going to try to chuck it in there? No, he's not, but he gets a better entry to the bus stop. He's going to be all over the bumper of Hatfield when they get into the carousel.
Ooh.
Big door slam there. I think there was just a bit of contact, and that is not going to go over well with Moreros.
Oh, as he is all over the back of him right now. You know, Moreros is feeling aggressive. We kind of got a sneak preview of it a lap ago, as that's trouble for Marco Silva in the number 44 Fisher Motorsports car. That's a Matco machine. It's a Unitronic Fisher Motorsports 84 has come down pit lane. So both their drivers running into trouble right in the dying breaths of this race. Still 34 minutes left on the clock. Still 3 cars covered by nothing at the front in your GT Pro field. As we take a look at what happened for the 44, there's a 57 of Luke Langer in that BMW sending them around. Simple little miscue heading down into the carousel, as that may have been a bit of a miscue heading down into turn number 9. Hatfield just went a little bit too deep in there, maybe got spooked by Moreros there on the inside. Thought about going for the move into the turn, but thought better of it. Now, we got to say, this battle has gone from 2 cars to 3 cars, and now I think we can lump in a 4th. You look right there behind. That's one of the Block Motori cars. That's Ian Lawrence Brown. It's now your top 4 in GT3 Pro, covered by a 2nd.
Something to mention here, a couple of these teams yet to win a race this season. RIC and Vulture Motorsports, neither has gone to victory lane in any of the first 6 events, or any of the 6 races that they've competed in thus far this season. So looking for their first win on the year. Moreros going to take it to the outside. He's finally got a big enough run to get even, which means we're going to go side by side into the bus stop. No, Moreros backs out and instead opts to try to make sure they're going to keep Hedgecox and Brown out of this battle. Both Hedgecox and Brown, I think, can take the fight to these two, so they've got to make sure they don't get too racy without opening the door. This is a great fight. Now Moreros, he's going to be stuck on the outside into this next corner. Will he get the crossover? No, he doesn't. Great run from Hatfield to maintain the lead. Hedgecox is there, so is Brown. And if they fight a little bit too hard, the 5th place car of, that is Jason Allen's going to get brung into it as well. We're seeing a few teams, LMP2s, small fuel tanks there. They're going to need that little extra splash to make sure they get to the end of the race. Moreros maybe thought about throwing a dummy. Hatfield doesn't fall for it, and it's turning into a 5-car race to win the GT Pro category.
Yeah, so Rick Team Racing in the 87. Speaking of the Rick Team Racing, it's the 88 giving us a spook there. Certainly giving Sean Hatfield a spook. Went for it down the inside into turn number 9. Did not work, but you can tell there's a little bit of anxiety building in this battle. Every single time I look at Hatfield and Moreros, you know that Moreros is feeling about as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. You got Hedgecox running right behind him 3rd, and then Ian Lawrence Brown, rear gunner, shotgun of this little pack there in 4th. Those 2 drivers at the the tail end. Already two-time race winners here this season. They're not hungry for the first, but they're trying to get a good result out of this race. Certainly for Blockamatore, holding on to fourth, a good recovery drive for them here in this race, where he kind of wrote them off in the mid portion. They've bounced back big time. Your championship points leaders heading into this race, looking to maintain that championship lead as we head our way into the summer break, as Moreros looking for it side by side into the braking zone. It was close quarters stuff, still close quarters as they head their way through the bus stop, nearly making contact. Small little touch there as Hatfield running over the curb, looking around the outside. There is Rodrigo Moreros. They're going to be side by side still through the chute down into turn number 6. Moreros there in the Rick Team Racing BMW on the inside line. A little bit of nudge, a little bit of bumper to bumper contact as they head their way through that section, and they finally get single fouled out. Moreros now up in the front, and Hedgecock's going to try and pounce, clip the coupon, and look for a 2-for-1 deal as he heads his way through turn number 7. Not value saving though, only got one spot there in one shot, but that he is right there in second and going to be all over the back of that 88 as they head their way down in there. Hatfield actually looking to pounce on that Ferrari, gets a little bit wiggly through the braking zone, not going to be able to jump back into second. So it's now Hedgecock and Moreros battling for the lead in class, as Hatfield feeling a world of pressure from Ian Lawrence Brown.
Now that Moreros has the lead, the question is, will he be able to drive away? He definitely looked a little bit faster than Sean Hatfield. Now that he has the gap, can he establish himself ahead of Hedgecock? I think Hedgecock might be the best out of these 4, though. He's looked the best all day, at least on raw pace. So Hedgecock right now has the toe. He's close enough to get that little pull down the straightaways. Half an hour to go, and I think this battle is going to last all the way to the end of it. Although right now it looks like it's splitting up. 2 cars getting away from 3rd and 4th. Hatfield hanging on to the bottom rung of the podium as he's got Ian Brown all over his bumper. We'll see if this battle spreads out or if Hedgecock can take the fight to Moreros. He definitely wants it, but he's going to have to be a little bit less aggressive than he's been in the past. Through the bus stop again. This time it's a little bit less close than it was last lap around as the door opens. And Hatfield's going to lose another one, and that Vulture Motorsports machine. Vulture has yet to win a race this season. Opportunity tonight maybe isn't going to happen, though. He's already lost a couple of seconds to Rodrigo Moreros.
Yeah, between both of our GT3 categories here in the VSCA, between Pro and M, there's only been one Porsche victory, that being SimCity Racing, who captured the victory at Laguna Seca earlier on in this campaign. That was the second sprint race of the season. That Porsche is good, very good. There's a reason why it's usually a team's first choice. But then when you bring the BOP in the mix, although it's the more consistent runner in the GT3 field, it's not usually the quickest, lights to flag, guns blazing. So I think the BMW, the Ferrari, and the Aston Martin may potentially have the Porsche's number here in this race, although P4 result will still be good for them either way. I think they still want a shot at victory, still want a shot at glory, as we've got an opportunity for a swap of spots for the final 2 podium spots in GTM. It's Wastegate Racing and the 33 Mercedes holding on to second place at the moment right now. Henrique Gomez in the Bravo Snow Shetton Mustang. That number 23 team, no strangers to victory themselves, as they already have a win under their books. As side by side now for the race lead. Bad encounter there with some prototype traffic all through the S's, allowing Jack Hedgecock to try and get the move done. Keeping on the 20. He may try and go for it here. This is multiple battles all in one shot, and look at that, sweeping around the outside. Hedgecock jumps his way up into the race lead. What a move there from the Ferrari.
And they had Pelkley and Delgado breathing down their throats, but Hedgecock forced them to back out, forced them to go around the outside as Ian Lawrence Brown was trying to come into this battle, but accidentally held up the GTP there. I think that's a lap car, one of the BMWs that's already got some damage. Brown going to back out of it and give up the... Yeah, he's going to have to tuck in line behind Moreros, not giving up that spot, but unable to take it. Opens up a gap. Hedgecock now has nearly a second over Moreros, so that gap growing. Here comes the LMP2. That is not the class leader. We're still waiting for Zach Sweeney to get to these guys to start putting them, getting through lap traffic. As Ian Lawrence Brown now back to the bumper of Moreros. Brown might be a little bit better and might have something for Hedgecock, but he's got to get this pass done, and he's got to get it done quick, as they're able to get in front of the 87 LMP2 car. That is Francesca Silva right now sitting 5th in that class.
Yeah, so as a result of all of the craziness in your GT Pro field, Jack Hedgecox holds on to a 1.2, 1.3, now 1.4 second margin with 26 minutes and some change left to go here in this race. He just needs to hold on to it at this point. We've gotten to the point now with lap traffic getting into the mix that if we have a yellow between now and the checkered flag, that will be the race. That will likely end this race under yellow. So these drivers are kind of running by sudden death situations right now. Ian Lawrence Brown thought about around the outside of Rodrigo Moreros as pit stops continuing on in your LMP2 field. They nearly wrecked down in pit lane. Marcus Jung, who we saw in the 512, one of those drivers coming into the pit seat lead car, in fact, of those group of drivers coming down pit lane just then in the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing 512 machine. Zach Sweeney is still up at the front in that category. Anthony Mafucci is still leading overall here in this race as well with a 4-second margin between himself and Gabriel Peckley.
Will Mafucci have to fuel save? Will he have the pace to stay ahead of the rest of the GTP field? And he has done it. He's answered both of those questions with a resounding yes. Mafucci putting it down, looking for that team's first win of the season. Up to this point, they've only started 3 races that have counted, and they are looking to get a win in their 4th. Would be a great story as we get closer and closer to the end. You talk about a yellow potential ending this race. Mafucci begging for one, doesn't want to be it though. He's going to be having to work through some traffic. I think for the remainder of this race, they're at that point where it's lap after lap. You've got a GTD, you've got an LMP2. Even one of these damaged GTPs, one of these prototypes we're looking at that doesn't have a front end on it out there looking like a Northwest modified. You got to deal with those cars from now for the next 25 minutes till the end of the race. If Mafucci can do it and keep a clean wheel, he's going to be able to win this one. Peckley maybe a 10th faster that last lap, but nothing super discernible telling me that he's going to break down that gap and get there by the conclusion of the race.
Yes, I'm looking right now. Anthony Mafucci was able to set his fastest lap of the race about 6 laps to go as a 132.9 that he was able to set. Peckley, meanwhile, he's still running okay laps, but no, not really enough to close up the margin. 132s, 135s, sorry, 134s, 135s, occasionally dipping into the 136s as well. So Mafucci, as it stands at the current moment, not really seeing anything that would lead us to believe that he has no hope to get it to the end of this race. Either he has enough to make it to the checkered flag, or he's just decided to throw caution to the wind and just absolutely send it here at the end of this race. Still has to worry about lap traffic as he has his way down the start-finish straightaway right now, briefly 3 wide, getting that lap traffic dealt with. But this is the kind of pace that Anthony Mafucci is looking for. We've already seen a Ferrari win in our GTP category. In fact, we saw it last time at a Canadian Tire Motorsports Park where Wastegate Racing was able to grab the victory. Their first in competition, championship competition here this season, although they did win the Roar before the 24 way back there in February. I was actually back in January, pardon me. But right now, we're looking at a different Ferrari, maybe having a shot at victory. And we're looking at the prospect of having 2 Ferrari wins and technically 3 Italian, chassis makes. Of course, is guaranteed in LMP2 with Dolores supplying the entirety of the field. But right now, we've got the Ferrari of Jack Hedgecox leading in GT Pro, with the Ferrari of Anthony Mafucci leading overall. And right now, the drivers behind Hedgecox not really worried about closing up to him as they found themselves in a little battle. Ian Lawrence Brown looking for it around the outside, heading down to the bus stop chicane, not able to get it done. Moreros able to drive the widest BMW the world has ever seen.
And Brown's doing something similar that Moreros did when he was trying to get around Sean Hatfield earlier. He's just applying pressure, right? It's not necessarily that he isn't trying to make the pass, but he's not determined to get clear in, the specific corner. He just wants to try to force that 88 car, make a mistake, get him out of the groove, and put him in a position where he can open the door and slide by. That's how Moreros lost the lead. That's what Moreros did to pass Hatfield. Hatfield still not completely out of this fight, although he is now closer to Allen back in the 5th spot, as there's a couple of GTPs. Looks like only one on screen for the moment, so an opportunity for Brown. Dives it deep into the corner, but he's just trying to get on that bumper, disturb Rodrigo Moreros, make him make a mistake, get him offline, and then pounce. Thus far, though, like you said, Moreros doing some great defense, some great blocking, but that has sort of clogged up this field. Not only is Jason Allen into this battle, but Chad Dalton isn't too far out of it either. That's a name we haven't said recently, but he's got himself very nicely in the 6th position. It is worth mentioning, this is the battle for the overall GT as well as the GT Pro. None of the AMs are close enough to challenge these guys. As here goes Ian's Lawrence Brown. No, faked me out. Couldn't fake out Moreros. And Rodrigo Moreros hangs on to 2nd, although they are nearly 4 seconds back of the class lead Hedgecox.
Yeah, at this point, Hedgecox is feeling good about his chances as we get towards the end of this race. All of our classes are currently spread out a little bit, as looking right now at a little bit of squabbling that is going down. Trying to get into 3rd is Sean Hatfield. He thought about around the outside of Ian Lawrence Brown, but not able to get it done as he headed his way in through the bus stop chicane. More pit stops going down in our GTM category that's being led by Thomas Marcelino in the number 3 BMW. If that team can see it through to the end, that would be their 2nd win so far here in the 2026 campaign after winning in the rain-soaked race at Miami about a month ago. That'd be a good result for them. We'll see if they can hold on. I will say one little storyline that is, I wouldn't say slipping under the radar, but because of all the action that we've got going on, we're not really focusing on it too much. As it stands right now, and again, still maybe expecting a pit stop from Zach Sweeney. If that number 81 car can make it through to the end in LMP2, that would be 2 victories for Going Racing in this one event alone.
Going Racing looking really solid, and they're trying to help themselves out in the wins column. This is just their 3rd race of the season. Didn't win either of the first 2. So Going Racing going to try to get it done.
As a move from Ian Lawrence Brown for 2nd, able to get it done on Moreros as he headed his way into the final turn. Well done there for the driver, the 183, but he has a 5-second margin to try and close up in the span of 19.5 minutes. I'm trying to work out how much that would have to be a matter of a couple of tenths a lap. And if the 88 tries to fight back, which he is now, you can kiss that chance goodbye. They're going to be 3 wide as they head their way down the back straightaway into the bus stop chicane. Look at that move from Sean Hatfield. Splits the difference and jumps his way from 4th to 2nd in 1 straightaway alone. Awesome stuff there for the Porsche.
I had basically written that Vulture Motorsports team off. Ian Lawrence Brown not happy, gives him a shot, but that's going to open up the door to get side by side, as now Moreros is dropped all the way out of the top 3. Jason Allen is in position to capitalize, but Sean Hatfield, I had thought that he had no chance to finish this race on the podium. I thought they were backsliding, but Vulture Motorsports back up to P2, less than 20 minutes remaining. Great move from the Porsche. He needs to be able to drive away from this battle, though, because if the cars behind him get side by side, it'll allow him to make a little bit better lap time and get away. Ian Lawrence Brown, though, I think he's the fastest of this group of 5 or so. He just hasn't been able to make this pass.
Yeah, and so with that battling that we saw there for 2nd, as much as I said that it would be awesome to see that racing, it was awesome to see that racing. It's going to lose them out on a shot of victories. We did see the 88 just file down pit lane there in the back of shot, so then there were only 2 in that fight as 3 wide right behind. It wouldn't be a race here if it wasn't for some 3 wide racing and contact heading down the start finish straightaway into turn number 1. Bumpers flying. That's going to give a black flag too. I believe that's a 77 getting hit with a penalty.
That is actually the 57 of Luke Langer. He was up to the 6th position, and he was the one who went way off track wide in turn 1. Contact with that BMW there. We're going to get a check on exactly what happened. Here it is into turn 1. We're going 3 wide, and rips the nose of Langer's car right off.
It's not the first time we've seen an incident hang down into turn number 1. I'm not confident enough to say that will be our last, with 17 minutes still left on the clock. We've still got battling throughout the field as we're waiting to see what may go down in some of our other categories. Looks like GT is a little bit set in stone, still definitely enough room to wiggle, as Sean Hatfield just picked up a black flag, incident point violation for your second place runner in GT3 Pro. That's going to give second place back to your championship points leader of Ian Lawrence Brown and Blockamatore Sim Sport. That is music to the ears of the Aston Martin. Unfortunately, it was contact there with a prototype car, and that's going to put him over the edge.
So much incident points as it was assigning a black flag for contact. Hatfield put himself in a pretty risky situation. Right here, he's going to come in, serve the drive-through, and that is the leader, Zach Sweeney, just ahead of him, hitting for fuel, I'd have to imagine. The rest of the LMP2 class had come in. Sweeney, the last one to pit. We'll see where they cycle out once they top off. As Going Racing, like we've talked about, trying to get 2 wins at a time.
And so with only about 16 minutes left to go here in this race, they don't need a long pit stop right now. They're still there on pit lane, still there. This could be a swap. They're finally rolling down in pit lane. Going Racing and Zach Sweeney behind the wheel. He is in a drag race that he can't really do anything about. He's there on pit lane, finally hits the line right about now. Right as Jonathan Fortek gets in front of the Flight Level Racing 757 machine for a team that has been up and down all throughout the field, or briefly being outclassed by their sister car. They're now looking to end this race off on a high note. They're still only 7/10 in front of Zach Sweeney. However, Sweeney having to worry about an at-lap to get that car back swinging in the right way. This may have just been the swap of spots for the final time in LMP2. Jonathan Fortek may be on track for a victory.
I don't think they took tires for Zach Sweeney. We may want to check on that, but I can't imagine they would with just about 10 laps to go in this race. Not a whole advantage to putting fresh tires on, so Sweeney shouldn't lose a lot of time getting them back up to temperature. Like Ron said, it's just going to take a little bit to get that car back in the groove. We'll see how far he loses the gap. I think going to swing to about 2 seconds. Zach Sweeney might be able to bring that down, but with so little time left in the race, Flight Level Racing now could be looking to get their first win of the season.
Yeah, so we could be seeing a raft of firsts here in this race. Could be a first win for Gamma Racing up at the front of the field. Anthony Mafucci behind the wheel of that Ferrari, still leading by 7 seconds over Gabriel Peckley in P2. We still look at the damage and wounded number 25 car out there on the racetrack. At this point, his give a damn broke, and he's just trying to go out there and finish off this race on any sort of note possible. Pardon me, that's actually the 96 there involved in that. I thought it was a 25. My apologies there. But either way, it is still 14 minutes left on the clock, and seeing a raft of opportunity for many for that 757 team. This could be their first taste of victory. And add in the other collective of everybody running smooth here in this event, as Jason Allen currently finds himself in a little bit of a hornet's nest. Right behind him is a 77, although that is not a battle for position out there on the road. The 77 ran into trouble a bit earlier on in this race, so Jason Allen just having to worry about keeping that car clean through to the end of this race. Mago Pinto actually running in 4th. I thought I saw that he was farther behind. My apologies there. So this is a battle on the road. That's 77. Well done on the fight back, as he's been through the ringer in the second half of this race.
That there was a collision with car number 10. That is going to be Martin. The Ferrari, that BMW did not give him enough space, and that car goes off track. Minimal contact. We're not going to see a yellow here. There's a little bit of dirt that's going to make that corner exit sketchy now that it's been thrown down on the racing surface, but nothing that hasn't happened yet today. Looks like everybody got rolling and everybody got good for that small incident there. We're now seeing a penalty being posted to João Vitor Delgado. Was 3rd. overall, and that BMW might have to come down pit road as this battle between Allen and Pinto just will not go away.
Here it was. It's again through the S's.
Ooh.
3 times in this race, so we've seen a prototype go for a bit of a bonsai overtake all through the S's on GT traffic, and that's not going to give them a penalty. That takes them out of the podium spot. Joao Victor Delgado going to have to bring that car down pit lane, and Thomas Martin, who was just the driver that we saw involved in that incident with the lap traffic through turn number 6, he's going to be on track to finish this race on the podium if he can keep that car clean. As our leader as well in GTM, Thomas Marcelino, he's picked up a penalty, and with only 7/10 of a second the margin, that's going to take him out of it.
Was that the same car that made contact with GTPs? I think both of them picked up that incident limit with the contact at the exact same time. Yes, that was your GTM class leader, and that's a ridiculous amount of net code. I'm looking at least 11 inches between the two cars. Marcelino's race is going to be ended because of it, and that's going to hand the lead over to Tamero Baga, who's going to grab the lead in that Mercedes-Benz. Really sketchy there. They're going to get 3 wide as Marcelino has to come down and serve a penalty with 10 minutes to go. 2 BMWs contact in the same lap takes both out of podium positions.
Yeah, and so unfortunately for Tri-State, who are on track for their 2nd win, that's going to give the chance of glory to a new team that's going to look for their first. It's a 33 now up at the front of this field. I'm not sure if they really expected this, but it's worked out well for them as they're still being hounded by prototype traffic at every single point in time. That's Wastegate Racing on track for a victory in the GTM category, and if they can hold on up throughout this field, that would be a fantastic run for them. We're hearing as well drama for the 13 as well. This is the VSR Competition car spinning through turn number 7. Yes, all by themselves, and sadly, that's going to just make their tires even more angry at that Acura.
Oh, big move in the back. Sean Hatfield had to take some evasive action as we're now going to look at Jay Van Meppelen hanging on in the 84. And we've got the leader on pit road, Anthony Mafucci. Joke's on us, he was not good on fuel. The 137 for Gamma Sim Racing, they pit too soon, didn't have enough to get to the end. It's going to be a splash and go. We'll see how many GTPs are in the same category as him. But this pit stop, at least for the moment, is going to knock him out of first. We'll see if he hangs on over Joao Vitor Delgado, who I think is currently serving that penalty. We got another GTP on pit road as well. So Mafucci's going to hang on to the 2nd spot. And we're going to look at Thomas Martin. Martin could potentially capitalize on this. He is 4th, looking to work his way into the podium.
And so Gabriel Peckley able to jump into the race lead here. Mafucci now down to 2nd, came down pit lane. We were wondering whether he could make it to the end, was going for glory, not going to grab that glory here. 23.5 seconds a gap right as we get into the final 10 minutes of this race. Side by side though for the lead in LMP2, Zach Sweeney in the Go-In Racing number 81, looking for it around the outside of the Flight Level Racing 757 car. Not taking off there is that machine. He exited out with a half a second margin. It ballooned out to about 2, but since then things haven't really materialized. Look at the time that Zach Sweeney has been able to mount as we've gone along through the end of this race. 7/10 of a second gained on lap 161, 4/10 gain on lap 162, 1.1 seconds last lap alone, and Zach Sweeney is right there. Go-In Racing, if they can get this win here in LMP2, that would be 2 wins in 1 race down the inside from Sweeney, heading into the heel. That's a Flight Level Racing car still holding on to the spot. Sweeney with a sideways wiggle heading out of the turn, not able to get that spot. But with 7.5 minutes, more than that, left here in this race, I think it is advantage Go-In despite the fact they're not the race leaders.
They've definitely been better, and they've just looked a little bit better throughout this entire race. It seemed like Zach Sweeney and Go-In have had a little bit more, just a little bit more pace. That time by, though, 7:57 opened it up just a hair, and now they're going to have some GTP traffic to deal with. It's going to make things, I think that's going to be the advantage of Jonathan Wojcik. As they deal with traffic, the traffic is going to have to pass Sweeney first, put him out of position, and Wojcik can react to that. You see right there, it was a little bit of an advantage, but now the toe gets to Sweeney. He's going to have the opportunity. He'll swing side by side. Does he take the lead on the outside? He does not. For the moment, it is still the flight level car in the lead.
So it is still very close. Going racing, though, running out of opportunities. Maybe going to utilize this bit of GT traffic to try and close up that margin once more. Still 3.5 tenths of a second between those drivers. Frankly, nothing at the end of a 6-hour-long race here for the Abruzzi. 6 hours of the Glen. We've got ourselves a grandstand finish to look forward to here in our LMP2 category. Flight level racing still looking for it. As up at the front of the field, Gabriel Peckley has come down pit lane in that Bravo Snow Shat number 20 machine. This will give the lead of the race back to Anthony Mafucci. Everybody in that GTP field looks like they need to come in for little splashes and dashes to make it to the very end. So this will cycle back out in the favor of that Ferrari, as there we go. Swap spots now. Mafucci back up into the overall race lead, as Sweeney with a bad run heading his way out of the penultimate turn nearly lost it on the outside curb.
Sweeney's able to hang on to the car, but he's going to lose a full second to the class lead. Less than 6 minutes to go. Back up front, we documented it. Mafucci has got the lead. Peckley's going to slip all the way back to the 4th position as he can see P3 just ahead. That's Thomas Martin. I don't know if that other car there is 4th position or on the lead lap. We'll have to see. That is Kyle Burney. Yes, P5. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. Meanwhile, Delgado has been making inroads on Mafucci. That is only a 2-second gap, and this is the battle for 4th in the LMP2s as they navigate around the Vulture Motorsports machine. This is Witt to the outside of Silva. He's going to take it into the grass and try to make this pass on the back straightaway.
And side by side through the bus stop, and not going to be able to get the move done there. Johannes Witt still holds on to 4th for now, but the battling may not end there. Pit stops, the number 65 Vulture Motorsports car. They had a shot maybe to win the race in GT3 Pro. It's fallen through their hands. They're going to fall outside of the top 10 right in the final few moments. Going racing, the 81 car, Zach Sweeney behind the wheel. He's still 2nd in your LMP2 category. Half a second is the margin between he and that 757 flight level racing car. Jonathan Wojcik behind the wheel of that machine. They got some more traffic to worry about here. Not a lot of time though. Sweeney, if he needs to get this race lead, if he wants to get this race lead, he's going to have to do it very quickly, and he's going to have to get the move done fast. Here we go. Got caught up a little bit there by the lap traffic. Wojcik slow as he heads his way down the start-finish straightaway. Sweeney looking for it. A little bit of blocking as they head their way down to turn number 1. Sweeney looking for it around the outside through the first turn. A little bit of contact, small little touch. That's allowing Sweeney to jump into the race lead.
Peckley hard into the wall.
Uh-oh.
And they are able to... Something is very wrong.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is very not good. Look at the prototypes. Oh, dearie me.
We're not sure what's wrong with Peckley. Could be a hardware issue. Could be a car issue. Now they're back up to speed, I think. And now they're trying to into this battle. Theory is they had a monitor freeze that has now fixed itself, but that knocks them out of contention for in GT4. Meatball flag for Peckley. I don't know if there's more than 3 laps left in the race. They might be able to run this one out. They might have to serve that one. We'll see what happens as this side-by-side battle will not go away. Witt is going to lose the spot momentarily, but he'll hang on to it ahead of Silva for the moment. That's Johannes Witt, Francisco Silva. They've been going at it all race. Crossover from Silva, looking to try to get position for a spot. Here's what happened to Peckley. I lied.
Side by side, heading down into the heel, and they touch. Contact being made in that battle for 4th, and that is going to end that battle lickety-split. We take a look to see what happened to that Bravo Snow Shatton car, bumping up against both walls. That's where he picked up the meatball flag, and it had to have been some sort of hardware failure. Either that steering wheel disconnected or he lost vision in his monitor. that could have been very ugly. If one car clipped him, the consequences could have been absolutely catastrophic down into the carousel. Thankfully, nobody did. We didn't see anybody ballpark it there on the outside of the racetrack. Battling for third, though, in GTP, Thomas Martin in that number 10 Vision Motorsports car. Oh, nearly came to blows there. Oh, touches, big contact there. Kyle Burney looking for it, and a penalty for Thomas Martin. Incident point violation as a result of that touch. That's going to give P3 to Burney.
That was a really sketchy moment with Ian Lawrence Brown. Want to go back real quick to what happened to Peckley. The car blinking afterwards makes me think that it was a network issue that stuttered and he couldn't see where he was going. Here's the contact that sends that 87 car perpendicular but not all the way around. He recovers and is going to be able to continue, I believe, 5th in class. This time by Anthony Mafucci has built his lead up to nearly 3 seconds. They've played the fuel strategy correctly, and it has been a great race from the Gamma Sim Racing team as there's huge contact on the front straightaway. White flag is out as they're wrecking heading into turn 1. That was second position. Victor Delgado's around. Another GT3 is crashed as well. That's going to open up the door. Kyle Burney takes second. Martin takes third. And that is the 3 car who had been leading GTM moments ago and now finds himself junked with less than a lap remaining.
And I'm looking back on that incident with the 12, and it was the 3, the BMW MTSR effort in GTM. That was just flat out stupid, hang down the start finish straightaway. You take a look at that incident there. Oh, goodness gracious. And it's drama taking place once again here. But at the front of the field, it looks like it may be an all-Ferrari podium in GTP. So we'll have to see how the penalty lays out for Thomas Martin. I'm not sure if he'll be able to hold on to that spot based off where everybody is positioned here at the current moment. Albrecht Motorsports may end up getting a podium with a car with a completely missing front end. What a wild end to this race. Anthony Mafucci heads his way off through the boot section for the final time. And what a peculiar running of the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen it has been for the field. Yellow flags aplenty, incident point violations up and down the field, including for one of our podium runners at the end of this race in your top class. But Anthony Mafucci and the Gamma Sim Racing 137 car gonna head his way onto the start finish straightaway and taste the champagne here in upstate New York. Mafucci wins it.
And something's happened to Zach Sweeney. The 757 of Jonathan Foytik has now gotten in the lead for flight level, team flight level. They are going to come across as the winners of the LMP2 category. No idea what happened to Sweeney. We're going to take a look at Foytik here as he navigates around Jack Hedgecox, who's going to hang on to win the GT Pro category. Just barely enough fuel for that going racing car. Looks like he's out as they run to the line, but Hedgecox wins it for the GTs. Jonathan Foytik wins it for the LMP2s. We'll have to find what happened to the 81 car as Tamer Elbaga is going to win the GTM category.
As I believe the 81 had a disconnect right on the final lap. He headed his way out of turn number 1, and the car just vanished. What a heartbreaking end to this race. It's still one going racing car visiting victory lane here at Watkins Glen, and that is Jack Hedgecox beyond the wheel of that number 18 machine. Meanwhile, at the front of GTM, it is going to be a new winner, a returning car, but a new winner here in your class coming across the line to take that GT3M victory. Is going to be the Wastegate Racing car of Tamer Elbaga at the end of this race. They score the victory. Still waiting for a few more drivers to come across the line. We'll get the results loaded up here in the not too distant future. But what an insane day of racing action here, Cade.
Absolutely. A lot of yellow flags meant a lot of restarts and a lot of opportunities for things to happen, and happen they did. We saw crashes on the first lap all the way to crashes on the last lap, and it ended in calamity with a lot of changes for podium positions happening within the final 70 seconds of this race. We're going to get the opportunity to interview these winners and talk about how this is going to impact the championship here as we wrap it up. First, we're going to look at our results by class, starting with the GTPs.
And looking at your GTP field, it's Anthony Mafucci and Gamma Sim Racing scoring the victory when it's all said and done. 173 laps in 6 hours, and they come out victorious. Kyle Burney and Wastegate Racing end up in a still very close-knit P2. Thomas Martin, across the stripe, ended up in third. However, with that outstanding penalty, that'll likely elevate Albrecht Motorsports up into that final podium spot. Joao Victor Delgado, last lap incident while running in P2. That's going to take him out of the running for a podium, ends up in P5. Jonathan Lopez and VSR Competición, they were at 1 point your overall race leaders. They end up in 6th. What a wonderful comeback drive from the World of Sim Racing team and Denny Fonte. They had a nasty incident during this race, went 5 laps down. They ended up the first car 1 lap down, 7th in class. Gabriel Peckley, drama breaking out for Bravo Snow Shannon right towards the end. They end up in 8th with Pac Sim Sport and Alan Paris in 9th. Felipe Salner will be in 10th. And rounding out your GTP field here today will be Jordi Vermeulen from BMW Team TS Arcade. I'll let you take a look at LMP2.
LMP2 there changing at the last minute. Gives it to Jonathan Wojcik for Flight Level Racing. That team debuted a second car, but the first car was the one to get it done for the first time this season. Thiago Madeira Diaz brings Grow Racing team back in second after they had a shot to win. Wolf Motorsport rounds up in third. The RIC team there is fourth. Glen Racing almost got 2 class wins, but Zach Sweeney, the issue on the very last lap, relegates him to the tail end of the lead lap, and they wind up P5. The Old Dog 6th. First car 1 lap down, and then it's teams that had some rough days. Patty Engineering, they wind up 7th. Gamma Sim Racing, sister to the overall winner, they unfortunately wind up 8th in class. There's the other flight level car, 13 laps down in 9th. Vision 1 Motorsports, Matthew Rutten, they wound up 10th with Daniel Perez Santiago. That Red Lab Competizione, they didn't even make it 80 laps into this race. They wind up 11th.
Taking a look now at your GT Pro results, where Jack Hedgecox and Glen Racing score a somewhat bittersweet victory in their category. Put on an incredible drive, but sadly things fall apart for their sister team over there in LMP2. Ian Lawrence Brown and Blockomotori Sim Sport head into the summer break with a good points lead in the championship. They preserve a second place run here at the end of the 6 hours of the Glen. Jason Allen and SimCity Racing, winners already this season, round out your class podium in third. Miguel Pinto clawed his way through the field several times. That team from Virtual Power Sim Racing will be in fourth. iRacing Today Motorsports and Chad Dalton, an under-the-radar drive, ends up rounding at your top 5 in class. World of Sim Racing team, the 151, Adex Martinez Sanchez behind the wheel, is in 6th with Rusty Spatulas in 7th. Brick Team Racing in the number 88 was leading late. They end up in 8th. Double Stint Racing will be in 9th. Grow Racing team will complete your GT Pro top 10. And then from there, it's Marco Silva from Matco Fisher Motorsports in 11th. Tolamatri in P12. Ultra Motorsports ends up in 13th place. Unitronic Fisher Motorsports in 14th. VSR Competición in P15 with Tane Hodgson and the Free to Sport 911 car. Had some drama late. They end up last of your GT Pro competitors.
And back in the GTM, we're going to take a look at Tamer Labaga winning that race for Wastegate as they wind up nearly 4 seconds ahead of the Bravo Snowstatten team that had a little bit more luck than their sister there with Gabriel Peckley at the end. Back in P3 off in the S's rounds out the podium with Freda Sports Amcar winding up P4. SWF gets the 5th spot. Wolf Motorsport barely misses out on a top 5 as the last car on the lead lap, with John Goodwin bringing the SERN car, the first one 1 lap down. Flight Level Racing, they got a win, and they got a P8 in the M class, -1 lap there in the 747, with Blocomotore winding up 9th, and the BMW team going to wind up 10th, 2 laps down after leading that race late. Also 2 laps down, the Intercomp Fisher Motorsport, Vulture Motorsports, and Gowan Racing, teammates to the pro leader, and then a significant number of laps down, driven by Brendan Chen. The 499 racing car will round out your field.
Yeah, so that's how it all shaked out at the end of the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen here in 2026. And we're going to have a chat with some of our race winners here. Let's start, shall we, with our overall winner. We have Charlie Rudd from your race winning operation, Gamma Racing, getting the job done. Charlie Rudd now joining us here in the broadcast booth. Charlie, welcome in. Congratulations to you and the rest of that Gamma Sim Racing 137 team. Anthony in the car right towards the end. How was it out there, my friend?
Oh man, it was quite interesting. I think if you had asked me at the beginning or the end of my first stint when I was in the car if we would win, I think that would have been a bit far-fetched. But yeah, the last hour of that race was incredibly tense because we could see what was on the table, but we were also worried about fuel there at the end.
Yeah, I got to ask you about just the way this race went from both a driver perspective and a team perspective. Lots of cautions interrupting this race. I'm not sure how it worked out at the end. It was probably 50-50 between yellow flag running and green flag running. How difficult was it just to stay with it in a race that interrupted by, incidents, that stressful towards the end? That had to have been about as hard to pin down as a three-legged chicken.
Exactly, yes. It was just a matter of keeping both Anthony and I calm and prepared for what was coming, making sure everyone knows what both of us knew what was going on, and then just taking things as they came. We knew going into this that there would be a good chance for a lot of yellow flag time, so we just took the mentality of, respond to what we're given and try to make the most of it.
Awesome drive from you and the rest of the team to score the victory here in the Abruzzi 6 hours. The Glen got to feel good heading off into the summer break. Charlie, thank you for joining us in the booth, and we hope to see you out there for the 6 hours of Road America coming up later on this summer.
Thank you very much, you guys.
Yep, and thank you. That right there was Charlie Rudd, one part of the two-driver stable that ended up scoring the victory here in this race overall. Cade, I'll pass the mic off to you to have a chat with some of the team members of our flight level racing winners in our LMP2 field. I believe Jonathan Foytek is down there in the booth. I'll let you drag him in to have a chat.
Let's get him in here. Welcome to the booth, Jonathan. Congratulations on the win. Big day for you guys, bringing 3 cars out to the track. Talk me through how you're feeling and what the emotion is getting the win.
That was a long race for us, I will say. It was we were leading at the beginning. We had unfortunately something with the new pit limiter. We had an issue and we had to get a 40-second stop and hold for speeding. And then we kind of just tried to claw our way back the whole way. It was great. I don't really know what happened at the end there. It looks like something happened to his network, I would assume, because he just kind of disappeared. But it was fun, especially after last race where we were fighting for the win as well. It's been fun.
Talk me through that battle with Sweeney. It seemed like you guys were pretty evenly matched when you were in traffic. He might have been a little bit better on pace, but watching him get bigger in the mirror, being able to react to that and defend appropriately. Talk me through that battle. It looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a little stressful though at the end. I don't know. I guess I had Paolo spotting me the whole time, so he was kind of just watching behind and telling me exactly where he was going, what the gap was, what was in front of me gap-wise. And we were just kind of going through there. I'm not sure if he pit for new tires as well, but he was faster at the end, so it was hard to keep him out, keep behind him.
Well, the LMP2 car is always fun to drive. I think my personal favorite of the 3, but you guys showed us how to get it done. Congratulations to the flight level team for getting the LMP2 win here today.
Of course, thank you.
Well, they're going to go celebrate. Going to pass it back off to Ron as we get to interview some more of our winners. I say we bring in Jack Hedgecox from the Gowan team winning the GT3 category.
Yeah, and we'll bring in both of the members of that operation. It's Jack Hedgecox and Josh Gowen joining us here in the broadcast booth. Welcome in, guys. Congratulations on the win for you and the team in the GT Pro category. A little bit bittersweet with the drama going down involving your sister car in LMP2 late there at the end, but still a fantastic drive from y'all. How was it out there? I think we'll start off with you, Josh, and then move over to Jack.
Yeah, it was a long race. These endurance races, throw everything at you. Incidents, dodging other cars, multi-class traffic, network issues. As you mentioned with the LMP, with the 81 car, who just heartbreaking. He never disconnected on his screen. He drove around, finished the race, and so it's only on everyone else's screen that there's this issue. So we're gonna follow up with race control and the stewards and see what we can do about that. But yeah, I mean from our own side in the 18, what a race, like a couple close calls like you always have in these multi-class traffic, multi-class races. But Jack was on fire. The Ferrari felt great. It's really come alive kind of later in the season. It was definitely a liability at the start, and so to kind of have it to all to ourselves in this league it's turned out to be our own advantage, which I'll say we earned because we drove it at the beginning of the year. But just phenomenal racing from the whole grid. The side by side moves. It was a really good. It was a really great time.
Yeah, what about you as well, Jack?
Yeah, I'm unfortunate for the 81 car, like you said. But in terms of we did have some unlucky issues during like safety car or when they came out, like missed timing with our pit stops. So it did bring us back through towards the back end of the field for the majority of the middle part of the race. Really, we were only from leading at the start, and then that last 2 hours had to make our way all the way back through. So just to be able to do that, with the GT Pro field racing cleanly, I can't ask for more from this league. Everyone in here raced really well, and can't thank them enough. But yeah, pace was crazy. I was able to pull out that gap. I know they were all fighting behind, but just being able to make it through cleanly, can't ask for much more, and 3 in a row as well. So just keep it going.
Yeah, I was just going to say, y'all are on fire at the current moment. 3 race wins, even with that break in the middle, most sport having the GT3 pros not be a part of that event. Y'all are really heading into the summer break with a lot of momentum. Fellas, thank you for joining us in the booth, and we hope to see you next time out there for the 6 hours of Road America later on this summer.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. That right there was Jack Hedgecox and Josh Gowen, part of the Victoria stable in GT3 Pro. Cade, I'll pass the mic off to you to have a chat with the massive Wastegate stable that end up scoring the victory, their first win in the GT3 AM category.
Let's bring them all in here. I think we got 1, 2, and... All right, Wastegate folks, who am I missing? I got 2 of y'all. Who else do I need? We got Tamer in here. Alrighty. Congratulations on winning the GTM category. It was a great win from you guys. For the most part, it seemed to be a pretty quiet day, but you peaked when it mattered. I suppose I'll talk to Tamer first, being able to bring the car home across the line. How was that feeling, and how did that go?
Yeah, it was just holding our breath. It was incredible to get our maiden win, and just had to hold it together at the limit for X's with a drive-through. So yeah, it was great to kind of really get past that line, and guys telling me, yeah, we did it.
You definitely did do it. What about the other 2 you guys? Had it seemed like a great drive, but it was really chaotic. A couple of the other interviewees mentioned the great moves. How did it feel in traffic trying to navigate around the other GTs?
Well, yeah, it was quite hard for us because we had a rough start around the 1 hour mark. We had a slide going out of the pit exit that put us in the 3 laps behind of the other GTs. So from that point onwards, we were just trying to stay clean and get back into the racing lead lap. We knew we had the pace, so we were just trying to survive until the end, and after 3 hour mark we were able to go at the lead lap and we showed our pace.
What about you, Neil? Once you guys got there, it seemed like you knew you belonged and were able to work your way through the field. How did that look from your perspective?
Yeah, it was the first stint seemed to go okay, and then we, as Rhea mentioned, we had some issues in the second stint that but the pace was really good, and then Rhea took the car over, and yeah, done some great laps, some great overtakes, and got us right back onto the lead lap where, yeah, we managed to claw our way back through the field and take the win.
Well, congratulations to all three of you. It was a great come from behind win, and hopefully this won't be the last time that y'all get to talk to us up here.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thanks so much.
Yep,
Thank you guys
cheers.
for coming out to talk to us. Have a great night.
And that right there were all of your race winners in today's running of the Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen. Cade, it was a really wild race. I really don't think there's words to describe the action out there on the racetrack. Certainly these drivers ending off this original run before that summer break with a bang in more ways than one. Final thoughts before we wrap things up.
Absolutely. It was a lot of chaos, but I think what we found was that the cream had risen to the top. You talk about Wastegate being able to maintain their point lead in that category. That was big. Gowan being able to show their prowess in multiple different categories, even though they didn't wind up with the win, at least allegedly, in the LMP2. Keep an eye on the VSCARacing.com website to see what the ruling is on that category. And then for the GTPs, for the Gamma guys to show up, even though they've only been here for a couple of races this season, showing up, showing that they have what it takes, playing the right strategy, and at the very end having the right pace to get it done. I think I could make the argument, whatever way it winds up going, the 4 best teams won the 4 different categories today. Despite all of the chaos and all of the time spent behind the safety car, those were the 4 guys that figured out how to peak at the right time, and those were the 4 teams that deserve to walk away with the trophies.
Yeah, and of course you will be able to see the final results posted on the VSCA website in the days and weeks to come. We're heading off into the summer break here in the 2026 championship. The next time you'll be able to see VSCA sports car action will be here at Road America. You can see the sights and sounds already. That'll be on Saturday, August the 15th at 12 p.m. Eastern time here exclusively on Green Flag TV. If you never want to miss out on any of the racing action that we have here on the channel, how about you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss out on any of it. Between NASCAR and sports cars, we've got you covered day in and day out here on the channel. Thanks to all of our race winners for joining us in the booth, and our thanks to you tuning into the action all day long here on Green Flag TV. But as for this broadcast for the 2026 Abruzzi 6 hours of the Glen, that will just about do it. So for myself, Ron Mullins, Cade Corbin joining me in the booth, along with James Newton in the commentary booth a little bit earlier on, and Dustin Ollis working all the cameras and the graphics and the virtual production hauler. I say thank you also very much for tuning into the action here on Green Flag TV today, and we hope to see you all wherever it is in the not too distant future.